May I request our dignitaries to kindly take the seats? All right, as we're moving ahead, I must say that I'm finding the energy a bit low. I know it's morning. Maybe we need a little more dose of coffee, but can we just do a little energy session? Can we? Can we all first begin to smile? It's a wonderful day. I've come from a very long way. Can we all smile? Yeah. How are you all feeling? I can only hear from this side, not from that side. Okay, we'll do a very quick energy session. All you have to do is take both of your hands up, join them together. That makes a namaste, but we're gonna clap. And not just a normal clap. As I move my hand from down to up, you have to raise the intensity of your claps, okay? Let's create a vibration here. Let's start on a positive note. Are we all ready? Are we all ready? Okay, let's start. 1, 2, 3. Faster, louder, more louder. Ladies from that corner. They say if we clap faster, blood circulation goes and our skin glows. Fabulous. That's a wonderful kickstart of the day. And now moving on to my favorite part of the event, which is know who's sitting next to you. Okay, so may I ask a few questions? Is there anyone here who works in renewable energy? Please raise your hand. Great, almost all of you. Is there anyone here who has more than 10 years of experience? Wonderful. Is there anyone here who has implemented an electric mobility project? Okay, nice. Is there anyone who has collaborated with the government on sustainability initiatives? Wonderful. Now it's time for you to know who's sitting next to you. It's time for you to exchange each other's business card. Know who's sitting next to you, from where he belongs. Let's do that. Come on, quickly. Exchange your cards. Let's quickly know each other. It's a great chance to connect with a potential collaborator. May we encourage you all to connect and know who's sitting next to you, who is great, wonderful. One minute more. Wonderful. Maybe you can exchange the tables. Move around. I see many handshakes. All right, now I would request you all to kindly come back to your seats. The only time I love chit-chatting here. May I request you all to kindly come back to your seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead further for the day. May I request you all to kindly come back to your seats. So I really appreciate you. You are the only one who is going from left, right, and up and down, all the corners and exchanging the card. Wonderful. Now may I request you all to kindly please take your seats. We are moving ahead for the inaugural address. Thank you. Wonderful. Wonderful. Are we all ready? Can I see the thumbs up, please? Victory. Great. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request All right, ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly take your seats. Let's begin with the inaugural address. May I now request our guest of honor, Shri Ajay Mishra, IAS retired Chairman, Indian Red Cross Society, Telangana Chapter, Delhi General, Director General, Renewable Energy Society of India, to kindly join us here on the dais for the welcome address. Thank you so much, sir, for taking your precious time out and joining us here today. To facilitate, I would request Mr. Pradeep Kumar, Head BD Industrial Outlook, to kindly join us here on the dais. Thank you so much, sir, for taking your precious time out and joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Let's join me in welcoming our guest of honor. May I request Shri Ajay Mishra to kindly join us here for the welcome address.
Friends, good morning. First, my thanks to the organizers, EPS, for having this function today, which is timely required in the present circumstances for the state of Telangana. Why I say this is the two main themes which are the focus of this today's event and which we'll be discussing in detail in the panel discussions and other sessions today, that is the renewable energy and the electric mobility. Both, as I see it, I've been saying in different forums, we do not have a choice. It's only a question of how fast and how better we move ahead in these two sectors. renewable energy to start with. As a country, we have made excellent progress, I'll say that. If we look at it from the number game of the targets which we set for ourselves, we may not have achieved those targets, because still the targets of 2022 in some aspects of the renewable energy sectors, we still have to achieve that. But then today, with about 203 gigawatt, even if we take out 47 gigawatt of the large hydro, it is an excellent achievement during the last decade or so. But then, what is of concern? Concern is not only the target, vis-a-vis the target which we have set for ourselves of 500 gigawatt by 2030. Is it sufficient? Is it adequate? It may have appeared when the target was announced or was accepted to be very ambitious, but seeing our energy requirements, and if we have to transition towards maximum green energy portfolio in our energy basket, I think we have to do much more. I recount at a few places my experience, why I say this. Out of last 3-4 years, 2 years, I was invited to the Indian Coal Markets Conference, which is held in Calcutta. Both the times, they invited me to chair the session on renewable energy, and that session invariably was the last session on the second day, just before the valedictory. So that was one indication. Second, our coal production is increasing by more than 10% average every year. We may be increasing in our renewable energy portfolio, but coal is also increasing, and the effects of it, which all of us know, which have to be avoided. So that is the challenge today. Why coal is increasing? It is not that it has to increase, because renewable energy is not able to keep pace. Factors we can discuss. This state, Telangana, at one point of time, proactive steps were taken. We were at the national, one of the top states. But then, there are ups and downs. The present government has proclaimed, and I think the right steps will be taken, or the right steps will be resumed in earnest spirit to take the green sector forward. What are those steps? Last year, the electric mobility and this policy was announced. We all know about it. I need not repeat. Benefits were announced for the electric EV vehicles. Maybe less than what some states have announced more. But then that was the beginning. EV manufacturing and related clusters were also announced. They have to take off. As last year only, I think about 1 year back, Mahindra company announced their EV manufacturing facility here in Hyderabad. Other three clusters also one I think it's called as Electric Mobility Valley. That cluster has been announced in Vikarabad. Still to take off, because when you are announcing something for 1,200 acres and the government also changes in between, then some time is taken. It's not a political comment, but any big venture, it takes few years to materialize. But the thinking is in the right direction. The steps announcement is in the right direction. I was mentioning outside last month only, the government has announced that up to more than 100 kilowatt load customers will have open access for green energy. How fast it is implemented in the days to come will be better for the state, will be better for the industry, will be better for the society. About renewable energy overall scenario, I think it's slightly less than about 5 gigawatt in the state. Much less compared to the potential which we have. Other states have done much larger numbers, especially the southern states. And we have to compare ourselves with southern states. Telangana doesn't have to compare itself with some states in the north and on the eastern side of our country, where renewable energy has to take off in a substantive manner. One or two very small things, even where potential is not much. Geothermal energy project has started in Bhadrachalam area. Very few may be knowing. So, and if we take at one level 5 gigawatt is not big. But then if we take 5 gigawatt compared to the land which is there with us and compare it with the other states, then we are not that bad. Coming to electric vehicles, I think we have about 70,000 plus electric vehicles registered in the state. Not a very happy scenario. Our neighboring states have done much better. In terms of percentage, I think we come to less than 1%, 0.5% or something. There, what are the factors? At one level, additional incentives, because Telangana state basically provides registration tax and road tax benefit for the purchasers of EV. I think there was a focus here till last year on giving incentives or providing or attracting investment for the manufacturing sector. That's why this cluster approach, mega clusters being announced, that was there. I think among the southern states, 4 southern states, we are the state with the lowest number of EV purchases. So that's why I said this is the correct time to have this conference, to have meeting of the different stakeholders, so that we can deliberate, we can also have our recommendations and practical basically, I think through it should be the proceedings of this one-day event should be forwarded to the government so that some of them at least can be implemented for the benefit of electric mobility and renewable energy. With this, I wish all the best to this event today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights. May I now request Mr. Pradeep Kumar from Industrial Outlook to kindly join us and present the memento. so much, sir, joining us here. For the corporate presentation, may I now request Mr. Girish Habu, GM Sales, Novices Green Energy Private Limited, to kindly join us here on the dais.
Good morning. Myself, Girish Habu. I represent Novices Green Energy Private Limited. I am working under the capacity of General Manager, heading sales. Novices Green Energy Private Limited. We are into solar PV module manufacturing. So we have our facility at Nagpur, which is centrally located in India. So we have altogether around 30 years of experience in renewable energy. So just to brief about Novices, so I was telling you like we have the facility at Nagpur, which is spread over the area of 2,20,000 square feet, and we have the 450 plus number of employees working with us, and we have the state-of-the-art manufacturing facility, and it is a complete automated line. And at present, we have upgraded our facility to 1.2 gigawatt. And this is the old one, but the recent update is like we are at 1.2 gigawatt now. And we are manufacturing the type solar PV modules, both the monofacial as well as bifacial. And also, we are launching the top-on series soon, which the capacities will be from ranging from 580 watt to 630 watt. So, see, we have invested best-in-class manufacturing facility. So it is a complete 100% automation. And so as to brief about the promoters or the background of Novices, like earlier we were into the coal segment. Then later on we have diversified our business to renewables. We started as a solar EPC company. Then we again diversified into the manufacturing activity, seeing the potential of the market. So these are the milestones. Like we started almost in 2004, and in 2024 we are coming out with top-on, and so these are the things. So we started with the 100 megawatt manufacturing plant. So our company is led by young professionals. Our promoters are Mr. Sushil Bansal and Mr. Ramesh Bansal. So they have a very good experience in the industry. So what we are offering, like it's official PV modules as well as the bifacial PV modules. So we name it as Alpha series and Regular series. So in bifacial, we have up to 550 watt, and also in monofacial of 550 watt. It is available both in DCR and non-DCR. So we are launching soon the top-on series, which we named as Links Plus. And here the advantage is the efficiency is of 22.45%. And as you all know, the top-on technology has very good technical factors like low degradation and very good bifacial factors. And also it is very sensitive to less sensitive to humidity, and it has a better temperature coefficients. And we will keep you updated on our launch soon in the coming month. So we have all the necessary certifications and the approvals which is necessary for a project to take up. So we are recognized as one of the top 5 manufacturing company in India. So it was again won by the EPS. So we have a wide distribution network all pan India, and we have our own warehouses in the major points of states. So one advantage with Novas is like whenever we are catering to any utility scale segment, so we are assuring or providing a backup to our clients with the insurance. In case of any generations issues, anything, so it is backed up by the insurance. You can claim the insurance through ATL RE. So these are our esteemed clients. So we are supplying to CRI, RFX, JetWorks, and many other reputed companies. So quality is our big assets. So Novas's focus always on the quality deliveries. So we have almost 45 plus in-house tests conducted. It may be on the incoming raw materials or the in-process quality controls or the final quality controls. So we ensure that 100% of our final products is being checked and rolled out from the factory. So we follow the lean manufacturing methods. So this is just about like what we have at our manufacturing facilities. As I was telling you, like we have a complete 100% automated plant, and we have automated 4-in-1 framing machines, AAA plus the sun simulators, and auto busing and auto curing. So this is EL, and we have the very upgraded technology EL image testing equipment with us. So why Novasys? Novasys has a very strong financial records, and we have a good hold on our technology and cost leadership. So what I have seen with Novasys is like we have the customer retention of around 55%. So in the last year, and 45% more than plus 45%, I can say it's the new customer acquisition. So apart from India, like we are targeting to the export market also. We have started supplying to UAE, African countries, and also to UK. So we are catering to C&I segment, the utility scale segment, and water pumping segment, also the retail segment. So soon we are coming up with additional 1.2 gigawatt facility, which is exclusively for the top one technology. So it will be again in the Nagpur. So it is next to our existing premises. And also one more thing, like we are coming with the IPO. So by the month of December. So these are just a glimpse like where we have installed or supplied our modules to some of the various prestigious projects. So this is a single location supply at 45 megawatt that is in Gujarat. The construction is on. So this is in Maharashtra. It is around 7.4 megawatt. This is 5 megawatt in Maharashtra. So 2.9 megawatt. So it is in Chhattisgarh. So this is a rooftop project. So this is a ground mounted again with the poly modules. So in Andhra we have very good installations. So this is for the, in Tamil Nadu is for the port complexes. So it is in north part of India, in Himachal Pradesh. So these are some of the distributed rooftop segments and the utility scale segments installation. This is just about like how socially we are responsible to contribute to our society. So these are some glimpses where we attended the event. Thank you very much. So video, I would like to show our corporate video.
In the heart of India lies a beacon of innovation and sustainability. Welcome to Novasys, the pioneering force in solar technology. Our pursuit of excellence led us to establish the most advanced 600 megawatt solar photovoltaic modules manufacturing unit, sprawled over a vast 2,20,000 square feet area in Nagpur, the heart of India. Novasys was incepted in the year 2016 by the visionaries Mr. Sushil Bansal and Mr. Ramesh Bansal. Specializing in high-efficiency solar PV modules, we introduce state-of-the-art technology featuring mono-PERC, bifacial advancements, and the latest N-type TOPCon innovation. Our fully automated machines equipped with auto busing, auto glass loading, NDC cutting, auto framing, and auto sorting capabilities ensure precision while eliminating any potential human error. These cutting-edge machines are sourced from the world's best producers. Our commitment goes beyond business. We are here to shape the future of clean energy. Our modern materials ensure unmatched performance. Each step of our meticulous process undergoes stringent testing, ensuring flawless modules that redefine industry standards. Ensuring maximum return on investment for our investors and end users. All our processes are controlled and standardized. Backed by a team of more than 300 skilled individuals, we boast a robust production capacity of 600 megawatt per annum. At Novasys, we believe in strong bonds of trust and integrity. Our customer-centric services from production to after-sales are fortified by comprehensive standard warranties, providing you with a sense of tranquility. Now let's talk about our products. The Alpha Plus series, multi-bus bars, M10 mono-PERC half-cut modules, all are with high output, reliability, outstanding low-light performance and a 25-year linear output power warranty. It is perfect for commercial, residential, industrial, institutional projects and solar parks. The Renewable Plus series, bifacial M10 mono-PERC half-cut modules. It has up to 50% more power generation, excellent low-light performance, and a 25-year linear output power warranty. It is ideal for various projects which require higher generation. Our manufacturing facility is proudly certified with ISO 9001, 14001, and 45001 standards. All our modules hold prestigious certifications, including ALMM, BIS, and IEC 2016 edition. They have endured rigorous in-house lab tests and also the tests like ammonia corrosion, salt mist, PID resistance, sand dust erosion, and IEC reliability assessments. Moreover, they are UL certified for the US market. Our modules come with a robust 25-year performance warranty insurance underwritten by Ariel RE.
At Novasys, we believe in making only good quality solar panels. We emphasize more on achieving customer satisfaction with our firm delivery and firm commitment. We have a very strong financial and technical background. Our team is highly skilled and professional. In the next 5 years, we aspire to be India's top 5 list of solar panel manufacturers and to be known for our quality and latest technology.
At Novasys, we are shaping the future of solar energy. Join us in our mission for a sustainable tomorrow. Novasys, every day is a Sunday.
Thank you. So I'm available at my booth. So if you have any queries, so we can have one-to-one discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Mr. Hari Bala from Janitsa Electronics to kindly join us here today for the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to all. Presentation is there. Can I come in over here? This was one. My name is Hari. Every time I come to Industrial Outlook event like this, there is always something which goes into my mind. There is a term called mantra pushti. It means that tell the same thing again and again and again until it reaches your subconscious, and then you start, your mind and senses start doing the same thing. Yeah, and that's what Industrial Outlook is trying to achieve. Thank you very much, Industrial Outlook, for this opportunity. I'm getting ahead with my presentation. So now, why are we all here to do the same mantra? We wanted to have an increased generation, use our resources completely. We wanted to maintain a reliable supply, whenever we generate. We wanted to neutralize at the same time, we wanted to neutralize carbon dioxide. We have to create, and we are trying to create a safe environment for all the assets and the human resources we work with. And then we also have work on reducing the operational disturbances and costs due to the power quality. The cost of bad power quality in India is also pretty high, and that needs to be realized as of today. And why it is happening is basically because of power quality. And I come from a company called Janitsa Electronics, where we manufacture meters, devices for monitoring the power, monitoring energy, monitoring the power quality, and monitoring the residual current monitoring, which is helpful for safety of the people working in the electrical network. Janitsa Electronics is a 40-year-old company where we have been manufacturing these devices in Germany we have a complete automated facility for these devices, with which we have 100% made German devices are there, and we are doing it over here, sitting from India. We are selling it in Indian market over here. We have a complete portfolio of the products, starting from the measurement devices, communication, and the software. And the devices include a Class A device, power quality device, so residual current monitoring and other energy parameter monitoring. Now, when I said that our grid is getting complicated, it is getting decentralized, it is going as a bidirectional grid, we do a lot of power exchange, it is very, very dynamic and more complex. Do you all agree with me? Can you please raise your hands? Fantastic. So what we have to do, what is the consequences of it? It is very simple. We have an unpredictable fluctuating power in feed from various sources, starting from solar, wind, other generating sources. We also have in between EV charging happening, which is going to degrade the quality of the power generated by the normal sinusoidal sources. It also will give rise of lot of harmonics in the network, which can potentially bother the equipment what we use. So that's something like that. I always say this word: industries in India are not ready to handle a heart attack, or they don't want a heart attack, but they are ready to live with cancer. So this is what I say, because many times power quality is a serious subject which is ignored in the Indian industry. Coming to what do we do for this, we need to measure. If you can't measure it, you can't improve it as well. So that's what Dr. Kelvin said. So we stand by it, and that's where we started going into the field of measurement, and we are completely dedicated for measurement of power in this case. So when you measure what we get a lot of data, and collecting reliable data and properly analyze it will have information. And when this information is handled appropriately, then we can make decisions, and that is what is called as knowledge. So this is the whole process of data to knowledge circle. So once we have knowledge, we can easily control anything. So it all starts from measurement of data, and data is tagged to form an information, and then this information is analyzed to get knowledge in this case. So some of the systems what we can have in this case is EPMS, we can call it as electrical power monitoring system, which can offer an advanced analytics and insights on the grid and the quality of the grid. And these are some of the EPMS benefits. It can cover the gamut of electrical parameters. We always think electrical is only energy or current or power maximum. But we have so many things which are interrelated and can be used when used appropriately, can do wonders of benefits for the installations where we use. Voltage quality is a very, very important in this case on a solar power plant. So how many people measure, how many people know that about the solar voltage quality, what we get from the utility is good, so that we can feed in a good power to the utility also. So this is some of the questions which comes out of it. In fact, more than 1,500 parameters are there in electrical parameters. How many we know about it? It's very, very thing to think of, that how much we need to know and what we can do with these parameters. The data also creates transparency among the departments or within the organization. When we have the transparency of data, then it becomes everyone to correlate and work together. For example, a production department would like to know and electrical department would like to know how their electrical system is performing from the incoming to the end loads. And then the maintenance department is interested in knowing about harmonics, whether there is going to be a failure of electrical harmonics, electrical equipments, or the energy manager wants to save some cost on all these things. So when the same data can be shared differently among the stakeholders of the organization, we have a very informative sessions and informations and meetings which could take us to a more efficient electrical system. Some of the latest trends, because most of the devices what we use in the current scenarios today is basic devices, but due to the advancement of electronics, there are quite a lot of things have come into these devices. The accuracy of the measurements have increased. The sampling rate of the data collected has increased, of value of measurement values. Minimum and maximum values in any time can also give us a lot of information about how frequently of changing loads what we have. Recording these data into the device also helps you to collect the data later on for analysis purposes. And these devices can also help in doing compliances. If utility is not compliant to IS 17036, then why are we taking power from them? We can also potentially ask questions and ask them to correct it. They are also the stakeholders in the whole system as such. As a consumer, when we are throwing a lot of harmonics into the system, then we are responsible for the bad quality of power, what is happening in the system as well. There are standards which follow for this to do it. There is a lot of communication from these devices can help us collect these data more reliably and store it in a continuous basis. And there are a lot of logic controllers within the equipment, within these devices, which can give you information about your non-standard parameters, what is happening in the system. Can we use the same device all through the network from top to bottom is again a question. So we need to be using at different levels, different devices to ensure that what we want to achieve can be achieved. It is not the same device starting from the incomer, outgoings, and then to the feeders, and then to the load level, or from the inverter level and to the point of common coupling level. We need to use different kinds of equipments. In fact, most of the inverters, I understand, has residual current monitoring. But how many people are using that particular parameter as a residual current monitoring in this case? This needs to be thought of. These are also some of the questions which come on, and then that's why I'm trying to put these questions over here as well. This is one of our customer who has been using the power, exporting, generating, and then in between when there is a issue comes on, then they use the generators as well. Yeah. So the green is the solar, the blue one is the utility power which they are exporting when their production is solar production is high. And then whenever there is a problem with the utility power, then they also switch over to generators. That is shown by the pink diagrams, pink graph. So this is on a day-to-day. This is almost for at least for 14 days, if I'm correct. So this particular graph can give them a lot of information how their system is performing based on what they have collected as the data. This is about the CO2 emissions. We need to have applications to ensure that what is the amount of carbon we emit out. So this is from our factory in Germany. This is a screenshot is from the. So the gray represents the utility supply, and then the generated power supply is in the green, which comes up over here, and how much tons of CO2 is emitted out from the factory. We tend to reduce it because we not only have electrical energy as CO2 emission, we also have the others like oil, gas, district heating. We call it as heating, probably here we should be calling it as district cooling in this part of the world. And then we should also have oil and gas as a CO2 emitting agents within our facilities. This is a fantastic graph of how the saving is done on a month-on-month on this basis, and how was our energy generated, which is shown in red in color, based on the time for the one full year approximately. I think it's again for one full year approximately. So this graph gives us the whole trend of this. These kind of data gives us a lot of information on how we are able to see what exactly is happening in the system and take corrective actions for us. And then the last slide, what we have here is the electricity consumption, and then the CO2 emitted because of the consumption, and then you have the last is the cost of CO2 emitted, which European Union charges the industries. So which means it is not only you consume electricity and pay, when you also pay for the CO2 emitted out by you into the government. So this is how it is going to be. I'm not sure how far we are in India from this, but there are schemes like this in European countries, which is in vogue, which is in practice. So with this, I'm here to talk about our products behind. I welcome you all to visit our stands to see what we can share each other, and then do the same mantra pushti again. And then with this, I thank you all for this opportunity, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, who all are here from the solar energy sector? Okay. May I know your name, sir? I have a quick tongue twister for you. Okay? आप खड़े हो सकते हैं, please, so everyone can see. You have to say it 5 times. Okay? Solar cells silently soak sunny skies.
Solar panels silently soak. Solar cells silently soak.
Solar cells silently soak sunny skies. You have to say it 5 times without a break.
Not the right guy for tongue twisters, I think. Do you have it written somewhere? I can probably read. All right. So solar cells silently soak sunny sky. Okay. That's one. Yeah.
Anyone can do it. Chalo 3 baar. At least do it for 3 times. You're looking very beautiful. Let me come to you. What's your name, ma'am? Neha. Can you say it 3 times only? Solar cells silently soak sunny skies.
Solar cells silently soak sunny skies. Solar cells silently soak sunny skies. Solar cells silently soak sunny sky.
Wonderful. A huge round of applause for her. Another one, who would like to try? It's a simpler one. जो मेरे से नजरें चुरा रहे हैं उनके पास आऊंगी. Nobody is making eye contact with me now. Okay, let me come to you, sir. I have high hopes from you. Let's see. What's your name, sir?
Madhu.
Okay, Mr. Madhu, you have green grids grow great green energy.
Green grids grow great energies. Green energies. Green grids grow great green energies. Green grid grows great green energies.
Wonderful. I told you. I got that energy from you. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And with this, we are now moving towards the quiz. May you have all your eyes on the screen. We have a question for you. And I need your phones in your hand. We have a question for you. Aims to produce 5 million tons of green hydrogen, but by which year you have to tell? 2025, B 2028, C 2026, D 2030. And all you have to do is, this is the number, quickly type a message, go to the SMS section, type the message with the option A, B, C, D, and your name, space your name, and send it to this number. Come on, quickly. I'm giving you 30 seconds to quickly do it. All your phones in your hand. Come on, this can get you a gift from me. Come on, quickly. Option A. How many of you think it's option A? Okay, no answers. No answers revealing. Please type your answer with the option A, B, C, D, and space your name and send it to this number. And I wish you all the very best. Done? Message sent? Can we move ahead? All done? Ma'am done? Okay. So I'll reveal the answer after this session, and now we are heading towards the first session of the day. The first session of the day is going to be on renewable energy policy and regulation in Telangana. May I now request our panelists for the session to kindly join us here on the dais one by one, along with the moderator, Mr. Rajiv Goyal, CEO and Whole-Time Director, Ekai Energy Services Limited, to kindly join us on the dais, Mr. Murali Surapaneni, CEO Axis Energy, to kindly join us here on the dais, Mr. A.R. Sivamuthukumar, Vice President, Business Development, Indian Energy Exchange Limited, to kindly join us on the dais, Mr. Satya Kiran Gannarapu, MD Green Tech India Limited, and may I now request our moderator of the session, Mr. Amartya Awasthi, Assistant Professor, Administrative Staff, College of India, to join us here on the dais. In this session, we'll be discussing on the impact of the government policies, incentives, and regulatory frameworks on renewable energy deployment. I request our panelists. I request our moderator of the session, Mr. Amartya Avasthi, to kindly start the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm audible behind. Show of hands. Thank you so much. Warm good morning to everyone, to all the dignitaries here, to all the esteemed panelists here. Thank you for joining. Also, of course, a warm thank you to EPS Industrial Outlook for this wonderful summit that is being organized. How I've structured this session is, we will start very briefly to touch about, your own individual organization and the role that you're playing. We'll spend about a minute each, if possible, on that. Then we'll go a little bit more deeper into Telangana, and learn more about where we are at, what can be done more, particularly from a policy levers point of view. And then we'll again touch back around, the larger sector paradigms. And we'll have some additional time, about 15 minutes or so for questions and answers, and any other bonus questions. With that, can I ask, starting off with Murliji, very briefly, you can touch about access energy, just half a minute or so, and then we'll start with the discussion prompts.
Thank you. Very good morning to everyone here. I am Murali. I am the CEO for Access Energy. Just to give you a quick introduction of what we are. We are a renewable energy company based out of Hyderabad, but with pan-India operations. We are an extended operations arm for Brookfield, one of the world's largest asset management company, who have around 1 trillion of assets under their management. And in India, we have actually formed a joint venture entity called EPS Renewables, under which we have been implementing projects. And to give you a quick update on what are the projects that we are working on, we have been doing around 2 gigawatt of projects, out of which I think around 600-700 megawatts is already commissioned in the state of Rajasthan. And these are wind, solar and solar hybrid projects, which we have won through various renewable energy implementation agencies. And recently we have announced one large investment for the state of Andhra Pradesh, where we have committed around 50,000 crores of investment towards development of renewable energy projects, once again wind and solar. And this time actually, in fact, in one of our recent bids, we have also got into battery energy storage systems, because one of our FDRE bid that we have won recently from NTPC. We have wind, solar, and we also have battery energy storage system of around 75 megawatt to meet peak demand requirements. I think unlike the general announcements that are made where investments are not grounded, we grounded the investments first, and then we went and made the announcement. I think that's all about us. Thanks for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Murliji. Kiranji, can you briefly touch about your organization?
Yeah. I'm Satya, I'm Managing Director of India Limited. We've been in the industry for about 25 years plus now. We've been a manufacturer of solar water heaters, solar panels, and we are also a EPC player with respect to, we do both in the OpEx and CapEx mode. And we have been doing basically mainly focusing on CapEx mode. Of late, we have got into the OpEx mode. We've been now we are targeting to reach about 30 megawatt of OpEx projects within this year. And we have been expanding ourselves. We are now present in UAE and Kenya also. This is a part of it.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. Now moving on to Rajivji. Rajivji, very free about IKEA, and we'll go into more pointed discussion prompts later.
Thank you. I'm Rajiv Goel, representing IKEA Power. So we are basically in the carbon fields. We have helped RE projects almost around 50,000 megawatt in the country where they were our clients. So we registered them to the carbon projects, and we got them a lot of revenues from the carbons. Although there are certain applications and maybe some kind of clouds come up where the RE projects not get this, especially the grid. They may not get the carbon benefits because of that ICBMS has come out with certain regulations. And Although I mean this industry is growing a lot, and I think now it has become a very cost prone. So I mean a lot of projects can come up. The market and EKI power trading has now come up with the month of February itself. So we are doing the power trading for the thermal parts, and on a large scale now we are going for the power contracts for the consumers and for the discoms for solar, wind, and the batteries, as Mr. Molly said. So that's what the EKI is doing.
Thank you so much, Rajesh. Muthu, on to you and about IEX. We'll go into discussion prompts about your individual initiatives like Green Permanent, short markets, but just generally about IEX for the benefit of the audience.
Thanks, Amartya. And very good morning to my fellow panelists, and good morning to all the delegates who are gathered here. So I represent Indian Energy Exchange. We are a premier energy marketplace across the country, and we operate a pan-India energy platform. And it's a good avenue for both the sellers as well as the buyers of energy to utilize the platform. As Amartya said, we are having a separate segment for green products as well as for conventional energy products. And that is something which the power distribution companies as well as the C&I consumers can utilize to optimize the power cost as well as to sell during times when there is a surplus power with them. And also it's a kind of a good platform for generators also to sell power on a merchant basis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very briefly about ASCII now. ASCII has been in the space of training senior public servants, government officers, public sector union officers, senior practicing managers for last many decades. We were set up in 1956 as an initiative by Government of India and in industry. And since then, we have trained 2 lakh plus officers, both from India and 9 plus other countries. But because we are very closely connected with the government, there was a natural ask to also support on policy research, advisory, consulting assignments. So that is something that we've also been doing. I come from the Center for Energy Studies here at ASCII. We have been leading work on electric mobility, ESG, climate tech investments, as well as innovations and technology pilots, etc. And we'll touch briefly about the analogous aspects of that. And as Ajay Mishra was mentioning, Telangana Mobility Value is another big project we've also been supporting the government and also the new updated policy that the government is attempting out. So with that in context, let us move into the heart of the discussion. I will start off with Muraliji. Muraliji, I know access has been at the forefront of renewable sector, from solar, wind, hybrid, etc. So what is the innovation that access is also doing to really grow the market in a way, because you play a frontal role in the sector?
I think in terms of innovations, I don't say it is only access innovation. As an industry, we actually started towards making renewable energy a round-the-clock source of power, unlike what it used to be. So, a plain vanilla solar, plain vanilla project doesn't really cater to the round-the-clock systems. So I think all the bits that have started coming from any of the implementing agencies are all mostly FDRE, where they expect to dispatch renewable energy like a conventional power project. And in fact, the kind of scheduling that we are doing for the green markets for sale of power also is very clear that now we will have to be more like around the clock power, and I think that's where the storage comes play. So I think with the kind of targets that we have set for ourselves as a country, 500 gigawatt by 2030, of course, which is a very ambitious target that we have set ourselves. Unless we start innovating solutions like this, I don't think things will actually start starting in place. Of course, there are other off-take mechanisms like green hydrogen fuel technologies that have been coming in play. So, which are in very initial stages. But I think the only innovation that as an industry we have started doing is we have started making it a genuine source of power as a round-the-clock source of power.
Thank you so much. I think just a follow-up question to that, with the new bids that come out. Very interesting bids, particularly for hybrid, solar plus storage. How do you see the sustainability? Do you see that is much better compared to the very low bids that came out much earlier around just pre-COVID, 2.19 and vis-a-vis the ones that have come out solar plus storage?
See, I think stepping aside from the business shoes, if I look at it as a simple consumer, I think it's better to have a source of power which is a continuous source of power. Okay. So I think when the FDRE bids are able to meet this kind of requirement, I think we should all move towards this. Yes, storage is a challenge. Storage costs are right now a challenge. While pump storage could be one of the cheapest sources of storage, but unfortunately the pump storage project execution timelines are so high that it may not meet our immediate requirements. And there are very few states which have this advantage of having pump storage. But I think moving forward as an industry, as a nation, as a country, we will have to move towards making renewable as a continuous source of supply.
Point. Particularly when you also consider, increased penetration of e-mobility, there will be need for continuous round the power. Of course, I mean, there is the larger talk about e-mobility and being a very grid adoptions, etc. But that is a little longer outlay and will take a little bit more time for that to be realized because grid codes, etc. will have to be updated. Thank you so much. Moving on to Rajiv ji. I mean, EK has been a leader in sustainability, carbon markets, and helping organizations achieve the net zero targets. So what is the role you feel EK can play, in scaling up RE markets in particular? You also started, as you were mentioning, the power trading platform, etc. Can you touch a little more deeper into that?
In terms of RE market, I generally see, because I am working on the RE side from right from 2009. There was no policy kind of net metering that time, and I personally had gone to the regulatory commission, explained them that what is the advantage to the DISCOM and what is advantage to the consumer and to the industry. And that's the way because I was working with Noida Power DISCOM that time, Noida Power Company. And we got that policy enacted in somewhere around 2009, and almost 20 megawatt of came by the time 2013. And all the projects were in the net metering. So if we go by the overall ecosystem of the RE projects, so what is basically is seen in the industry is that a way to reduce the power cost. The DISCOM looks at it as a, going out of the consumers from its belly, wherein the good consumers they are going out, they will remain with some residential and the agricultural consumers. But if we look upon the entire ecosystem, these RE projects, like if you go to the Gujarat or Rajasthan or maybe Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, in the deeper pockets of the rural areas, you will find a lot of prosperity has come because of these projects. In Rajasthan, I had gone to the Jaisalmer where there's nothing available. Now, due to this wind and the solar project, a lot of prosperity has come. So again, from the government side, they are pushing a lot for growing this RE market. But at the state level, there is some kind of opposition kind of thing, wherein a lot of projects are entered into kind of litigations also. Like in Gujarat, we have seen that policy for banking that is being challenged or interpreted in a different manner itself. Something is happening like in Telangana also, like Dr. Mishra said in the morning that in the south, if I see Telangana is somewhere, I mean, where a lot of potential is there, the solar and maybe not much of the wind, but definitely solar may come. And in the entire ecosystem we see, because we did a study from DISCOM perspective, that why there are certain consumers that are not able to pay. So difficulty is that lot of consumers in the DISCOMs, they are not having sufficient funds or the money or the employment opportunities where they can earn and they can pay the money. So when we are putting up the RE project to that rural blocks, so money goes there and they also start becoming the good consumer of the DISCOMs. So we need to see that in the regulatory provisions like Telangana has also brought up that policy, but not even a single project could be registered as now. I am saying that all the stakeholders should come onto the same platform. They should discuss it. And there are difficulties for the DISCOMs also in terms of the revenue, but state governments are also giving a lot of funds to the DISCOMs for meeting out their losses. So as far as EKI is concerned, we are giving a lot of policy insights to the regulators, to the RE project developers, and to the C&I customers. The logic is that you can see in the entire market that a lot of projects, they have come into kind of, litigation. So what happened to the thermal, story of the India? So that may happen into the RE also. So to start or to, curtail that kind of thing in the system, what we really want that all our, the clients, whether they are the C&I customer or even the DISCOM, they should be well aware and well known that what is the policy, how it is written, how it is interpreted in a different manner, and how it is being implemented at the, ground. Because what is happening that, like, if I'm giving a very small example of the banking, there is a provision of that 30% banking will be allowed to the consumer by the DISCOM for the DISCOM energy they are consuming. Now, like in Gujarat, they have interpreted that at least 30% means that you have to give us at least 30% of the energy. I mean, it's a very, innovative way of interpreting the things. The same is happening in Telangana also. Then there are some states, they are saying that energy settlement has to be on the 15-minute time block. So that is not possible at all, at 15 minutes time block. So what Mr. Murli said, that energy storage, so that is the kind of thing which is going into that system, that maybe today it is almost, 3 rupee 50 paisa kind of per unit. Tomorrow if it becomes, 1 rupee 50 paisa or like that, so that energy will become cheaper and people will start taking the thing. So our role is to sensitize the consumers, to the, DISCOMs, to the regulators, and, the developers, so that, this, this is, journey of the RE projects, so that should, keep on increasing. So that's our role.
Thank you so much, Rajaji. I think you've touched upon a point which I also wanted to ask Satyakiran. Satyakiran, you have had a lot of experience in the solar EPC space. How do you see, there can be better support from the government and the larger sector as a whole to grow the market, and albeit something that is less talked about, both on the urban side and the rural side of the market? Very briefly, if you could.
What I feel is, it's on right. The major constraint is getting onto the rural side. When we go to rural side, the grid and infra facilities are not able to support properly, because due to grid availability issues, transmission loss issues. That is one of the major challenges we are facing today. And second we are facing is the land availability, which is becoming a critical issue today for the expansion of solar across. And the third challenge, what we can see is the availability of finance at a reasonable cost. That is also one of the major challenges which you are facing. And the third and fourth point is, like, with respect to the technology and the maintenance in longer run. When the rural areas we get in rural regions, we do institutions, then that is one area, we find we need to develop skill sets accordingly, so that, address the maintenance issues properly. These are the few challenges I foresee in this. But whereas opportunity-wise, we have a lot of opportunities in this segment. Like the rooftop is now picking up very fast on the domestic segment, which is actually very good. It gives a distributed energy. It actually reduces the losses in the transmissions and all. That is one area which we are picking up very fast. The innovative models of finances are coming in. People are coming. Peer-to-peer funding is coming. Crowdfunding is coming. All the issues are also helping us. Only thing we need to take care is consistency in the policies, and the state governments or governments also have to come forward in supporting the industry. So I think that would help us around.
Thank you so much, Satyakiran. Moving on to Muthukumar Ji. I know IX has been doing a lot of work in supporting clean energy transition. Can you touch a little bit more about your Green Term Ahead Market initiative and how that is supporting this transition?
Sure. So before I get there, I'll just answer at a macro level. So green transition is something which is happening globally, and what I see is there are 4 factors which are driving the green energy transition. Like, first is the decarbonization, which many of the speakers here have highlighted. Moving into the green power, RE power, and all, decarbonization is actually happening. Second point is basically digitalization. One of the earlier speakers, Mr. Bala, I think he has very well articulated the kind of thing possible through digitalization and also the use of technologies, smart metering data, as well as other analytics. So that is also driving this energy transition. And the third point would be decentralization, like JP Shraji has already pointed out, like how Telangana story is there of solar capacity additions at the substation level. So decentralization is also driving the energy transition because we don't need huge land parcels. It can be at a smaller substation level, or it can be even at a smaller distribution transformer level. And the fourth point is basically democratization. Like anyone can participate in this energy transition. Like it's not limited to the discoms or not limited to the bigger players. Even a solar rooftop. Talking about solar rooftop, it's truly democratic. Like any consumer can put up a solar rooftop and participate in this decarbonization story. And so to say, like the state regulations are also favorable. Many of the regulatory commissions have come up with positive. Like P2P is one latest addition in the game, peer-to-peer trading. Like few states have already introduced this regulation. Like for a couple of weeks back, Karnataka electricity regulation has come out with this P2P regulation. So things are moving in the right direction. I mean to say, like energy transition is hastening up and is getting faster, and we need to be prepared to meet additional renewable loads. So now coming to the second part, we are at a level of around 200 plus gigawatts of RE currently as we speak, and we are eyeing around 500 gigawatts. So the situation is basically grid integration is going to become a challenge. Already we are seeing the market clearing price on the exchange dipping below 3 rupees or even 2 rupees during the solar hours. But at the same time, as Sir pointed out, during the peak hours, it's actually touching 10 rupees as well. In the peak hours, the evening peak hours, when the power is a shortage, when many of the state discoms have peak deficit, that time if they have approached exchange, there's a lot of demand on the exchange platform, and obviously it touches 10 rupees. So now we are talking about kind of a huge price difference in the solar hours and in the evening peak hours, non-solar hours. So that is something which is a challenge for the entire country as a whole. And we as an exchange are playing a good role in that because our point is we are supporting energy storage. Like arbitrage between the morning peak and the morning hours and the non-solar hours and the evening peak, there's a clear arbitrage of around 5 to 6 rupees. And straight away that makes it viable for arbitrage revenue, makes the storage viable for maybe pump storage or even battery energy storage. So pump storage, the feasibility calculations was done. So this kind of 6 rupees arbitrage is a great thing for them. They can straight away come in and they can use it because it's a kind of a 6-hour storage also. It's a kind of a 6 rupees arbitrage and also 6 hours of storage. So PSP is also having a good role to play in this storage. And the key point which I'm trying to say is as a country, the peak demand during the solar hours, it's pretty comfortable. Like typically peak demand is happening around 3 p.m. in the afternoon session. So that is something which is we are able to meet. But the question remains as to how we are going to meet the peak demand in the evening. So that is where I feel players like Axel and other solar energy developers who are participating in this dispatchable RE, they will be playing a good role along with the PSP and other storage technologies. And as a platform, as the name indicates, we are there to support all the storage technologies because arbitrage revenues is something which is a kind of a self-reinforcing loop. As the arbitrage is there, the storage comes in and they'll make use of that. And that is going to enhance and further the RE integration. It will solve the RE integration issues. That's my take on that.
Thank you so much, Muthukumarji. Moving on to Murliji. Murliji, Telangana, has had a significant growth in solar, for example. We have started at about 74 megawatt around 2014, prior to the bifurcation. By 2020, when the policy got expired, which had very good, slew of fiscal as well as non-fiscal incentives and benefits, it was around 3,600 plus megawatt. And today, if you see, we are already around 5,800 plus for ground-mounted and 418 plus megawatts for, rooftop. And of course, there is a little bit about floating solar potential, etc. So what do you see would be, the policy drivers at the state level that will help, basically realize the untapped potential of about 20.8 watts, which of course watts of ground mounted, rooftop, floating solar, etc. What do you think are those? So in a way, the question rightly topmost priorities for the government when they come out with the new policy.
I think I'll start with the biggest challenges, okay? Because I had the privilege of doing the first wind project. I was heading that project, which was a 100 plus megawatt project. Of course, wind didn't take off in a big way in Telangana. While the fact remains Telangana still has around 3.5 gigawatt of potential available. The reason why I start with wind is, wind is a project which requires land only on a footprint basis. It doesn't require contiguous land parcels. So today, if you want me to go and do a wind project in Telangana, is it an yes? It may be a no, because of the soaring real estate prices. And if I go back and see districts of Rangareddy, Madak, Mehboob Nagar, I'm talking about the combined district names. Now they are bifurcated into many districts. Okay, so these are all the areas which had the huge wind potential of this 3.5 or 4 gigawatt, whatever I am talking about. But today, these are all in the 100 to 150 kilometer radius of Hyderabad, where the land prices have touched an all-time high. And I think the formation of the new districts, post the formation of Telangana state, makes the land very expensive, because the real estate has actually really picked up. So now I start with this because the biggest challenge for development of solar project is availability of contiguous land parcels. Okay, in states like Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, we are actually able to get contiguous land parcels in a period of 7 to 8 months, or even 8-9 months, where we are projects. Whereas, I may sound a little pessimistic, but Telangana getting into a gigawatt scale projects on private lands may not be a big possibility. So we should actually look at a policy initiative which targets decentralized and the smaller projects. One other excellent way Telangana can promote its solar industry is starting the agri-PV solutions, agri-photovoltaics, okay? Because Telangana is the state which has higher consumption because of its agricultural pump sets, okay? And if agri-PV, which allows the farmers to coexist, because agri-PV, as in fact, I chair the National Solar Energy Federation of India, NSEFI, for the state of AP and Telangana. So we have done an extensive research study on how the agri-photovoltaics can be brought into play. And there are some good demonstration projects, including one in Telangana in Tandur. So I think identification of government lands and which are barren lands which can be set aside for development of projects is one way of doing large projects. But otherwise, you should encourage more of the smaller projects, especially regions where the real estate prices are not really high. I think the policy has to get focused on it, and if the policy doesn't address issues like this, then I don't think things would really take off.
So what I hear is decentralized is, what should be the focus, given, the challenges with contiguous land parcels, cost competitiveness of that land parcels, etc. Actually, that directly leads me to the question to Rajiv. The RE captive markets is an untapped potential as well. So RE captive markets. Okay. So how do you see that, can be supported by the state, for example, because that is also linked to what Muraliji is saying.
See, I just take 1 minute extra for, making you understand that what is the captive basically. So, it was like that under Electricity Act 1910. So, I mean, it was not possible for the state to provide electricity to the consumers. And the industries were required to provide the employment and to the boost to the economy. So what they come and they said, okay, you put up your own plant, you generate and you consume it, we will not give you any kind of burden. So that was the thing. Now when the 2003 came, so again under section 9 of the Electricity Act, so they kept this, model, and they said, they went ahead a step further. So they said that, okay, you commission your plant, you take the power, and for evacuation of that power, there is a problem that you can't, make the electricity lines from every plant to your premises. So what we are allowing you is that open access. So open access comes under section 42 of the Electricity Act. Now that was the provisions. Now, like the sir said that the green energy transition. No, if I go to a lot of discoms, because I have worked for so many years in the discom. So people in the discom, they said that these all buzzwords of energy transition, green energy, this is basically a kind of thing which is being said, but this is not like that. Why the same thing was not happening 10 years back? Because that time the solar power, they used to be some 10 rupees, 11 rupees, so the grid power was cheaper. And now because the solar panels have come down to say 12 rupees, 13 rupees kind of thing, so the immediate love has come. And because the business understand the money, no other thing they understand. So now the cost of generation is coming to some 3 rupee kind of thing, right? Now what is happening that the DISCOM, because they are losing that customer, so they have come up with a different kind of regulators and all that, billing charges, this, that, and everything. And in the billing charges also, a lot of kind of loading is being done. So that is the way a fight between the customers of the captive and the DISCOMs keeps on going in every state. Like recently, Tamil Nadu put up some 50 paisa per kWh for the wind energy generated in the state and taken out to some other place. I mean, I do not know how they will defend this policy into the courts. 50 lakhs per megawatt hour, I think. 50 lakhs per megawatt, right? Like similarly, the Karnataka has come up with the enhanced this wheeling charges by putting up some of the part of the energy is being placed into the fixed charges, and accordingly they have increased the wheeling charges. So coming to the question, basically that captive industry is having a huge potential. I think more than 30,000-40,000 megawatt can come into this market. People will get employment. Like sir said that real estate is increasing. Sir, real estate is not increasing only because of the real estate. I'm providing some 500 acres of land to a group in Punjab. The same land 2 years back, we were able to get at a lease of some around 22 to 25,000 rupees per acre. Today the deal is happening at 70,000 rupees per acre. So what the government is saying, that we want to increase the income of the farmers. So please try to understand from the business perspective also. Unless and until in this house, most of us are the middle class. So we always creep that we are earning, we are paying the highest taxes, and the government is not doing for us. But actually, a lot of money goes to that rural areas also, the poor also. And if we are able to take money to this people, so naturally that requirement will also come down, and probably that our taxes may also come down. So this RE is basically a scheme not for the only business, but for the youth of the country, where they can get good employment, for the government to get a good revenues, because if my industry is becoming competitive, so they will produce more, they will export more, they will give a lot of taxation to the country also. And similarly, the people in the villages, like you said, the agri-voltaics. I've seen in many, Punjab, many fields where this is happening actually, and that's happening on the private level, not on the government level. So the government can actually single policy at a scheduling process for each of SLDC, because there are 28, 29 SLDC, they have 20, 29 policies and 29 procedures. So if they can actually ease out the things in terms of the policies and procedures, regulations, so things will become more faster. Like the sir is saying, 7 months for some 200 acres or 300 acres of land to acquire. Why it should take more? Because it's a private land. It should happen only in 2 months of time. Similarly, putting of the plant connectivity. Connectivity is one of the biggest issues. I give you one example in UP. Bundelkhand is a place where nothing is there. A lot of poor people are there. A lot of criminals are there. So when this government of Mr. Yogi came, Mr. Yogi took that decision in meeting, because I was attending the meeting. There was no 400 kV substation, and the industry from the solar side, so they said, sir, we can put up some 20,000 megawatt of the plants if there is a 400 kV substation to evacuate that power. I do not know how technical Mr. Yogi is, but definitely he's a visionary kind of person. He said, why only one? Tomorrow the one plant, one station can go out, so plan for 2. So in that particular meeting, only 400 kV substations, 8 number of 220 kV substations. So coming back to that, Mr. Murli's thing that capital appreciation, these locations were identified, substation locations, and the land prices in those areas became 3 times. So that is the way the government can actually do that welfare to the industry, to the youth, to the farmer, and to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In fact, I just remember early this year I had gone for the Bharat Mobility Expo in Delhi, and we heard from the Maharashtra government that, as Muluji was mentioning, there is a lot of agriculture pumps here in, Telangana as well. They're doing solarization of the pumps at the government level. You're talking about, industry initiative versus government initiative. So they are looking at solarization of the pumps, and that will help, reduce a lot of burden. And then that can be, actually given to, for example, sunrise sectors like e-mobility, etc., which they can give incentivized tariff, help, also realize the clean mobility transition in a way.
Just to add here, because sir is there, what he is saying that 5 to 6 rupees of arbitration is coming between the daytime and the peak time, because we have sold power and we know that how many rupees we are selling through them only. So point here is that when the government is planning, CA has come up with the resource adequacy plans and all that. Today, there are 2 big factors for the government is safety and security of the food items and safety and security of the energy. Today, we may see that we don't have much of, shortage of energy. No. I say you fix a price of 5 rupees to the industry, and then you see what is the shortage. It's not a way that you are putting the price of, to the consumer 13 rupees and you are saying there is no shortage. No, that's a shortage. That's the economic way to, reduce the shortage. Tomorrow, EV, we are saying that EV should come. Each house, whatever electricity it is consuming, one EV car will consume. Where do you have the grid? Today, like in your Bharat Mandapam, there is a place for 25,000 the people to attend. If these 25,000 people, they come up with, say, some 5,000 cars. 5,000 cars into 30 kilowatt. No, do you have that kind of grid available there? No, you don't have the grid. So you don't have the resource adequacy. You don't have the power also. Like, sir, in that 2 rupees in the daytime, 9 rupees in the evening. But the Bharat Mandapam will consume the entire power in the daytime itself. The what kind of rates will go up in Delhi or in any other such kind of places. So point here is that we have, when we say the adequacy of the power, we should understand the day we will be able to bring the power cost to 5 rupees to the consumer, not to the DISCOM. Then only we can say what kind of level of shortages or the delta we have. Another one thing was that for like this FDRE projects you are doing. In FDRE, you have to increase the battery spaces in the future. You have to compensate the loss of solar loss of solar generation also in the projects. I'm very surprised. I had spoken at CARC also. I've spoken in many conferences also. I do not know why and how this formula of fixed tariff for 25 years come. People will be working there. They will be requiring salary hikes. Replacement cost will also go high, and there is no advantage to the consumer if you are fixing the tariff for 25 years. My opinion is that at least increase by 1 paisa per year, so that some kind of delta is available at that place. And like someone has said that 2 rupee 50 paisa or 2 rupee 60 paisa has come up. That is okay. But until and unless a business is not, or an industry is not earning the good amount of 18 to 20% IRR, why they would come up, with the same kind of, projects with so much of legality, so much of hurdles, and so much of, surprises in the system. So this 2 rupees 60 paisa also, the industry and the government, they should consider whether it is a viable and commercially feasible, tariff for 25 years, or we are developing a industry which after 5 years or 7 years will become a huge NPH, and the entire middle class has to pay for that NPH.
Thank you so much, Rajivji. I think your point also around, resource adequacy is something that is very important. That will, come up particularly with greater e-mobility penetration. We're working with various discoms on better distribution grid planning because there is both the resource adequacy side, there is the infrastructure side as well. But, on cost competitiveness, we are at about 11 or 12 minutes here. We'll spend about 7 minutes more in this, and then we'll open up for any questions from the audience. I request the audience to be ready with your questions. But, on the cost competitiveness to Satyakiran, this aspect has been less talked about now, and I think maybe the question is moot, but, around local manufacturing of cells and others, because way back in 2008, 2012 timeframe as well, there were trade wars, and then there was basically a death of the Indian market of soap particularly. And, power developers particularly want to have the freedom to be able to source from where they want, to remain cost competitive. What do you see, how do you see this, this question? And are there any policy levers that, for example, the state government can do to, help encourage local manufacturing?
What I understand is definitely we need to support the Indian ecosystem right now for cell manufacturing from the policy framework point of view. But we should also give an option for the developers to opt for the whichever the best technology available. So government can come up with a different ideas, probably local manufactured product, you give an additional incentive to promote like what they do for a government purchases. Similarly, you give then the option be there, and also there is an encouragement improve on the and efficiencies. At the same time, a lot of workforce skill development is required on the cell manufacturing part. Right now, we are not able to achieve the right kind of efficiency in the manufacturing. That is what we need to get in to reach to the, the international standards. I think that's what I feel.
I think that's the point. I started off my career actually in cell manufacturing, etc., way back in 2010. And back then, China was adding a gigawatt of manufacturing in 6 months. You can't compete with that. That becomes very difficult. Thank you so much for that point, I think. And we'll, of course, see how that pans out with government support, both at the central level as well as state government level. In fact, as Ajay Mishra sir was pointing out, in the Telangana Mobility Valley as well, on the e-mobility side, the state government is trying to attract more investment into the state across the entire value chain and ecosystem. So hopefully, the new policy that comes up, maybe the state government also looks at this and, sees if they can support. To Muthukumaji now, I know ICE has been doing a lot of work in, as we discussed around, this transition. What are your thoughts on the development of the short-term market, and what do you think role that IX can play in such a scenario?
Sure. So if you look at the short-term market as such, like we are having maybe the short-term market is around 10% of the total generation. Like in the year 23-24, around 1600 BUs was the all India generation statistics, and in 23-24 the power traded on the exchange was around 110 BUs. So we are at a level of around 10%, I would say. So now at the same time, if I were to draw parallels between the short-term markets abroad, I mean, in many of the developed countries, we are having the short-term market is ranging anywhere between 20%, it goes right up to 80%. Of course, this is short-term market is basically a function of many factors, like market construct, the policy and the regulatory drivers in each and every country could be different. But just to address that particular point, Ministry of Power had constituted a high-level committee, and they had done a kind of a assessment on the kind of short-term market size which could be possible in India, and also to address the challenge of developing the short-term market to the extent of around 25% by 2030, as per the National Electricity Plan. So they have come with certain recommendations like moving settlement from the 15-minute settlement and a various host of other factors. The point is like that is particularly possible. The short-term market up to 25% is possible. Of course, there has to be certain kind of levers in the policy and the regulatory side as well. FDRE is a good start, wherein the developers are trying to bring in various technologies, wind, solar, as well as storage. Obviously, one of the levers there is the kind of power which can be sold in the exchange as well. That is where they can also try to maybe make use of arbitrage opportunity and make commercial sense to them. And going forward, what is the exchange playing, IX also playing a very good role in the energy transition, primarily by the certificate market, REC certificate market. We are having GDAM, green day markets, green term markets, wherein the solar developers or any RE developers for that matter can sell on a merchant basis without any need of a PPA. And other trend which is coming up, and I also spoke to Murliji, like there is a corporate decarbonization trend which is catching up very fast across the country, the virtual power PPAs. And we are already seeing certain traction on that. Few high-profile VPs have been signed, like between Amazon and likes of Microsoft, Amazon, and also I think Access Energy has also done some VPPAs. So VPPA is also a good thing of having a kind of a REC is going to get at a fixed price, and then we are going to have a contract of differences. It's kind of a financial settlement, and obviously the power is going to be sold on the exchange. And at the same time, the DISCOMs will not have any big issues because the consumer is going to be staying with the DISCOM. He is going to physically consume their power itself. So the open access related and a host of other issues may not be so time consuming. That may not be, that will be solved. That is on the VPA front. Green hydrogen is another trend which is picking up, as we said in the earlier speakers touched upon. So green hydrogen needs this green power on an RTC basis, and that is something which the energy platform IEX offers. Like across the day, we are having green power available on our platform. In some blocks, clearance happens to the extent of around 600 megawatts in real-time markets, and to the extent of 10,000 megawatts also on the day-end market. So the RTC power, which is a combination of wind, solar, as well as this one, non-solar hydel, it's available on a 24-hour basis, and that can be used in a very gainful manner by the green hydrogen developers as well. So
that's interesting. So you say that, you know, the issues around open access and other things that get solved.
That could be circumvented by going in this kind of a VPPA route, because physically the consumer is going to continue to be the consumer of the DISCOM. He is going to have a RC tie-up with the RE developer, and there is going to be a contract of differences financial settlement between the developer and the consumer. So that is something which is...
Any capacity is allowed in that for VPPs, and or is it only a certain, you know, there is a, you know, cap, you know, this much at least?
As such, I haven't seen any kind of a cap which is there. Like even 100 megawatts is also been tied up, and 500 megawatts Amazon has gone in for a kind of a VPPA. If something... No restriction on that, yeah. No restriction.
So that's very interesting, because I mean, I was saying, because, you know, even charging hubs, etc., in the state are having a lot of issues around, you know, the cross-subsidy surcharges and wheeling charges, etc. With that in context, I think I thank all the panelists. I'll just open up to the audience for any questions targeted. Please, yes.
Like on the captive market, one of the biggest issue is the implementation. The implementation requires a lot of quality meters, like which can record and communicate the data as far as real-time basis. When we say as far as real-time basis means on 10-second level, the data can be sent. Another point is that once we're taking the open access, so the SLDCs, they should have the softwares, because I have not seen an SLDC as of now which are having the robust software, wherein all through the applications coming up, permissions are giving up, the scheduling happened, the RLDC has implemented the schedule, and the energy is being delivered, and that kind of entire thing can be matched onto that platform, and this energy is also built to the consumer through the revenue portal of the DISCOM. So that is again a very good and very big market for the IT industry to chip in the system and bring out a product, and product may be on a sale basis or maybe on the SaaS basis.
Maybe that is a suggestion to Balasubramanian ji who had talked, Janet sir. Thank you so much. Just opening up to the audience, any questions for the esteemed panelists? Please introduce yourself, your name, your organization, and please mention the question and to whom you're addressing the question. Anyone from the audience? Any questions? No? If no, I mean, I think I have, you have a question? Yes, please. Sir, your name, your organization, and the question, and whom you're addressing it to, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. And my name is K.S. Gandhi. I am, of course, retired from NTPC, and now I'm the Indian Institution of Plant Engineers, Telangana chapter. Of course, Telangana and AP chapter. That's the, of course, AP, we don't have any center so far. We are looking for establishing a center in AP also. Well, my straight question here for the panelists. Why don't you look at small capacity wind turbines and of course in a hybrid model. Small capacity wind turbine means it can generate at 1 kilowatt. I'm talking of only 1 kilowatt. And it can generate energy even at small wind speed, 2 meters per second. And that along with the small, wind solar panels, just 1 kilowatt solar panels, and with a small battery and a charge controller, why don't you try for this type of hybrid module for this standalone agricultural or some small use and throughout the country. That type of regulation, developers and investors can also promote that type of system.
Sir, you are rightly saying that this solar is a kind of micro thing that even a 330 or 100 watt can be generated, but that's not the product available in the market that can be done with the wind. But definitely, yes.
There are available actually, sir. 1 kilowatt of wind, even so vertical axis, conical, and all of. And in fact, in Telangana,
sir,
itself,
I think it's a feasible
innovator.
solution. If you see in Hyderabad, Jubilee Hills and Banjara, there are many residential houses which have these wind turbines that have been installed. So wind and solar hybridization is possible. Storage is one thing which nobody actually has gone into it, but I think the smaller storage solutions, if they are available, then I think home as a unit can be a self-sustainable unit.
Itself has a conical wind axis innovator. It is based on. Sir, please, your head.
I was just trying to add what has been told by him. There are 2 companies or 3-4 companies who are into what I call rooftop wind, but their cost competitiveness has to improve much. They are approximately 70 to 80% more costly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So their cost has to, and see, it's a vicious cycle. More adoption, costs may come down, but at present they are much more costly compared to rooftop solar.
Correct.
That's right.
Correct. And in fact, they meet, that small wind speed as well, requirements. Any other question? Yes, sir, please.
My name is Dr. Sandeep Chattopadhyay. I am the founder of Chandradeep Solar Research Institute. In Hyderabad, I organize international conferences in green energy, policy and finance technology. Ajay sir is my mentor. Murli ji has participated in my conference, so Venkat is like a brother. My question is to, not question, I just wanted to understand one very important point, that Goel Saab has said that formation of a policy for all states. But what I know, a long time back, Sudhir Mohanji was the advisor in the MNRE. He said electricity is a state subject. So we cannot have a unified tariff for all the states, whether it is conventional or non-conventional. So the main challenge comes when the cost. So what will be the production cost per unit, whether it is conventional or green energy, from the source of green energy, and how much the consumer is paying. So I would like to know, not from the panelist from ASCII, whether you are doing any kind of study in this direction, so that all the players who are sitting over there, they will be more motivated to invest in a larger scale in the RE sector.
So that's a very good point, sir. And we'll start on that. We have been doing a little bit more work on the EV charging tariff, guidelines that have been coming out from Ministry of Power. Particularly because if you look at, for example, the energy tariff in Telangana, for example, it's much higher as compared to other states. And then as you think about, the solar and non-solar guidelines that have come out recently for EV charging as well, that gives, a significant gap. But that's a good point. We can start working on it. We'll connect with you as well, and we'll see how we can work on this together.
Thank you.
Please. Very quickly, we will have just 1 or 2 more minutes of the question since we are running out of time. The gentleman at the end. Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah, I'm YVR Vijay. I'm ex-CEO of Suzlon Global Services Limited. You know what India needs, what industry needs today, apart from RTC power, is round the clock a fixed rate for the power also. We have to cut out that arbitrage where IEX makes its profits. Nothing against IEX, but I'm just saying industry needs a assurance on a fixed rate, on a fixed and round the clock power. Now this can be achieved, and we are seeing that storage is coming down at almost 50, halving every 4-5 years, 14-15% a year. Cost of storage is coming down. Now there is a need for getting into smaller distributed grids. Encourage people to have their own storage. Cut out that net metering where there's a big loss to the person who's generating the power. We have to encourage people to have their own microgrids, smaller grids. And for this, the government can come out with a number of policies to encourage people to have their own storage as well, and industry also. Yeah.
Thank you, Muthukumarji.
So I'll just respond to whatever challenge he has thrown. See, first of all, Mr. Reddy, like the business model of IEX, we don't make profits on the price. Okay. So we are a CRC regulated entity, and our revenues is basically trading margin of 2 paisa, and we are not bothered about the price. In fact, we would be happy if we are having a kind of a lower price because there will be higher clearance. And arbitrage is something which is a kind of a natural phenomena. Nobody can restrict it as such. That is we are seeing arbitrage because that is a reflective of what is happening in the market. Like we are having a lot of solar power generation, so a lot of solar power is coming in the morning, and evening there's a peak deficit. So that's a kind of a natural occurrence which comes, and nobody can stop it, and it's not about IEX making profits on that. That is one clarification. The thing is, IEX as a platform, we are facilitating higher offtake of RE. And that is made possible only through the arbitrage opportunity. Only when there is arbitrage, people will come in. No? Like only then it gives a signal that there is a kind of a shortage available in the market, and then the storage capacities will come in, either battery energy storage or pump storage. So that is my point. And I leave it to the other panelists to also answer, like Mr. Goyal.
We'll close with Rajesh because we are running out of time as well.
See, I mean, IEX is a platform only where the matching is happening by the seller and the buyer. I mean, it's nothing more than that. They are the fixed. As far as the profits are concerned, on the higher rates or the lower rates, I'm telling you, even the discoms, the returns are fixed. So whether the rates are high or low, I mean, they don't get anything different. As far as the fixing of the quite a long time, I mean, even the industry cannot do it. You can't tell me that I'm coming with some wind project or the solar project, and you give me the cement at this rate for 10 years. Or still at this rate. So industry keeps on, getting their data from the market, and they compute and they, put up the market into the selling price also. So that's the market-driven kind of thing. And for any power exchange or any power trader, the thing is that we are only simply matching the expectations of, your buying price and the selling price. Nothing more than that. And our profits are or our fees are absolutely fixed by the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission.
Thank you so much. Gentlemen, at the end, we'll take your question offline, please, because we are running out of time. Thank you so much to all the panelists for, the patient responses to all the prompts and the various questions of the audience. Thank you once again. I hand it over back to the MC.
Thank you so much to our panelist and our moderator. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? May I now request Shri Ajay Mishra to kindly join us here on the dais to present the mementos to our panelists.
So the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing shots, fast and then we talk slow. Come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now take my hand, stop, and the man on the jukebox, and then we start to dance. And I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now.
I would request Shri Ajay Mishra to present the memento to Mr. Rajiv Goyal. so much, sir, for taking your special time out and joining us here. To Mr. Murli Surapanini. Thank you so much, sir, for taking your precious time out and joining us here.
Blanket statements keep you warm. You never think about their harm. I am sure.
To Mr. A.R. Siva Muthukumar.
Is all from lack of conscience. 'Cause it's never meant a thing to you. You do exactly what
To
you
Mr.
want
Satya
to,
Kiran.
and the guilt will fall away.
And to our wonderful moderator of the session, Mr. Amartya Avasthi. Again, ladies and gentlemen, for such a wonderfully well-conducted session. Moving ahead, we have corporate presentation, but before that, let me ask you another quiz question. And after this question, I'll be revealing the winner of the first one that I asked. Are you all ready? Come on. Are you all ready? People at the back. Are you all ready? Okay, so can we have the second question on the screen? According to the estimates of National Institute of Solar Energy, India's solar energy capacity is estimated to be how many gigawatts? Your answers: your options, A 748, B 640, C 240, D none of the above. You have to type your answer, space, your full name, and send it to the number given down. Quickly do it. I'm giving you 30 seconds.
And the guilt will fall away.
Type the option A, B, C, or D, space, your full name, and send it to the number here. You're done? Done? Okay, so I have got winner for the first question that I asked. It is Mr. Yogesh Arya. Is he around? So please join us here on the stage, and can I have Mr. Manoj from Net Zero to kindly join us here on the dais to present after the next session, we will be revealing the winner of the second question that I asked. Quickly moving on to the next corporate presentation, may I now invite Mr. Anirudh Bhardwaj, Goodwe Regional Sales Manager, South India, to kindly join us on the dais for the corporate presentation.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anirudh Bharadwaj. I look after sales for South India for Goodwe. I'm here to deliver the corporate presentation for Goodwe. Starting off with the key figures. Goodwe is a 5,000 plus employee company. We are very much invested in the R&D. We have more than 1,000 plus employees in the R&D sector. We have 150 plus overseas employees. Looking at the sales revenue, for the past 4 to 5 years, we've grown exponentially in terms of the sales revenue. That there's a reason of this exponential growth which I was talking about. We've recently expanded for the past 4 or 5 years into multiple subsidiaries, multiple geographies, and we are able to capture regions like Europe, Australia. We've got 11 plus subsidiaries of Goodwe which works across the globe. We've got 27 plus sales and service centers across the globe. We have 4 R&D centers which I was talking about, all 4 based out of China. And we've got 3 production facilities, 2 in China and 1 in Vietnam. Moving on, this is the market share. This is what I was talking about. This happens to be one of the reasons that Goodwe is doing so well, and the number speaks for itself. We've grown exponentially in Europe, be it Germany, Netherlands, Australia, even India, Southeast Asian market, where we have a market share of averaging around 25 to 30%. And this sort of market share, capturing this sort of market share is not an easy task when you have got multiple and quality competitors in the market. Production capacity, we've got 35 gigawatt of solar inverter capacity as an annual capacity. And in terms of battery, we've got 2.1 gigawatt hour of battery production capacity. Global installation, we've got a 71.2 gigawatt of global cumulative installation base. This number, by the way, is much larger as of now. The data is of 2023 by latest. We do very good in residential and CNI sector. We've got 30.4 megawatt and 27 gigawatt in residential and CNI sector. Right in 2016-17, we've started doing energy storage as well for battery backups. We've got 5.5 gigawatt of energy storage inverters installed all across the globe. This is the product folio. Starting off with our forerunners, we've got inverters across all 3 different sectors. We've got residential inverter ranging starting from 0.7 to 30 kilowatt. We've got CNI inverters from 25 to 125 kilowatt. And then we've got utility scale inverters starting from 225 to 350 kilowatt. Apart from these 4 inverters, we also have something called as SEMS, which is like a monitoring platform, but way more than that. We've got energy storages, inverter, which are also called hybrid inverters. We've got lithium-ion batteries. And along with that, we've got EV chargers and BIPV modules. So Goodwe, in a way, presents and provides the end-to-end solution for all of your solar needs, solar requirements. I'll deep dive in the product folio a little more. This is how a standard solar solution for residential looks like. We have BIPV or regular modules on the roof. Then we have SEMS portal where anybody can track and see what's the generation going on. We've got inverter with backup, which is called energy storage system, and we've got EV chargers. So this sort of provides a complete package to the homeowner or the residential owner in terms of the entire energy sustainability and independency. Our residential on-grid inverters, they start from 0.7 kilowatt to 30 kilowatt. We have arc fault detector, AFCI, arc fault circuit interrupters, and we also have launched an MLPE inverter, which are micro inverters. They also provide rapid shutdown and DC short circuit current supply. We have residential energy storage inverters also, which are also called hybrid inverters for short. And they are starting from range from 3 to 30 kilowatt. Then we've got lithium-ion batteries. Lithium-ion batteries we provide in two different variants. One is for low voltage for single-phase inverters and high voltage for three-phase inverters. They start from 5 to 28, 30 kilowatt in terms of the residential segment. Then we have C&I offerings. From C&I offerings, we've got, this is a pic of the entire solar family for the C&I. Going deep, we've got inverters ranging from 25 kilowatt to 125 kilowatt. We have AFCI inbuilt in that as well. We provide 150% oversizing of these inverters and 15% of extra additional AC output current. Energy storage solution. So this is the energy storage solution for C&I sector. We start from 40 kilowatt and we go up to 125 kilowatt of energy storage solutions. Again, these battery backups can be stacked together and they can be added to a larger plant again. This is again energy storage inverter starting from 40 to 50 kilowatt. This comes like a standard plug-and-play device which comes along with the inverter, and you can have an inverter and a battery backup alongside. These are the BIPV offerings. BIPV offerings again come in all three segments. It comes in residential, it comes in C&I, and it comes in utility again. Starting from 110 watt hour of BIPV modules to 550 watt peak of modules as well. This is what I was talking about. It has all the safety requirements which somebody can ask for. It is enabled with AFCI technology. We have MLP, module level power electronics product, which is again in the market now, which works like a micro inverter, and they also provide rapid shutdown feature. This is our utility range of products. For utility, we have something called as SCU 3000. It's a product which works in the utility segment. For utility, in terms of the inverters, we start from 250 kilowatt and we go up to 350 kilowatt of inverters again. For utility, we have a dedicated platform called Solar OS. It works in a similar fashion of a monitoring platform, but way more. It can act as a O&M software, a SaaS software, which can provide any utility plant the detailed analysis of how the plant is generating and what can be done as a proactive measure to reduce it. I think that's it. Thank you very much for the time. I'll be available here if anybody wants to have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead with the session 2 on the accelerating renewable energy adoption, strategies for scaling solar, rooftop wind energy and green hydrogen in India. May I now invite our panelist for the same and our moderator of the session. May I request our panelists of the session to kindly join us here on the dais one by one. Mr. Bharat Singh, Director Sales, Marketing and Operations. Ningbu Day Inverter Technology, to kindly join us here on the dais. Mr. Venkat Kumar, Managing Director, Windstream Energy Technologies India Private Limited. Dr. Karuna Murthy Nithimani, Managing Director, WindPlus Private Limited. Mr. Shaibal Kasper Ghosh, Executive Director and CEO, IRE Solutions. Mr. Rahul Selvan, Green Attributes. And may I now request our moderator of the session, Colonel Yogesh Arya, Associate Director, Energy and Telecom, Rambol, India, to join us from the dais. May I request our moderator of this session to kindly commemorate the session? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are indeed thankful for the previous session, which talked about more about the regulations, policies, and Mr. Ajay Mishra for his insightful initial address. Now the topic for this thing is how to accelerate now. We have been talking. It's time for acceleration now. So I will keep the similar pattern. Basically, we'll introduce ourselves initially, and thereafter we'll look at our individual, whatever you're working in, how we can accelerate the capacity, and what's the new technologies which are coming in, and what is the way forward. So I would request Mr. Casper to start.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, respected sir, and the very, very accomplished panelists. I always get a complex, when so many people with so much hair sitting right to me, I get nervous. But nevertheless, thank you so much. And well, I represent a company called IRY Solutions. People generally call it ERI. But it's not eerie, it's not that scary. IRY means a very cliched, I remember you. And whatever we do is sustainable, green, clean, and we don't touch any project which is so-called polluting. So basically, we are into smart solutions. We work with a global footprint from Dubai, Italy, Canada, United States, and Australia. We are looking at mergers and acquisitions of stressed assets as far as renewable energy and green energy projects are concerned. We do EPC. We are also into smart solutions, looking at megawatt and gigawatt level battery storage. And of course, we are doing EV ecosystem implementation, wind, hybrid, and water and cryogenics. These are primarily the focus areas as far as we are concerned. So, like rightly mentioned, I've been in solar since 2005, and we are still discussing what we should do and what we are expected to do, and that actually pains me, being in green energy and renewable energy for such a long time. And we are still discussing a lot of stuff which we started discussing, when I was a fresher in the company or the industry. However, we have taken a step ahead, and we now want something, and we are doing, and we are ensuring that we impact the space of green and clean tech, and make sure that there is a flip from the other end other than the conventional side. Therefore, whatever solutions we bring to the table are basically very, very unique, and every aspect of the project which we do is pretty out of the box. At a later time, we'll possibly catch up and discuss all of that.
Yeah, very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Karunamurthy, Managing Director of WinPlus. I started this company after having 25 years of experience, and I'm into industry for the 3 decades. I started my wind career in 1995. Till today, I'm in wind industry only. We are into project development and construction and asset management. These are the 3 core areas of the industry. And our objective is to, committed to a greener future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all, and the chief guest. My name is Venkat Kumar Tangirala. I'm the managing director of a company called Windstream Energy Technologies. We actually manufacture the small vertical axis wind turbines and we have a technology to integrate them with solar. And our hybrid solutions start from 1 kilowatt to can extend up to a megawatt. We are a scalable and modular real hybrid solutions providing company, and we are a 100% Indian-based company where we have our plant in Hyderabad. And I'm fortunate enough to be in this industry for the past 10 years, where people have asked, why am I rotating fans in solar power, where the hybrid has come in now. I have seen the growth of the industry and maturing of this industry from not understanding and saying that the renewable energy may not be compensating, they think that energy is future. I am fortunate to be with my fellow learned panelists and intelligent crowd and look forward to a great session. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Bharat Singh. I'm a Director of Sales and Marketing in India for DEI Inverters and ESS. DEI is a manufacturing company in China, manufactures microinverters, on-grid inverters, hybrid inverters, and the lithium batteries. When it comes to our presence in India, we are from 2018, we have 10 centers spread across India for giving on-time service and reducing the timeline for that. And when it comes to the accelerating this solar thing, of the announcement of PM Surya thing, we took an initiative of manufacturing these inverters in India in 3 different locations through a partner, because being in Chinese, we can't solely come and do it. So we have the plans, maybe early next year, we will be in India manufacturing it. And DEI is known for the hybrid inverters, as he was saying about the wind. So we are hybrid inverter can be part of this wind projects also, as a wind energy can be given input to our hybrid inverters and can be used. And maybe in the upcoming talks, I'll be talking much about our products and our features. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all the delegates and my fellow panelists. I'm Rahul Selvan from Fourth Partner Energy. Fourth Partner Energy is a C&I focused renewable energy developer with active portfolio of about 2.5 gigawatt. In that 1.5 gigawatt is installed, remaining 1 gigawatt is under development. So we majorly cater into 3 business models. One is on-site rooftop solar, and second is open access solar, wind solar hybrid. Recently we started venturing into a ISTS model, where we are developing a projects under that ISTS route. With Fourth Partner as a pan-India presence, as well as we have an international presence across Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Bangladesh, and Indonesia. Happy to be part of this discussion.
Thank you all of you. So I'm from Renewable, India. Renewable is an engineering consultancy company out of Copenhagen. So it's almost in 35 countries. And we have a strategy of partner sustainable change. So we want to bring this sustainable change in everywhere. And as part of that, we are there in offshore wind, waste to energy, solar, power to X. So we provide engineering consultancy in these sectors. So we are sort of thought leaders for power to X, like green energy, green hydrogen, what we talk of, that's called as power to X there. And offshore wind, almost 70% of the offshore wind foundations have been designed by us. So we are sort of leaders there also. And waste to energy plants, the biggest plant which is coming up in Dubai, that also is being designed by us. And if you anytime go to Copenhagen, there's a waste to energy plant in City, which is used even for skiing during winters. So it's so nicely made and very clean. So that again has been designed by us. So before I hand over to the other this thing, I'll just give you background where we stand as of now. So basically, things are not so bad. 14 solar energy has just scaled up very fast, and we are almost at 87 gigawatt at the moment. And overall, about 150 gigawatt is renewable energy, And if we add another 47 of hydropower, so we are somewhere 97, 197, or you can say about 200 gigawatt, which is not bad. So basically in 2004, we were not even talking in gigawatts, we were talking in megawatts that time. And the speed with which I have seen, I had been to the Gujarat, this thing, that first mega park which had come up that time. Prime Minister was the Chief Minister of Gujarat that time. So I had seen this, so the way it has come up, it's something to be happy about. Coming to Telangana, we are sixth. We are not bad. We are at the position 6 in terms of solar energy. We have about 4.4 gigawatt, and overall we have about 5.257 renewable energy and another 2.4 of hydro. So that is about 7.7. What Sir initially brought out, we started off very fast on this thing. Initially, we were number 2, number 3, but thereafter there has been a lull. Let's see with this new government coming in how we take off, and some of the policy issues which are hindering us or whatever is there, which we'll discuss now, and how we can accelerate this, we'll discuss through this panel. So starting with wind energy, I'll ask Karunamurthy ji, what do you see, where do we stand in terms of wind energy and how we can accelerate this?
Sir, today the country's installation, as you mentioned, we are about 47 gigawatt of wind. Solar late, but they have, I think overtaken the wind. So 87 gigawatt. All and hydro we have, I think about 40 some gigawatt. So altogether we are having 195 gigawatt renewable energy. All this 195 gigawatt contributes to our energy mix. Indian mix is somewhat 22% one. Still, we are depending on thermal by 51%. As on today, in the energy mix, we are seeing the light and fan, AC and all. In this energy mix, the RE contribution from wind and solar is only 22%. Okay, so there is a target set by Government of India, that is by 2030, we want to have 140 gigawatt for wind. And for solar, it is a 280 gigawatt. I mean, we want to achieve 500 gigawatt by 2030. That is our target. Out of which, as on 21st July, we have achieved almost 195 gigawatt. 305 gigawatt, still we are lagging. See, there are, it is all in the paper, like, in the tender, everywhere it is there, it is possible, it seems possible. But action counts, execution counts. There we are facing a lot of challenges. Even every states we are having, the state-specific challenges are more. Like if you take Tamil Nadu, there are potential, but the connectivity or the evacuation system is lagging. We don't have any single megawatt evacuation left in Tamil Nadu at the STU side. The state grid side, there's no evacuation available. Similarly, if you take even Karnataka is doing good now. We have a very good IST substation, Koppal and Gadak, and power grid is doing, keep on adding capacity into it. Karnataka, yes, and followed by Rajasthan also having, now they are, extending this evacuation system over there also. There are executive challenges, I mean to say. To achieve the 305 gigawatt in another 6 years, I think now 2024 we are, so 300 gigawatt means 6 years means every year we need 50 gigawatt almost. Yeah, 50 gigawatt. So execution and action counts. And I also will put over here, there are 3 key major stakeholders of this industry. I look at, like, one is OEM, who manufacture wind turbines or solar panels, and original equipment manufacturers. Second is IPP. Here our panel is this fourth partner, they are acting as an IPP, right? So independent producers. And third is a developer, okay, who facilitate this OEM and IPPs. IPP are having the fund and other solutions. OEM, they got technology and engineering. Developer, they go to facilitate for this IPP and OEM. I mean, affiliated with the land, wind, grid, which are the three dimensions of wind energy or solar energy, whatever it is. I mean, for wind ka jaga, solar mein it is a solar radiation assessment study. So land, wind, grid. So these three have to align. There is a potential available, but at this moment we are looking there is evacuation challenges only. And altogether in India we have almost 10 lakhs 80,000 gigawatt megawatts possible to 1 meter hub height as per the NIVE and MNRE study. Out of 10.8 lakhs, Andhra and Telangana alone it is and 123,000 megawatt is possible. That much potential is there. So OEM, IPP, developer, we have to work jointly to achieve this ambitious target.
Thank you, Mr. Karnamurthy. Next question would go to Mr. Venkat. We'll look into the rooftop sector now. So he's talked about the wind. So in rooftop sector, where do we stand in terms of solar and wind? Because he specializes in small wind and solar both. So he can give his thoughts on that.
Of late, while we were in industry for the past 10 years, we initially were selling our wind as wind-supported solar systems because people only knew solar rooftops. They never thought wind can be on rooftop. So if they have to get the subsidy or something like that, we were giving it as wind-supported solar systems, like how they are inverter-supported and battery-supported. From there to having hybrid policy, this rooftop wind solar, small wind solar hybrid systems have matured in a big way. See, the challenge like availability of evacuation, all these things have pushed mini grids and microgrid solutions. If you look at the whole renewable energy landscape, now 80% on grid is being catered. Okay, the places that are not being catered are off-grid and bad grid locations where evacuation is a problem. So that is the sector where we are finding this industry really booming big, and thanks to the latest inverter technology that was able to bring these hybrid inverters, which made it very easy for us. In fact, earlier it used to be the solar inverter used to be separate, wind used to be separate, and we had challenges of only 100 kilowatt plus wind inverters. There are no small inverters, that were capturing it. So all these things, industry, technology maturing has helped us in a big way. And now, states even coming up with hybrid policies and other things is encouraging. Now, recently, this Surya Kran Yojana, they have also initiated hybrid also in the places where there is bad grid and no grid areas where dependency on this battery is more. I'll just tell the reason why hybrid has major importance in off-grid and bad grid areas. The battery, if you look at the solar radiation, it is 4 to 5 hours in a day, where the maximum power comes out in that time. But the small wind, the biggest advantage, it generates only small power, but throughout the day. So this wind acts as a trickle voltage and an opportunity charging to keep this battery voltage on for a longer time. In simple terms, if I have to say, if you charge your cell phone, if it is 100%, switch off your phone and keep it aside and switch on next day. While you did not use it, while it is kept in operation, your battery is no more 100%. It is around 70 or 60% based on the battery age. Now, for you to recharge back, for hypothetically, I'll say it takes 100 watts to charge the battery to 100%, and next day it is around 60 watts, so it takes other 40 watts to bring it to 100%. So it takes 160 watts. Now, imagine a situation, you switch on the phone and connect it to the wire, leave it. After 2 days, it's still 100%, but it does not consume so much of power. Recharging a battery takes more power than keeping the battery at float. The small wind acts as that floating voltage, or I can say trickle voltage, will give advantage. So this is now gaining more traction in off-grid and bad grid. And the places, as the efficiency of small wind is increasing, now it is also trying to compensate these rooftops as on date. And the reason that it can compensate while it generates very less is the generation of wind is exponential when compared to the arithmetic generation solar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Venkat. Now, just continuing in the same, I would request Bharat Singh ji to talk about this Pradhan Mantri Surya Yojana with this of string inverters going forward.
Yojana announced manufacturers, let it be the modules or the inverters, were happy to see 30 gigawatt and increasing of target and revenue and all. But like within a 2 months time, like we saw there was like a downfall. Earlier, yes, when there was an announcement, none of us were prepared, and there was like a huge shortage of the string inverter on the residential segment. Now, when every manufacturers have increased their pace and like having a lot of stocks due to various reasons, some policies are not up to line. So all the distributors, all the manufacturers are having a lot of stocks, which can be in total, we can say 5 gigawatt of stocks we have available in India. So, but like, yes, the policies are like getting changed, and a lot of, in PM Surya Ghar Yojana itself, they are saying 50% of the Indian content has to be there in the inverters. How we heard about the modules 2 to 3 years back. So, many players are already ready with this 50% content. Few of the tenders are also have come for the 2 gigawatt, which has to be supplied only with the 50% content, which we can name it as like a DCR inverters. So even they is supporting their partners in India, and also we are also planning to come up with it. So there is no more shortage of string inverters now for this particular project. Like we have planned, and not just 30 gigawatt, because 30 gigawatt, 1 crore house of installation is just a start. Like we have much more to come, like 3x or 5x times it might. Not only they, like other manufacturers also ready with their policies and their strategies to come up in Indian market to supply this to this project.
Yeah, thank you. If you remember, so we had this target of 40 gigawatt on rooftop and 60 on the this thing side, and we are lagging behind here. So I think so. This is a very good policy push from the Pradhan Mantri Yojana, that 30 gigawatt at one go, and like what you're saying, they're planning much more. So how do we accelerate this, basically? What are the issues which you're facing now towards this, getting this?
What is stopping now, and like what we need to accelerate is on the modules, because 30 gigawatt of modules, which is like a DCR content. So there are like module manufacturers in huge numbers in India, but when it comes to DCR cell and the DCR modules, that is like one catching point, which is like stopping. And to accelerate, yes, all the module manufacturers are coming up with their cell manufacturing in India, which maybe in the coming year we can see a huge number. And when it comes to the inverters, yes, the policies are like stopping, because out of this 30 gigawatt, 2 gigawatt policy has come with, which need to be used only the content. So, but at present, like there are no 50% or like a DCR inverters in India, which may take another 6 months time. So this 30 gigawatt, like what was planned to complete in 2 years time, which is not possible, but like it's a challenging, maybe like you can do it in 3 to 4 years of time.
Okay, so much time.
It needs, because of the DC modules, and also many more tenders are coming. 2 gigawatt is just a start for using DCR inverter 50% content. We can expect like 10 gigawatt tenders coming up, which can be executed in 3 years or 4 years time.
Okay. Now over to Rahul. So in terms of solar energy, what do you see and where we can go faster now? And as an IPP, what are the bottlenecks for you?
So we continue to see that rooftop segment will grow. Maybe we just take a step back and say like in India is a third largest energy consumer in the world. But if you again further split the India's energy consumption, 51% of the energy consumption comes from this commercial and industrial customers. But again, one more step back, if we again look back, how much percentage of that is being offset by renewable is 5 to 6%. So there is a lot of headroom for all the developers to add more capacity so that the C&I customer can be like serviced. So the reason why I'm stressing upon the C&I customer is two reasons. One, lot of companies in India had signed up for the science-based targets, RE100 compliances. It's no longer a compliance mechanism, or they don't want to just report it in their annual reports. Now it become a boardroom conversation where each and every customers or C&Is, they wanted to have a roadmap how they can reach 100% renewable. I echo Mr. Venkat's thoughts on how to integrate solar and wind together. Basically, earlier times, all the customers would think about how we can add a solar to my rooftop, how we can save direct savings into my electricity bills. So that would help them to reach 20% of their consumption. So then they moved away and said like, can I start thinking about having a large scale open access solar parks? So that would take them to another 40% of their energy consumption. Now they've again moved into new avenue where they started saying like, can we go ahead and achieve 70% CF by combining wind? Now that's the major topics where everybody wants a round the clock power, because they don't want a power for a 4-hour period or 6-hour period. And again, one more step is, okay, we have reached 70% of my total energy consumption. How can I fill the gap? So two ways you can do: by introducing storage systems that would take them to like 80-90%. But there is always a residual which cannot be fulfilled with any other technologies. So that's the time people go for a renewable energy certificates or carbon credits to fill the gap. To answer your questions on solar adoption, how we can accelerate that. So the major thing that's happening in the industry is like what we have started noticing is, though there is a slight dip in the rooftop segment, but people still started adopting rooftop solar under the capex mode, because they started seeing the benefits. It's all well tested and proven model. And instead of like earlier, they always go for a OPEX model where they would want the developer to like invest the entire money. Now, from the last year onwards, now they were all very clear like, okay, I have a capital, I know what is the payback period. So now we will go ahead with the capex route. So rooftop segment is still growing, but we started seeing that there is a major chunk is moving towards the capex route in the recent times. And coming to open access solar, in the earlier panel also they mentioned about the developmental activities and the project construction, which is still a major factors. Though there are certain government regulations have recently come up. One I would quote, which is the Green Open Access regulations, which kind of opened up a new boundaries for the developers to start offering a more renewable energy capacity. In this case, like I can start offering more solar capacity to the customers whose contract load is 100 kilowatt. In earlier times, they wouldn't be eligible for it. So now that's creating a new opportunity, but again, the major constraints remains same, which is the project construction, getting the land availability, getting the grid connectivity. But these are the two major concerns which still continue to be there. There are quite a few ways where we are trying to resolve it, creating a land banks, and instead of not going for a larger capacity, we are kind of breaking it into a smaller capacity, saying like 50 megawatt, 100 megawatt, and then it's easy to execute a project, because for a 50 to 100 megawatt, you don't need a more than 300, 400 acres of continuous land parcels. So that's one way we are trying to de-risk the projects. So another reason would be getting the right grid connectivity, which is still I would say it's still a rare resource, which is very rare commodity which is available in the market. Not everybody is getting their hands around the connectivity. But I think with the new GR policies, everything, I think in the upcoming times, a lot of connectivity would become available in the market.
Thank you. Thank you, Rahul. Before I go to Casper, I just want to ask, how many of you got an iPhone or a folding phone? Huh? Or a folding phone which costs about ₹1,00,000? Most of us have that. Did you go for the ROI and all those criteria when you were buying that? But when we have to put a solar plant, we are looking at ROI. It is 8 years, 9 years. No, I will not put. Can people raise their hands? How many of you have rooftop solar on your house or your flats? How many? 4. Myself, 5. 6. That's all. So it starts with us. We'll keep talking, and it will continue. Like in my society, after I have put, now 10 more people have put, seeing me. Okay. Though it are flats, but luckily we are just 3 floors flats, so we could we have sufficient space on the roof. And we have put almost 20-30 kilowatts, which is nothing, but it has to start somewhere. It has to start somewhere. So now I'll ask Casper to just bring out. He's an expert. When I saw his resume, I was zoom. He's done so much. And something new technology I would like to ask him to talk about, especially the green hydrogen.
Okay. So, the point which you touched just now, the rooftop, I mean, when we go to sell, or when we used to go and sell rooftops, the kind of negotiations, or for that matter, ground-mounted solar EPC projects, the kind of negotiations and the kind of nuts, bolts, screws which are discussed, it is absolutely mind-blowing, and sometimes, I used to feel so frustrated that, we are trying to do something good for the country and for the company, using his CSR funds, trying to save money for him. And he, the customer, tries to ensure that we are on negative, So it is mind-blowing, absolutely. It is an experience in itself. Rooftop, another thing, I'd like to mention is that, there's some connection to the cultures of the country as well. What happens is, we actually use rooftops. The ladies in the house and the children, they actually play. And, so there'll be food items, which will be, under the sun. And so there is always a discussion inside the family, when you discuss putting a rooftop, as to how much of the roof should be used, and obviously they're not lavish, so there is a constraint for the rooftop, part also. So there is a constraint there as well. It goes with the culture. As far as the aspects of new technology, let me say that whatever we look at as a team, it is not actually working in silos. We don't look at just wind or renewable energy or battery storage or hydro or tidal. We will look at every scenario, from a sustainability point of view, as to how and what is the best scenario for that particular project. And it is what are, I'll give you a small example. We are looking at a 200-kilometer highway in Maharashtra, where the entire highway is a green highway, in the sense that there is, of course, adoption for EV is, although I am ex-Tesla, I was the CEO Asia Pacific till recently. I am not a fan of lithium ion, and I have said it
many times. And I was so impressed by what Mr. Raj was mentioning, that our grid doesn't have that surplus in energy. And even he was mentioning about a particular address. If we look at our own locality and we just request or want or have a consensus that we'll adopt EV and we'll do something for the country, and the entire locality where you live, overnight comes into all electric cars, there's no way it can sustain. The grid doesn't sustain. The last mile is where the challenge is. In fact, in every aspect we have been talking since morning, the last mile is the challenge. And even if you look at, so I'll keep jumping. If there's new technology, I'll keep jumping. So my request is just kind of keep the picture rolling. The issue is, if we don't have substations in the, land parcel which has been selected, you will have to say no to it, howsoever robust that particular land parcel is. And we will have to go to a more expensive land parcel, and, we'll have to see the kind of money we are, trying to save on the substation, because the customer is going to push you to keep minimum, zero profits technically, although it's not like that. However, that is what we try to push, get either solar or wind or any of the new technologies we are talking about. You Google and you get, a large part of the pricing right in front of you, whether you are a professional expert or not. So, even for the procurement, if you talk to Reliance, these guys will go for every nut bolt and what is the kind of pricing at which you are procuring, and then they will do their Excel sheet and present it to you. So my point is that, everything is, available. We make money. So, there again, I'll go back to what Rajiv was saying, that, we are here to make some money. The point is, if we are looking at new technologies, we are at a point where many aspects of new tech is under development. We cannot say with a lot of force that this is the future. I'll give you another small example here. If you look at solar, we are very proud renewable energy guys. I think, whosoever is in the renewable energy is little mad. And we have all been there, in spite of getting bashed up, all our life. And we enjoy it. Imagine one scenario. When we started, I think it was 8% efficiency. After so many, we go to any of the booths behind and you see the number of cut cell, bifacial, this, that, there's 20 points put into that particular panel of 550, 560, 600, whatever. And the efficiency is 22.5. Maximum is 25 maybe. I think Sanyo has a panel which is 24, 25. 75 still to go. We are in solar for last 30 years. And we are struggling on a day-to-day basis for that 0.5%. So when I was president with Vikram Solar and Wadi, believe me, I have been, I was operating from abroad, so I went to the Fraunhofer Institute and I asked these guys, I will actually bribe you. Please give me some formulation or a component which is beyond silicon, which will give me 1% more than my competition. This has happened. This is real life, I'm telling you. I'm not shy to say this, okay? And the guy couldn't give me a solution. So now the point is that is silicon the future? Why are we not asking these questions to ourselves, okay? Where we were looking at thin film with gallium and we know the toxicity and how it, just crashed. Fine. However, what is the new tech which we are looking at? What IIT is doing about it? Are we doing anything about it? Okay. Lithium batteries, I think 88% of the lithium reserves are under Chinese control. Do we want to play that game? So when we talk about, battery storage, of course, we have the solutions from Tesla, okay, on battery storage at megawatt level. We don't do anything under 1 megawatt. Now the point is lithium, I am not comfortable with a megawatt, of battery storage on lithium ion. What have we done? We have gone to Amaron, we have gone to Montbat, and we have developed lead acid batteries as far as battery storage is concerned. Make in India, okay? So for every aspect, if you look at green hydrogen, I mean, green hydrogen, why do we mention green hydrogen? Because it is gray hydrogen, basically what we get. Green hydrogen is expensive. How many people can afford green hydrogen today? What we have done over there is, when you look at the electrolyzers, the 60% of the cost of that expensive hydrogen is transportation of the hydrogen. See, we have to deep dive in everything, discussing certain things at a superficial level. Every aspect has to be deep dived. So 60% of the cost is just transportation. So what was our solution? We take the electrolyzer, take it to the place and, manufacture hydrogen over there and fill it up. And that, container, so it's container based. So we move the container. So it is kind of, I mean, of course there is AI, there is so many things, but we are human beings, so I'm old school. I feel that we have more capability than AI and, we can beat AI currently. Soon maybe they will beat us. However, we have to sit down and get our solutions, and today we are in a global village. There are political boundaries. However, when you move around in the world, you can reach out to anybody at any point in time, get onto your virtual call and get a tie-up. And we can work out solutions. So whatever we do, so we were talking about land just now, that Telangana has a problem. Why Telangana? I mean, India, there is a problem in land. And so we are a part of the Musi River project, okay? Now what happens is there is a 40-kilometer stretch with 50 meters on both sides of the bank, which is free. So the first question I was asked that, okay, if you have to get into the water purification of the Musi River, what is the depth of the river you want? I said, we don't want anything. We don't want a depth. There are outlets which are coming. We are going to put any generators in the pipes which are, spewing the water. And we will put mini tidal on the side. And very rightly again, I am constantly referring to what Rajiv was mentioning, agro-solar on the side. And that's a 40-kilometer stretch on two sides. How much more land do we need? That's gigawatt. Therefore, the entire ecosystem, so I got the Pride of India Award in 2012, 4th of January. Why? Because the first, canal in Rajasthan where there was solar on top of the canal, was put in place, and the environmental guys put up such a hue and cry that, this is going to be really bad. Somehow, MNRE agreed and we continued, and I got an award, that's fine. However, that is one of the case studies now. Absolutely. So, the fish, the flora, everything, became so much more better. And therefore, this 40-kilometer stretch, what will happen is, because, so a part of our organization is, with a very large, so we hold 51% of a water management company in United States. So we have brought in that technology, which is patented. So now what happens is, the water is completely odorless. That is the plan. We are discussing the Musi River. So now, therefore, what happens, 40-kilometer, not only solar, then there is going to be electric vehicle ecosystem, and you can develop condominiums. So a place where people never wanted to live, until unless it is government housing for low cost, it is going to be condominiums now. So it is about how we look at technology and contain all of that and bring up solutions which will take us to the next level, okay? Now, if we look at, say, logistics, so there was, so when we were looking for, land for setting up Tesla factory, which is all history now, so we were at Chakan. So Mrs. Jejurikar and Anand Mahindra, they were showing me around, in the Mahindra factory. And I did not see any manufacturing line with any electric cars. I said, that is something I want to see. He said that we don't have a line, okay? because that is a marketing ploy, and we are not going to invest till we are sure that there is going to be a market for EVs. Okay? But what he said was amazing, that in 4 to 5 years' time, I'm going to deliver cars on drones. So there is an entire team who's writing the drone policy of India, and there are drone pilots who are being trained by the Indian Air Force. Now, imagine corridors where drones are going to fly in a couple of years' time. And what are those batteries in it? If that battery fails, can you imagine what is going to happen to us sitting in an auditorium like this, and if it falls with a car? I'm not trying to scare you, but that is how the world is moving ahead. So we have to look at 2030, 2050, 2070. And whatever decisions we take today is going to impact our future and our children. That is how we are going, that is why we are here. And that is the reason why we sit down and discuss technology. So, I can go on and on, okay? So thank you so much. Back to Colonel.
Thank you, Casper, so much for your very insightful talk on this. And since we are running out of time, so I will try and give out a few things which are very close to me, and we can go for the question round with the audience. Basically, what all of us are looking at is sustainability, basically. It's whole thing boils down to sustainability, and we have only one Earth. We don't have 2, 3 years of Mars or anywhere to go to. So we have to consume very carefully. We are talking of circular economy, but that will also not suffice. I believe in something sufficiency-based circular economy, wherein we think how we are using our resources. Then we reduce our consumption. Basically, reduce our consumption is reuse or whatever we are doing. And the last one is refuse. Okay. How many of us buy the products on Amazon sale when he's giving 60% discount, 50% discount, even if you don't require? All of us do that. I would request all of you not to get that's what is future, what I'm talking of, refuse. The seller will say, don't buy. Okay, we are following the US policies and all those things where the graph always has to go up. We have to change our thought process, because Earth is only one, and we have to be worried about the next generations. We have lived our life, but others, we have to take care for them. So we have to leave a better Earth for all of them. With this, I would open questions to the audience. Any questions from your side? Yeah, please.
Yeah, the sun gives us 2 forms of energy. We are all focused on the photovoltaic aspect. There's a huge, we are ignoring the potential of the heat that the sun gives. I'm helping a certain lady, Energy Guru, you may have heard of her. She makes solar dryers, and it transforms the lives of farmers. We are selling these solar dryers to farmers who manufacture apples and apricots, etc. in Himachal Pradesh. Their income has gone up by 5 to 6x.
You're talking about Charu?
Yeah.
Charu Sharma?
No, I'm talking of Geetanjali, Energy Guru. There is huge scope of using solar heat concentrators for industrial heating. There is huge scope of using this for your desalination plants. So we need to look at this aspect of solar. It's also a renewable energy, it's heat if you use it, and see how we can maximize this portion. And it is easier, there are less problems of the grid, etc. So we have to look at this aspect also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? just adding to what Sir was saying, there's another thought process which is going on, though it is not taken as a holy cow, it's basically the nuclear. So in the sun, it is all fusion there. Everything is fusion there, and it is lasting for so many years, and it will last for so many years. So why there is a lot of research now going on for fusion energy at a small scale, instead of going for a big scale. And even Prime Minister has talked about this in the Independence Day speech. So that is something else other than solar, wind, and other forms of energy like geothermal and other things. So that is one thing which we should be working on. And we have a lot of brains here. He has been to US, he was a brain from our side. So we have a lot of brain, and we have to create facilities for them. So that's one thing which the governments have to do that, and it is happening. I would say our IITs and our IISCs are doing a lot of great job, and a lot of collaboration is taking place there. Our DRDO is also working on that. So we are going to be the superpower by 2047, so that is for sure, and we should be looking towards that a much better way. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's join our hands together for a wonderfully conducted session. Thanks to the moderator and the panelists. May I now request Shri Ajay Mishra to kindly join us here on the dais for the memento presentation to our speakers, one by one as I take the names. Mr. Bharat Singh. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Mr. Venkat Kumar. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Dr. Karuna Murthy. Mr. Shaibal Ghosh. Mr. Rahul Selvan. And to our moderator of the session, Colonel Yogesh Arya. May I now request all the panelists for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, before the lunch break, we have a quick presentation. May I now request Mr. Kapa Prabhakar Reddy from Yes Bank Limited, Senior Vice President, Regional Program Manager, to kindly join us here on the dais for the presentation.
It's not required. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here today as a finance partner from Yes Bank at EPS Meet. I am Prabhakar Reddy, the regional head for the South and East regions of India. I am taking care of MSME corporate banking and lending. So, in today's evolving market, we understand that businesses, particularly in the MSME sector, need innovative and flexible financial solutions to stay competitive and grow. So at Yes Bank, our goal is to provide financial tools for the MSMEs, whether it's expanding operations, streamlining working capital, or entering new markets like global markets. So throughout my presentation today, I will be highlighting a range of corporate banking and lending solutions to the MSMEs like yours. We offer a variety of corporate banking and lending products, including working capital, trade finance, supply chain solutions, and healthcare and equipment business finance, and solar finance solutions. So it's all we are aimed at ensuring you have access to the capital you need at every step. So we also provide a mix of fund-based and non-fund-based solutions, including our surrogate and non-surrogate lending programs, like CGTMSC, S-Kiran, S-Strike, S-Spark, each tailored to address the unique needs of MSMEs. We also, for businesses engaged in global trade, our offerings covers interest equalization schemes, foreign currency term loans, and factorings. Additionally, we offer support for importers also with the LCs, SBLCs, and WCDL in foreign currencies. And as rapidly moves towards digitalization, Yes Bank is ahead towards the Yes Bank is committed to staying ahead with our Simply Digital applications alongside our S Transaction digital applications for trade, forex, and finance, helping businesses manage transactions effortlessly in the fast-paced environment. These are the areas I will cover in detail through the PPT. Let's dive into the presentation now. So coming to the business dynamics of the SME, where our Yes Bank coverage. So geography we have covered across the India with a covering 700 plus brick and mortar branches, 25 Indian states and union territories, 150 plus cities everywhere. So we are the product digital offering is surrogate programs, assessment without financials. So surrogate program we do only with the GST or a bank with the bank statements. Without any financials up to 3 crores we are able to fund. And digital lending platform, which is on the digital way we are funding it. On the immediate basis, we can sanction the in-principle offers, which is about to coming soon. And scorecard-based lending up to 7.5 crores, we are doing it. The manpower strength, strong support technology, we are holding this. So the fund-based and non-fund-based, the products are, like fund-based, we cover cash credit, overdraft, working capital, demand loan, WCDL, drop line OD, bill discounting, pre-shipment, post-shipment finance, loan against import, term loan, supply chain finance. Everything will be covering under fund-based, non-fund-based under LC, letter of credit, bank guarantee, buyers or suppliers credit. So these are the surrogate and non-surrogate programs. So when I say surrogate program, without any financials, just with a 12 months bank statement and GST returns. So we can fund minimum from 10 lakhs to maximum up to 3 crores. It is a flexible collateral requirement, quick assessment. Within the 10 to 15 days, we can fund this under surrogate program. Interest will be charged in proportion to limit being utilized, not for the entire limit. It is with the proportion to limit being utilized. So wide range of working capital facilities will be provided under surrogate program.
When it is a non-surrogate program, it is a normal working capital where we look into last 2 years audited financials along with 6 months banking and GST returns. The minimum ticket size would be 10 lakhs, maximum up to 7.5 crores. So it will be a turnover-based lending approach. Whatever be the turnover company is doing, 20 to 30% of the turnover will be funding. All the working capital facilities, including cash credit, OD, bank guarantee, LC, term loans, export-import lending, everything will be providing under non-surrogate. So only the thing is surrogate is a very easy, only with the GST returns and bank statement, we can fund up to maximum 3 crores without any financials. This is the product we are providing. So this is again CGTMSE without any collateral we are providing up to 5 crores. So just with the last 2 years audited financials along with the 6 months banking and GST returns, there would be no collateral required under CGTMSE, minimum from 10 lakhs to 5 crores. So it is the company should be mandatorily registered under MSME. And all funds and non-fund facilities will be covered under CGTMSE, CC, OD, working capitals, even LC limits, BG limits, we are be providing under the CGTMSE. So it is without any collateral, we can provide up to 5 crores, and there will be a special concession for women entrepreneurs. There is a special product for which is called S-Kiran for solar. So this is especially provided for the solar customers where the eligibility you can see here. So existing and prospective MSME and business manufacturing units having requirement for installing solar rooftop or ground mounted projects for captive use. This is the eligibility we are funding the S-Kiran for solar customers. The only requirement is civil MSME rank or CMR ranking should be between 1 and 7 to eligible for S-Kiran term loan. This is specially created for the solar customers. So post installation of solar rooftop or ground mounted electricity costs, it will save us our at least the monthly repayment obligations and additional tax benefits by way of depreciation expense. This is for the solar customers. So this is one more S-Strike product. This is a unique product from Yes Bank, where we will deliver up to 5 crores limit. It is an unsecured lending. So without any collateral, we will be funding up to 5 crores to a company. The company should be minimum 50 crores turnover company, more than 50 crores and less than 250 crores turnover company. So we can lend them up to 5 crores. Even if the customer is holding limits somewhere, they are having limits with some other banks, we can lend them up to 20% of the existing limits, maximum up to 5 crores, or either 20% of the existing limits from other banks. The only thing is that they should have the turnover of more than 50 crores and less than 250 crores. It is within a 15 to 20 days without any collateral. Based on that turnover approach, we are funding up to 5 crores. Another one is a startup funding, which is also an unsecured funding, where customers who are coming up with new ideas, startup ideas, they are starting a company. So we are lending up to max INR, this is also 5 crores. But companies should have a vintage of 2 years and they should be into profit revenue generating. It should not be cash burning, only it should be a revenue generating and a business vintage of minimum 2 years. We are funding up to 5 crores without any collateral or security. It is also an unsecured lending. So the startup has to be registered with the incubators or a DPIIT startup. Under startup, they have to be registered mandatorily. It is a mandatory registration with the DPIIT. So the product offerings under global customers which are into exports. So export finances, we are giving pre-shipment finance, post-shipment finance. In pre-shipment, also post-shipment also we are funding in INR and foreign currency. And in the post-shipment, we are also doing LC bill discounting and confirmations, and we are also providing factoring services. Factoring is mainly, so this is an interest equalization scheme under for the exports. We will be giving benefit of 3% per annum for manufacturers, 2% per annum for traders under the 410 tariff lines. There are tariff lines who comes under this tariff lines. We are providing this 3% for the manufacturers, 2% for traders. So this it is available on the pre-shipment and post-shipment export credit in INR. Equalization will be benefit will be passed on to the customer upfront. It is not like after utilization, upfront will be providing. Client would be required to submit a UIN, self-declaration and caste certificate to avail this benefit. So for all the exporters who are coming under tariff lines, and there should be an MSME. So these benefits will be passed on to the exporters, 3% for manufacturers, 2% for the traders. Yes, we are also providing foreign currency term loans. So term loan which we are taking in India, INR is interest rates are little high. So when we are taking on a term foreign currency, the interest rate will be very less. So the this FCTL will be provided only to the exporters. So as a regular export who will be getting regular inward remittances, we will be providing them term loan EMIs in foreign currency. It will be directly debited from your EFC account. So there is a no conversion. Whenever you get an inward remittance, you settle in, you will park in EFC. We will direct debit the EMIs from your EFC accounts. This is a factoring. So normally, if you are doing an LC, all the banks will discount the LCs. But it is a factoring where we discount the invoices without any LC. You have factoring is a you are supplying to the foreign buyer, and the foreign buyer is giving you the time of 90 days usance period. Your buyer is going to make the payment on a 90 days, but there is no LC. So we can discount the invoices without any collateral or a security. Just by purchasing your invoice, and we will collect the amount from your buyer after 90 days. We just take the confirmation from the buyer that your buyer is going to make the payment on the 90 days. So there is no collateral or security required for the factoring. For the importers, import finance liability, we are doing advance import payments and direct import payments on the liability side. When it comes to lending, we are also providing non-fund based and fund based. On the non-fund based, LC usance, LC site, we are providing letter of credit with suppliers credit, RA financing, SBLCs, BGs, WCDL foreign currency for importers. And fund based, we are providing loan against imports. These are the digital applications for the corporate customers, where they need not to have anything physical. They can everything operate on the mobile or internet banking. So MSME app, corporate net banking, payment gateways, POS, everything on a digital way they can do it. So this again, this is on a trade on net, where all the trade transactions also you can check over the trade on net itself. Even whether it is a pre-shipment finance, post-shipment finance, what are the limits it is available, or IDPMS, what are the bill of entries are pending, letter issuance, bank guarantee issuance, bill acceptance, everything is available over the online itself on the net banking. Trade on net is similar to the net banking. It's a corporate net banking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're moving ahead for the lunch break. But before that, let me ask another quick question, and I will also reveal the winner of the second question that I asked. Okay, so can I have the question on the screen, please? So the third question is, by which year has the government decided to improve the share of green energy and work on reducing carbon emissions? Was it the year 2025, B 2032, C 2030, or D 2050? By now, you all know what you have to do. Quickly send a message on the number with the option, right option that you think it is right, and space your full name and send it to the number given on the screen. I'm giving you 15 seconds to do that, and then we'll move ahead. Done? Keep trying. Are we done? Okay. So for the second question, the winner is Dr. Karuna Murthy. Please join us here on the stage. So the one who sent the right message and first come first basis, yes, is the winner. So I would now request Mr. Hari Bala from Janitsa Electronics to kindly join us on the dais to present a gift to the winner. Do we have Mr. Hari Bala? Mr. Sunil Sirsat? Yes, sir. And those who have missed the opportunity to take part in the quiz, we have 3 more questions left that we will be doing post lunch. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking 45 minutes of lunch break. Thank you.
Innovation. With a legacy spanning over 25 years in the solar industry, Gautam Solar proudly ranks among India's top 10 solar module manufacturers. With 4 state-of-the-art manufacturing units, we produce quality solar panels that have become a symbol of trust and sustainability. What sets us apart is our commitment to crafting high-quality solar panels. At the heart of our operations lies our state-of-the-art, fully automated production line with top-of-the-line machines and the latest technology.
and the latest N-type TopCon innovation. Our fully automated machines equipped with auto bussing, auto glass loading, NDC cutting, auto framing, and auto sorting capabilities ensure precision while eliminating any potential. All our processes are controlled and standardized. Backed by a team of more than 300 skilled individuals, we boast a robust production capacity of 600 megawatt per annum. At Novasys, we believe in strong bonds of trust and integrity. Our customer-centric services from production to after-sales are fortified by comprehensive standard warranties, providing you with a sense of tranquility. Now let's talk about our products. The Alpha Plus series, multi-bus bars, M10 mono-PERC half-cut modules, all are with high output, reliability, outstanding low-light performance and a 25-year linear output power warranty. It is perfect for commercial, residential, industrial. In the heart of India lies a beacon of innovation and sustainability. Welcome to Novasys, the pioneering force in solar technology. Our pursuit of excellence led us to
Welcome to the world of Gautam Solar, where the brilliance of sun meets innovation. With a legacy spanning over 25 years in the solar industry, Gautam Solar proudly ranks among India's top 10 solar module manufacturers. With 4 state-of-the-art manufacturing units, we produce quality solar panels that have become a symbol of trust and sustainability. What sets us apart is our commitment to crafting high-quality solar panels. At the heart of our operations lies our state-of-the-art, fully automated production line with top-of-the-line machines and the latest technology. Our commitment to innovation doesn't stop there. We're proud of our R&D, which has secured us patents and IPRs for groundbreaking innovations in solar module manufacturing. Trust is at the core of everything we do, and we are certified as per global standards. Our solar modules are BIS and ALMM approved for India and certified according to UL and IEC standards for US and Europe. We use grade A raw materials and rigorous quality checks to ensure that Gautam solar modules withstand a 25-year warranty. Our commitment to excellence hasn't gone unnoticed. We've been recognized as thought leaders in the solar industry by reputed media publications. We're now taking a significant step forward by expanding our solar manufacturing capacity to an impressive 2 gigawatts. This achievement reinforces our position as industry leaders in harnessing the power of the sun. Ready to embark on your solar journey? Partner with Gautam Solar and be a part of the solar revolution. Welcome to the world of Gautam Solar, where the brilliance of sun meets innovation. With a legacy spanning over 25 years in the solar industry, Gautam Solar proudly ranks among India's top 10 solar module manufacturers. With 4 state-of-the-art manufacturing units, we produce quality solar panels that have become a symbol of trust and sustainability. What sets us apart is our commitment to crafting high-quality solar panels. At the heart of our operations lies our state-of-the-art, fully automated production line with top-of-the-line machines and the latest technology. Our commitment to innovation doesn't stop there. We're proud of our R&D, which has secured us patents and IPRs for groundbreaking innovations in solar module manufacturing. Trust is at the core of everything we do, and we are certified as per global standards. Our solar modules are BIS and ALMM approved for India and certified according to UL and IEC standards for US and Europe. We use grade A raw materials and rigorous quality checks to ensure that Gautam solar modules withstand a 25-year warranty. Our commitment to excellence hasn't gone unnoticed. We've been recognized as thought leaders in the solar industry by reputed media publications. We're now taking a significant step forward by expanding our solar manufacturing capacity to an impressive 2 gigawatts. This achievement reinforces our position as industry leaders in harnessing the power of the sun. Ready to embark on your solar journey? Partner with Gautam Solar and be a part of the solar revolution. Welcome to the world of Gautam Solar, where the brilliance of sun meets innovation. With a legacy spanning over 25 years in the solar industry, Gautam Solar proudly ranks among India's top 10 solar module manufacturers. With 4 state-of-the-art manufacturing units, we produce quality solar panels that have become a symbol of trust and sustainability. What sets us apart is our commitment to crafting high-quality solar panels. At the heart of our operations lies our state-of-the-art, fully automated production line with top-of-the-line machines and the latest technology. Our commitment to innovation doesn't stop there. We're proud of our R&D, which has secured us patents and IPRs for groundbreaking innovations in solar module manufacturing. Trust is at the core of everything we do, and we are certified as per global standards. Our solar modules are BIS and ALMM approved for India and certified according to UL and IEC standards for US and Europe. We use grade A raw materials and rigorous quality checks to ensure that Gautam solar modules withstand a 25-year warranty. Our commitment to excellence hasn't gone unnoticed. We've been recognized as thought leaders in the solar industry by reputed media publications. We're now taking a significant step forward by expanding our solar manufacturing capacity to an impressive 2 gigawatts. This achievement reinforces our position as industry leaders in harnessing the power of the sun. Ready to embark on your solar journey? Partner with Gautam Solar and be a part of the solar revolution. Welcome to the world of Gautam Solar, where the brilliance of sun meets innovation. With a legacy spanning over 25 years in the solar industry, Gautam Solar proudly ranks among India's top 10 solar module manufacturers. With 4 state-of-the-art manufacturing units, we produce quality solar panels that have become a symbol of trust and sustainability. What sets us apart is our commitment to crafting high-quality solar panels. At the heart of our operations lies our state-of-the-art, fully automated production line with top-of-the-line machines and the latest technology. Our commitment to innovation doesn't stop there. We're proud of our R&D, which has secured us patents and IPRs for groundbreaking innovations in solar module manufacturing. Trust is at the core of everything we do, and we are certified as per global standards. Our solar modules are BIS and ALMM approved for India and certified according to UL and IEC standards for US and Europe. We use grade A raw materials and rigorous quality checks to ensure that Gautam solar modules withstand a 25-year warranty. Our commitment to excellence hasn't gone unnoticed. We've been recognized as thought leaders in the solar industry by reputed media publications. We're now taking a significant step forward by expanding our solar manufacturing capacity to an impressive 2 gigawatts. This achievement reinforces our position as industry leaders in harnessing the power of the sun. Ready to embark on your solar journey? Partner with Gautam Solar and be a part of the solar revolution. Welcome to the world of Gautam Solar, where the brilliance of sun meets innovation. With a legacy spanning over 25 years in the solar industry, Gautam Solar proudly ranks among India's top 10 solar module manufacturers. With 4 state-of-the-art manufacturing units, we produce quality solar panels that have become a symbol of trust and sustainability. What sets us apart is our commitment to crafting high-quality solar panels. At the heart of our operations lies our state-of-the-art, fully automated production line with top-of-the-line machines and the latest technology. Our commitment to innovation doesn't stop there. We're proud of our R&D, which has secured us patents and IPRs for groundbreaking innovations in solar module manufacturing. Trust is at the core of everything we do, and we are certified as per global standards. Our solar modules are BIS and ALMM approved for India and certified according to UL and IEC standards for US and Europe. We use grade A raw materials and rigorous quality checks to ensure that Gautam solar modules withstand a 25-year warranty. Our commitment to excellence hasn't gone unnoticed. We've been recognized as thought leaders in the solar industry by reputed media publications. We're now taking a significant step forward by expanding our solar manufacturing capacity to an impressive 2 gigawatts. This achievement reinforces our position as industry leaders in harnessing the power of the sun. Ready to embark on your solar journey? Partner with Gautam Solar and be a part of the solar revolution. Welcome to the world of Gautam Solar, where the brilliance of sun meets innovation. With a legacy spanning over 25 years in the solar industry, Gautam Solar proudly ranks among India's top 10 solar module manufacturers. With 4 state-of-the-art manufacturing units, we produce quality solar panels that have become a symbol of trust and sustainability. What sets us apart is our commitment to crafting high-quality solar panels. At the heart of our operations lies our state-of-the-art, fully automated production line with top-of-the-line machines and the latest technology. Our commitment to innovation doesn't stop there. We're proud of our R&D, which has secured us patents and IPRs for groundbreaking innovations in solar module manufacturing. Trust is at the core of everything we do, and we are certified as per global standards. Our solar modules are BIS and ALMM approved for India and certified according to UL and IEC standards for US and Europe. We use grade A raw materials and rigorous quality checks to ensure that Gautam solar modules withstand a 25-year warranty. Our commitment to excellence hasn't gone unnoticed. We've been recognized as thought leaders in the solar industry by reputed media publications. We're now taking a significant step forward by expanding our solar manufacturing capacity to an impressive 2 gigawatts. This achievement reinforces our position as industry leaders in harnessing the power of the sun. Ready to embark on your solar journey? Partner with Gautam Solar and be a part of the solar revolution. Welcome to the world of Gautam Solar, where the brilliance of sun meets innovation. With a legacy spanning over 25 years in the solar industry, Gautam Solar proudly ranks among India's top 10 solar module manufacturers. With 4 state-of-the-art manufacturing units, we produce quality solar panels that have become a symbol of trust and sustainability. What sets us apart is our commitment to crafting high-quality solar panels. At the heart of our operations lies our state-of-the-art, fully automated production line with top-of-the-line machines and the latest technology. Our commitment to innovation doesn't stop there. We're proud of our R&D, which has secured us patents and IPRs for groundbreaking innovations in solar module manufacturing. Trust is at the core of everything we do, and we are certified as per global standards. Our solar modules are BIS and ALMM approved for India and certified according to UL and IEC standards for US and Europe. We use grade A raw materials and rigorous quality checks to ensure that Gautam solar modules withstand a 25-year warranty. Our commitment to excellence hasn't gone unnoticed. We've been recognized as thought leaders in the solar industry by reputed media publications. We're now taking a significant step forward by expanding our solar manufacturing capacity to an impressive 2 gigawatts. This achievement reinforces our position as industry leaders in harnessing the power of the sun. Ready to embark on your solar journey? Partner with Gautam Solar and be a part of the solar revolution. Welcome to the world of Gautam Solar, where the brilliance of sun meets innovation. With a legacy spanning over 25 years in the solar industry, Gautam Solar proudly ranks among India's top 10 solar module manufacturers. With 4 state-of-the-art manufacturing units, we produce quality solar panels that have become a symbol of trust and sustainability. What sets us apart is our commitment to crafting high-quality solar panels. At the heart of our operations lies our state-of-the-art, fully automated production line with top-of-the-line machines and the latest technology. Our commitment to innovation doesn't stop there. We're proud of our R&D, which has secured us patents and IPRs for groundbreaking innovations in solar module manufacturing. Trust is at the core of everything we do, and we are certified as per global standards. Our solar modules are BIS and ALMM approved for India and certified according to UL and IEC standards for US and Europe. We use grade A raw materials and rigorous quality checks to ensure that Gautam solar modules withstand a 25-year warranty. Our commitment to excellence hasn't gone unnoticed. We've been recognized as thought leaders in the solar industry by reputed media publications. We're now taking a significant step forward by expanding our solar manufacturing capacity to an impressive 2 gigawatts. This achievement reinforces our position as industry leaders in harnessing the power of the sun. Ready to embark on your solar journey? Partner with Gautam Solar and be a part of the solar revolution. Welcome to the world of Gautam Solar, where the brilliance of sun meets innovation. With a legacy spanning over 25 years in the solar industry, Gautam Solar proudly ranks among India's top 10 solar module manufacturers. With 4 state-of-the-art manufacturing units, we produce quality solar panels that have become a symbol of trust and sustainability. What sets us apart is our commitment to crafting high-quality solar panels. At the heart of our operations lies our state-of-the-art, fully automated production line with top-of-the-line machines and the latest technology. Our commitment to innovation doesn't stop there. We're proud of our R&D, which has secured us patents and IPRs for groundbreaking innovations in solar module manufacturing. Trust is at the core of everything we do, and we are certified as per global standards. Our solar modules are BIS and ALMM approved for India and certified according to UL and IEC standards for US and Europe. We use grade A raw materials and rigorous quality checks to ensure that Gautam solar modules withstand a 25-year warranty. Our commitment to excellence hasn't gone unnoticed. We've been recognized as thought leaders in the solar industry by reputed media publications. We're now taking a significant step forward by expanding our solar manufacturing capacity to an impressive 2 gigawatts. This achievement reinforces our position as industry leaders in harnessing the power of the sun.
Our utility, green hydrogen, and power generation, and as well as solar manufacture. So, as I told you, we are complete solar solution. Our milestone and our experiences from past 16 years, and plus we have done 250 megawatts of order already. And our solar manufacturing facility is based in Mumbai, Maharashtra itself, and we are manufacturing TOPCon bifacial monoperk and polycrystalline panel as well. Our key features is the glass anti-reflective coating, improved light transmission, better performance even at low radiation, maximum system voltage of 1500 DC output, PID resistant with long-term reliability. Hybrid solar plant as well. As you already know, hybrid solar is the way to future. Continuously 24/7 power, outcome generation, 100% clean energy, and importantly, less grid charges. Utility scale ground mounted structures, land acquired, bidding solar power projects, and signing to PPA. PPA, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you guys, PPA stands for Power Purchasing Agreement. So in Power Purchasing Agreement, we are having our expertise in EPC, complete EPC as engineering, procurement, construction as well, and in maintenance. Wind energy, facility assessment and site selection, project planning and designing, and environmental and regulatory approvals, complete EPC and grid connection. Solar rooftop, this is most commonly and most reliable product and rooftop system to be installed in residential, commercial, and industrial rooftop and industries. So as people already know that panel is up to 40 to 70 years long, and panel is having 25 years of warranty, pan-India presence, and supreme O&M, original manufacturing. Even though we are into independent power solution as well, IPP, independent power producer. Conception, financing, EPC and OEM, and energy sales, we handle all. Operation and maintenance, gentlemen, I would like to share some experience with you. We having our installation, commissioning, licensing, and transportation, it is commonly used, but most important is after-sales services. Because in this industry, in this solar industry, this is a product, it is known as a service product. Whenever it gets installed, it is going to be there till 40 to 50 years. So most important is the maintenance of the panel and the maintenance of the solar rooftop. So as you know, taking care of wind farms, taking care of utility scale solar power plants, and conserving high voltage and OEM substation. Incredible business opportunity awaits. So gentlemen, I would like to inform you guys, MFIN Solar Energy Private Limited is giving you business opportunity If you are looking for a solar concept or solar business, so you can join MFin Solar and you can start your own business and you can be the franchisee partner of the company. What company has to offer on the table is, company is giving you monopoly rights, comprehensive training, technical support, and pan-India business opportunity. Whatever the product you sell, on-grid, off-grid, water pumps, water heaters, whatever the product customer wants to require in, company is giving complete solar solution under one roof. Strong brand recognition and marketing assistant as well. This is our project report. As you can see, electrical projects, renewable projects, civil projects, operation and maintenance, and pumping station. So we have done 250 megawatts of order already in past 16 years. And these are our prestigious clients, Vari, Ayana, Cargill, Falcon, Barbel. So we are EPC company as well. So as you are already knowing it, we are having manufacturing and EPC support. These are site photos of ours, wind projects, solar rooftop, ground mounting, and PPA. As I told you, this is our hydro project installed in Kutch, Gujarat. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you, he's our business respective director, Mr. Santosh Gupta, the CEO and the director of MFin Solar Company. So thank you all of you. And our last motto and our last hope is Har Ghar Urja, Ghar Ghar Urja. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we head to the next session, I'll be asking the fourth question of the quiz. Can I have that on the screen, please? Okay. How many gigawatts of solar capacity does Telangana have? You can type your answer with the options and space your full name and send it to the number mentioned on the screen. Have we done? You don't have to do this again and again. आपके SMS में वो option आता है. हर बारी you just have to type the answer and your name and send it to the saved message. All right. With this, we are moving to the winner of the third question that we asked, Mr. Raghav Panjire. Please join us on the dais if he's present here. And I would request Mr. Sunil Shirsat, GM Industrial Outlook, to kindly join us on the stage. Do we have Mr. Sunil here? Can I have Mr. Manoj sir, please, on the stage? Mr. Raghav Panjire, please join us. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, I can feel the energy again going down. So before we begin the session, since this event is all about using the natural resources available to us, do we all know what what is the main ingredient? Like, what is the main thing that you need when I talk about rainwater harvesting? What is that one essential thing that we need? Rain. Okay, so we will create rain here. Unreal, like some Telugu movies, but that's okay. Let's create rain here. So it's very simple. सबसे पहले तो phone down, हाथ सामने, ready रहेंगे, ठीक है? Let's create rain. All you have to do is you have to copy the hand movements that I'll be doing, okay? So first, let's start with drizzling. We'll take both our hands and we'll rub together. Jor se, quickly. People at the back, you have to do it. Let's put in some hard work. Even the exhibitors, please. Black t-shirt. Black t-shirt. Yes, yes, yes. We are twinning. Do it. बहुत कम आवाज आ रही है, तेज आनी चाहिए. Do it, rub it, rub it, rub it. Sir, are you actually on call or you are avoiding me? Jaldi, 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 jaldi. Okay. Ab drizzle, yeah. Now it's time for some little raindrops. So we'll do the clapping with these two fingers and this hand. So we'll start clapping. Quickly. Okay. Thodi aa rahi hai barish. I think we can do some rainwater harvesting. Okay, next we'll do, both the hands will tap on the knees. Come on, do it. Together. My one hand is busy. Do it. मुझे लग रहा है सारा खाना मैंने खाया है. सिर्फ मुझे में एनर्जी है. यार सर आप ऐसे करो. क्या हो गया? Do it. Okay. All right. And the final step, we'll start clicking with both the hands. As louder as you can. As louder as you can. Okay. So for the next session, let's do a quick brain activity. We will wake up the left and the right side of our brain. Very simple. ठीक है? I think it's been 12 years of me hosting events and I've never seen one person who can do it. So let's see. मैं भी नहीं कर पाती हूँ, I'll be honest. So both the hands will take both the fingers like this. Point towards me. Yes. So with your right hand, you are going to make a square. Make it. Pretty easy. Right hand, right side of the brain is saying, Shabash, I can do it. I'm intelligent. Now let's take the left finger. From the left hand side, we'll try to make a triangle. Any side, okay? Left side is also working fine. All the paneer is there and the brain is working fine. Okay, so let's do it all together, okay? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, circle ban raha hai, ek jalebi. Do it all together. From one hand, you're making square and side by side, you're making triangle. From Gotham Solar, I can see everyone is making jalebi. See how difficult it is to monetize your brain, to perform separate things from both the sides. नहीं हो रहा? नहीं हो रहा? कोई बात नहीं. नहीं होगा, मुझे पता है. It was just to activate your brain. Okay, moving ahead, let's move on towards the session 3, India's path to net zero emissions. May I request our respected panelists to join us on the dais one by one. We have Mr. Girish Habu, GM Sales Services, Green Energy Private Limited. So please join us. Mr. Madhusudan Rapole, Founder and MD Urja Energy. Dr. Satish Suri, Managing Director, Green Path Energy Sustainability Services. Mr. YVR Vijay, MD and Founder, Strat MRO. May I also request our moderator of the session, Mr. Manoj K. Singh, Founder and CEO, Net Zero Think Private Limited. I request our moderator of the session to kindly take it forward from here.
Everyone has just come from having, lunch, so everyone will be feeling sleepy, I believe. And the topic also, India's part to net zero emission, is something, where we have very, very limited understanding. So I would first, just give, set the context, what exactly we wanted to discuss in this. And most of the people are looking 2050. Why 2050? India has already declared 2070 to achieve net zero goal. So as we all know, this 2050 is something which is a global goal to achieve net zero target. So this vision that aligns with the global effort to combat climate change and secure a sustainable future for generations to come. Just I'll quickly introduce myself. So my name is Manoj Kumar Singh. I represent a company called Net Zero Think. We provide net zero and sustainability solutions to enterprises and helping them to decarbonize their businesses. As we all know, India currently, the emission profile is, keep on increasing. We have, as on 2022, India is the third largest emitter of greenhouse gas, responsible for approximately 7% of world emission. With a population exceeding 1.4 billion and economy that is rapidly growing, the stakes are high. India's per capita emission remains low compared to developed nations, but the absolute number are significant, driven primarily by the energy sector, which accounts for nearly 75% of the total country emission. Globally, we are witnessing an unprecedented push towards decarbonization, with countries representing over 70% of total world GDP committing to net zero target. Yet, the path is full with challenges, particularly for emerging economies like India, where balancing economic growth with environmental sustainability is a delicate and complex task. But still, India may target achieving net zero emissions before 2070 to align with global climate goals and avoid the severe consequences of delayed action. Scientific consensus suggests that limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees requires the world to reach net zero by mid-century. By committing to a 2050 target, India can position itself as a global leader in climate action, unlocking significant economic, social, and environmental benefit. For instance, consider the case of South Korea, which recently revised its net zero target from 2050 to 2045. This accelerated timeline spurred rapid investment in green technologies, job creation in the renewable energy sector, and reduced reliance on fossil fuels. India, with its vast potential to renewable energy and green innovation, stands to gain similar advantage by advancing its target. Moreover, a 2050 target would attract international investment and strengthen India's role in global climate negotiations, ensuring the country is not only a participant but a driver of the global transition to a sustainable future. To achieve net zero emissions by 2050, India will need to mobilize an estimated $10 trillion in investment across various sectors. This includes around 3.5 trillion for the energy sector alone, which will involve massive scaling of renewable energy infrastructure, grid modernization, and energy storage solutions. Additionally, significant investment will be required for developing green hydrogen technologies, estimated to be in the range of $1 to $2 trillion by mid-century.
The industrial sector will need substantial financial resources for decarbonization, including $1 trillion for adopting cleaner technologies and enhancing energy efficiency. Furthermore, investment in transportation, electrification, sustainable agriculture, and afforestation will also be critical, with each of these areas demanding hundreds of billions of dollars. International climate finance, carbon market, and domestic policy measures will play pivotal roles in securing and directing these funds towards the ambitious net zero goal. The scale of financial resources required underscores the need for comprehensive planning, international cooperation, and innovating financing mechanisms to ensure that India can meet its net zero target. While the challenges are formidable and the opportunities for India to lead the world in sustainable development are equally profound, today's discussion, we will delve into more focused way and exploring the strategies, technologies, and policies that will drive India transition to a low carbon future. Together, we have the power to shape a sustainable and prosperous future for India and the world. So this is just context. So now we'll have one by one questions, and probably everyone can introduce themselves, and we can start, discussion. So yeah, please, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for setting the context, Manoj. And good afternoon to you all. I'm Madhusudan Rapol from Urja Energy Engineering. We provide sustainable cooling and heating solutions for commercial, industrial, and even residential now. Since many of you seem to be from the electricity background, I'll illustrate with a couple of examples what I do. Let me first take maybe an auto industry. In auto industry, if you take an example, let's say there's a paint shop which requires drying, you require heat, you burn fossil fuel, typically natural gas or diesel, and produce hot water, which goes into various processes. And then you also have cooling using chillers, maybe air-cooled chillers, which cools certain processes and also provides cooling to the offices space. But if you really look at it, cooling is nothing but taking the heat away. So on one hand, I'm rejecting the heat to the air and then burning fossil fuel to generate heat. Doesn't make sense, right? So we'll look at such situations, and then we can completely eliminate the hot water system, generate hot water from the heat that is rejected from the cooling system itself. And since now heating and cooling, both are electricity based, many of the solar service providers can come and provide that electricity using solar, making it a net zero one. All this journey we started with a single thought that if you look at primary fuels that are consumed, more than 30% of the primary fuel in this world are consumed only for two needs of humanity: heating and cooling. And when I say heating, it includes industrial processes too, right? On the commercial space, commercial buildings like this, what we do is we implement several technologies like radiant cooling, geothermal, solar cooling, or something called structure cooling. There's an entire portfolio of technologies we use to reduce the energy consumption so that buildings like this can hopefully operate on the just rooftop solar. With the projects we are doing for Telangana State Renewable Energy Corporation's new headquarters, it's designed in a way that the entire, including air conditioning by the way, the entire energy that the building requires is provided by the entire rooftop solar, just 110 kilowatt. So that's in brief what I do. All of you work in the megawatt space. I work in the negawatt space, negative watts. That's what I do. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So my name is Dr. Satish Suri. I am representing Managing Director for Green Path Energy and Sustainability Services. So basically, our company is into energy, environment, and sustainability auditing and solutioning. So I have done more than 300 plus energy audits and environmental and sustainability audits as of now since 2001. My career started in 2001. I worked for 15 years in industry at various positions and all. So our company complete focus on energy, environment, sustainability, advocacy, as well as consultancy and solutioning also. So this is a kind of thing, net zero. We set the context for the net zero, pathway to net zero. Definitely we have a lot of, we have expertise in the panel itself, and we discuss the step-by-step forward process, how net zero can be achieved, and what kind of government policy is required, and what are the latest technologies. I will brief in next coming slot. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Brigadier YVR Vijay. I'm an ex-army officer. I've served 34 years in the army. And in the army, I was heading the army automation as well as MRO, that is maintenance, repair and operations of all army equipment. And then I made my switch into renewable energy. So many people feel, what is this, from the army to renewable, what is the connection? But I remember when the first company which I joined as head of India operations was Enercon India Limited. And the MD asked me that. So I said, you remove the blade from the turbine, there is no technology left in wind energy which the army doesn't have. So we had experience of the entire range of technologies which are there in wind energy. So I headed Enercon India operations for 3.5 years. And then I became CEO of Suzlon Global Services Limited. So Suzlon, as you know, we are in 17 different countries. 1/3 of India's wind energy is with Suzlon, so I headed their operations. I've come out slightly more than 2 years back, and I am now consultant to the Big Four, helping them as a subject matter expert on wind energy. I'm also consultant through World Resource Institute to the MNRE and NEWE, guiding them in their policies on offshore wind energy. I've started a company called StratMRO. Basically, we are looking at various industries. I handle the renewable energy portion, where I guide companies who want to set up industry in India, who want to invest. We help a lot of private equity investors acquire assets in India, which are in ready-to-build condition. And we are also looking at the defense sector. We help all industries dealing with defense or those who want to start dealing with defense. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Kirish. I'm representing Novasis Green Energy Private Limited. We are into manufacturing of the PV modules. So I have around years of experience, particularly in solar PV module manufacturing sector. So it's a pleasure for me to share the ideas with great peers over here. Thank you.
I think I have very good panel members from energy efficiency to wind to solar to heating and cooling segment. So I think the next question, what I would throw to each of you, if you could tell what sort of new technological innovation is happening into this space. So, everyone who is expert of that particular risk, they can, share their thought. Yeah.
So, in heating and cooling, there are many technologies which are coming up, and there's no silver bullet like what it is there. I mean, in solar field, there's just one solar and 2 or 3 different technologies. In heating and cooling, it gets complex a little bit because depending on what temperature you want, there are different technologies. So I'll not spend much time on the technological innovations because I personally feel there are enough mature technologies that are there in heating and cooling that can get us on the path of net zero. So what is needed is actually business model innovation rather than technological innovation. Let me illustrate with an example that maybe everybody can relate. I'll take example of, there is a residential project here in Hyderabad, in high-tech city, about 1,500 apartments. If you actually count the air conditioning capacity, meaning the indoor units that are installed in each of these, it totals to 22,500 tons. So business as usual, people would have installed 22,500 tons of air conditioning capacity. But since it is centralized cooling there, only 2,700 tons of centralized capacity is kept there. And this summer, right, May, even with 75% occupancy, they didn't exceed 1,200 tons. Okay. So what does that tell you? So all of you know, I mean, are very familiar with electrical loads and all that. Go from 22,000 tons, 2,500 tons capacity to 2,700 tons. Imagine reduction in the electrical capacity that would be required. So obviously there are savings. But why is every developer? So this is just one common example of how efficiently and some intelligent planning can easily take on the path to net zero, because now the energy required is a lot less to serve the same 1,500 units. But why is every developer not doing this? Because it's an extra cost. Is technology not there? It exists. Are the people not there to design this? No, I mean, this particular hotel is using the same technology. It's we are not applying that. So in place like that, right, is where, you know, some of us, we are going and offering something called either cooling as a service or sustainability as a service, where you combine everything, cooling, air conditioning, hot water, EV charging, everything as a service, so that the builder doesn't hesitate to include this and the residents also benefit while paying a fee for such a service. So I feel as more and more such business models are adopted, the ability of these service providers to absorb and implement these technological innovations, you know, because they are experts, becomes much, much more viable. So those are my thoughts. Others can chime in.
Yeah, so as brought out, more than technology, it is how intelligently you apply technology. And I will focus my response because, you know, Manoj is in net zero, so I must keep him happy. So let's look at how net zero will be achieved by 2050, 2070. And looking at wind and solar as such. So, you know, when God made this beautiful world we live in, He gave the same amount of energy to every spot on earth. He blessed India with over 300 days of brilliant sunshine. Not such great winds. India is class C wind turbines mostly. Our average wind speeds are 6 to 7.5. As you go north and south, you cross the 40-degree latitude north, roaring 40s as they say, you'll find strong winds blowing. You can put a turbine anywhere once you've crossed 50 and you'll get excellent winds. Average wind speeds, if you go into, say, Holland, Denmark, is 7.5 to 9. India is 6 to 7.5. Similarly, you go south of New Zealand, more wind, less days of sunshine. So that's how the renewable energy in India has evolved. Wind started off an earlier technology, but today we are at 47 gigawatts of wind and gigawatts in solar. The gap will keep widening. But we have to remember the wind blows at night. Generally, wind blows better at nights. And also, when many people think wind is costly, we are making a mistake. You should look not at installation cost, but you should look at the levelized cost. And a megawatt of wind to install is double that. But when you look at PLFs, solar is struggling at 17, 18. They claim 22 on individual panels. But wind is between 35 to 40. So we produce twice the amount of energy. So over a life cycle, wind works out as cheap as solar. And plus, it's very energy dense. So you need a lesser of a ground footprint for wind. So that's why wind will always have a place in India's renewables energy planning. But sometimes the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow. So that sees the growth of storage. And that is how the hybrid energy projects have come up. And the world has evolved towards hybrid energy. India has grown from 0 to 47 gigawatts in wind energy. And the government has helped it through this journey. Initially with lots of incentives, they had the accelerated depreciation regime, then they had the generation-based incentive, a number of incentives. And slowly as the industry matured, it began to pull back on some of the incentives, but the industry is still growing. It grew from 0 to 1 in about 8 to 10 years, from 1 to 10 in another 10 years, and from 10 to 47 in another 10 years. And we have a big target, 140 gigawatts of wind by 2030, out of which 110 will be in onshore and 30 gigawatts in the seas. 37 actually, 7 off the coast of Gujarat and 30 off the coast of Tamil Nadu. And we will see that India will be putting in at least 4 to 5 gigawatts of onshore wind for the next 6 years, so another 30, 40 gigawatts will come in. And in offshore, we should be putting our first turbines to start generating by end of 2028. And after that, we will keep doing 3 to 4 gigawatts every year. So the future is extremely bright. Now, if you look, when I joined the industry in 2012, wind, we were getting an FIT of 5 rupees 92 paisa in MP. Today, 275, 3 rupees. Solar, 12 to 15 rupees. Today, it's closer to 2 rupees. And initially, when reverse bidding came in, and the industry was very perturbed. I remember in 2018 March, we had just finished our annual review of how Suzlon has done, and we've done a record year, 1.7 gigawatts, including 1 gigawatt in one quarter. And suddenly we came to know in the last bid, 3 rupees 29 paisa. And all our heads went down. How will we manage? This is the death for the industry. And in fact, we were thinking that we should start, sizing down. But today, if you get 3 rupees 29 paisa, we'll be all having a party out here. So that's how technology has changed. Larger turbines, better technology, higher PLFs have started coming in. And you will see that both, and cost of solar panels has come down by 95% in the last 20 years. So there will be increased efficiency continuously coming, and this price is going to come down and down, down. Today, there's something called grid parity. That is the basic cost of each form of energy on the grid. And today, between 2 to 3 rupees, renewable energy is competing with any other form of energy, leaving nuclear aside. But our price is continuously falling. And as far as business is concerned, it is finally it is cost which matters. So it's a no-brainer. The world is going to switch to renewable. The next wonderful thing that is happening is, this storage technology. Lithium ion has driven it. It was the technology drive to it started from the mobiles, the batteries that we have in mobiles, then into EVs. And there are almost 10 different types of storage technology on which research is going on. Prominent research, trillions of dollars of investment are going into this. And the cost of storage is halving every 4 to 5 years. Today, the battery cost on your EVs 5 years back was double what it is today. Suddenly, we are seeing EVs in the market with 60 kilowatt hours of battery, 100 kilowatt hours of battery. Big, powerful EVs come in. And it's still going to come down. A day will come when it will be as cheap as the IC engine. And its biggest advantage is its efficiency. The cost of running a EV will, now it is around ₹1 a kilometer, will come down to 40, 50 paisa. And it has much longer lifespans. But the bigger implications of this huge increase in EVs is going to be on the way we look at our grid. There were a lot of people here who expressed concern, are we ready for EVs? Will our grid handle it? But let us look at what strength the EVs get. I think in the next session that point will be covered. India plans that 40% of all its vehicles by 2040 will be switched to EVs. That is about 40 million EVs running in India, each with say 100 kilowatt hours of battery. And the moment you have bi-directional EV chargers, remember the car is such a wonderful asset of yours. After your house, it is the next costliest asset, which you use for on an average 1 to 2 hours a day. So 96% of the time is not delivering any value to you. Now the new EVs which are going to come in, more intelligent EVs, will be hooked onto the grid when they don't run. And here now you have 100 kilowatt into 40 million. That sort of distributed storage available across the grid of India. So when the grid voltage goes up, the EV draw stabilize the grid. When it goes down, the grid will draw from the EVs. More will be spoken in the next session, so I won't cover that. But what this will mark is a great amount of cost that we are saying now because of RTC power is a challenge, etc. Suddenly get resolved by EVs coming in. The next wonderful thing that is happening is I've already told you how the cost of power has come down due to renewable energy. As the cost of storage comes down, you will suddenly find an explosion in microgrids and small grids. You do not need giant national grids, a green corridor, etc. We will come down to the evolution of many more microgrids coming in. Man will slowly start getting free off the grid. All these wires hanging all over the place, in another 15, 20 years, in our lifetime, will be part of history. In fact, there's a futuristic thinker called Tony Seba. He calls that day when man is free of the grid as God parity. We are at grid parity now. We reach God parity when man generates his own power and consumes it himself. So we are nearing that. But let's get back to Manoj's topic. That's what we are here. Net zero. We have targeted so far one polluting sector, that is energy. We are targeting through EVs the second polluting sector, which is the automobile industry. But there are three more giant polluting sectors which are going to be targeted by renewable energy. First is the steel industry. India produces something like 300 million tons of steel a year. The amount of pollution that comes into it, the emissions that comes into it, the moment we switch to renewable energy, you will find that here is where another almost 650 gigawatts of renewable energy will be required to address the steel sector. There will be about 80 gigawatts of renewable energy required to address the EV sector. And now cement. Your cement and concrete sectors are massive polluters. The moment you switch to renewable energy, I think around 450 gigawatts of renewable energy are there. So today 500 gigawatts, you are saying will India achieve it or not? Our target for 2040 will be something like another 1500 gigawatts of renewable energy will be required. Recently, I attended a big conference in Chennai, IIT Chennai, where the CEO and MD of Merck was there. And she said that actually the industry which pollutes more than the automobile sector is the shipping industry. Merck is the largest logistics shipping company. And today the shipping industry is changing over to ammonia and hydrogen reactors on its. Another giant growth. 5 gigawatt hours. The first question here, India needs 80 gigawatts of renewable to produce those 5 gigawatts. So there's a huge scope in net zero which renewable energy will pump. And we are so far looking only at reducing emissions. Let's look at the next big technology that is going to come to net zero is capture of the emissions. Carbon capture utilization systems. If you have to address that, the steel industry is one place. So you will have better technologies coming in, absorbing technologies, adsorbents, absorbing it in water bodies, absorbing it in the old oil ditches. Same for the cement sector and same for all other industries. So huge business opportunities are coming up, not only in reducing emissions, but in capture of emissions. Yeah, thank you.
Now I would like to point out some of the points like net zero. The fundamentals of net zero, just I would like to brief it, because there will be some ambiguity that net zero and carbon neutral. Net zero is nothing but the balance between the generated or produced and the removal of GHG emissions from the atmosphere. This is a very clear statement, because net zero is a terminology, is a approach. It's not a final or conclusion. It's an approach always in a positive way. So net zero, if you see in overall GHG emissions, greenhouse gas emissions will be accounted for that, like CO2, methane, NOx, SF6 and HFC gases. So here the common factor is CO2 in GHG emissions as well as carbon neutral. When you talk about carbon neutral will focus on the CO2 emissions reduction and removal process. So there is a clear-cut definition on that. Now coming to the net zero emissions is one part, and net zero water, net zero waste, net zero resources. So these are all the four mix where we need to conclude and act upon that. So each and every terminology has a specific meaning. When we are talking about emissions, it will talk about GHG emissions. When we are talking about net zero water, the amount of water we are utilizing for a particular boundary, within a particular boundary, the amount of water we are rejecting by treating and with useful by using in other way. So this is a very, very important point here. If you see overall industry decarbonization or net zero, if we want to achieve it, there are three strategies in overall. If you see the reports, there are three strategies. One is industry decarbonization. Second one is grid decarbonization. First one you can say grid decarbonization. That means all renewable energy or innovative technologies on energy sector comes under grid decarbonization. Industry decarbonization. These are already million tons of emissions we are generating from especially for steel industry. So this is industry sector, we need to focus on that. And third one is transportation sector. So next session there is session is there. So there we discuss some of the points on that. So if we attempt on these three strategies, grid decarbonization, industry decarbonization, transportation decarbonization, then definitely there will be opportunity to achieve that goal of net zero emissions by 2070. Net zero emissions, not net zero any other resources. Now, coming to that latest technology or innovation which is in the system. Till 2008, there is no one is aware of the net zero, to be honest. The draft also, policy also drafted in European Union in 2006 end or sometime. Now coming to the part of that latest innovations, solar, of course, there is a lot of things also to do. Morning, Mr. Shaibal mentioned one important point on that. There is no much innovation in the solar panel efficiency, 16 to 22, 23. But when the time of 16% of panel efficiency, we are at less than gigawatt capacity. Now we are at a 200 gigawatt capacity. But what is the pro rata basis if you take the efficiency improvement? It's very minute. So now intellectuals and government also should support on that, on the research and development of the solar panel efficiency, which can save two things. One is resources as well as improve the efficiency automatically. So if you see overall 1 megawatt will generate on an average 15 lakh units per annum. If you are improving by at least 16 lakh or 17 lakhs, there will be always a land we can utilize it for some other purpose, agriculture purpose. And because food security is also one of our national priority. So when we are going for constructing the solar panels and solar parks, what about the food security? So now, there is a technology of concentrated solar power. Because in 2014, the SR group from Surat, we studied how we can migrate to CSP with the same thermal power plant, cutting down the coal and generating the steam from the CSP. And we have done, that is in very nascent stage that time we have done. And it doesn't give any good kind of prototype or something. No results has been published as of now. But in recent year also, there are some kind of innovations in the CSP, which will solve two things. One is your thermal power plant can be utilized for as a power generation station. The second one is natural resource, you are using it, CSP. And third one is it will solve the problem of grid stabilization because it stores the energy. So 24/7 RTC power, round the clock power, you will get it by CSP. Now, who should take care of the first immediate step? Always government has to take the proactive step on CSP technology innovation development. So recently also I have given one, in the budget also I have given some representation on that. Like coal gasification in 2020-22 budget, the government allocated to some for R&D purpose. In the same way, CSP also required. That will give a lot of very good solution on that. Because I saw one plant in Dubai, which is around 50 megawatt. That is almost 3 times of power generation than 50 megawatt of your standalone solar power plant. That means there is a lot of scope. Second, coming to the solid waste management. We all know that government or public, everyone is struggling for the handling the management of the municipal solid waste. I have done research and we have done some implementation project also in Pune, in Chinchwad area. That is for the extraction of generation of green hydrogen from the municipal solid waste. This is the latest innovation technology where we are working seriously with the government also in this sector, with the WRI also actively evolving in that. And we are giving some kind of technological innovation like plasma gasification system. So typically it is called. So these are the things. So this will solve two things. One is energy problem or energy solution or emission solution, that is one part. And apart from that, handling of your MSW is one issue can be addressed. We know the adverse effects of MSW and all, no need to explain in that way. So these are the latest innovations are going on. And my request to especially developers, IPP players in the renewable energy segment, majority of the people are in the renewable energy segment, so that's the reason. Please focus on the two things. One is CSP technology, and second one is improving the efficiency. So I have to suppose 2 gigawatt module manufacturing facility I have. That's fine, great. And at the same time, please focus on small R&D cell. R&D cell. How much? Only 2% or 3% of your investment you can keep it on that, and you will become the iconic in the next generations, no doubt at all. So these are all the improvement areas I suggest to focus on that. And apart from that, our fundamental guru is the energy conservation and energy efficiency improvement. That is the backbone for all kind of net zero emissions, net zero water, net zero green buildings, whatever we talk on that, climate change, finally climate change. Energy efficiency and energy conservation is the backbone for the industry. If we are not addressing that, example, just if you permit, I will give one example to you. There is one big company, Pune-based company. global appliances consumer manufacturing industry. Their energy bill is per month around 6.5 crores. So 75 lakhs, 80 lakhs, they are spending on energy bill. We went for energy audit. For the discussion, we went and have given the proposal. The energy audit cost we have given is around 15 lakhs. 15 lakhs. Their energy saving per month will be 1.5 crore. That is what I have given the commitment. 1.5 crore you will save by spending 15 lakhs, and that too you will not pay every month, right? You will one time only you will pay for energy audit, and you will get these returns every month. Finally, unfortunate thing is how the energy audit has taken back step. No, they asked for the doing it 1 lakh. I asked for, is it for per day, one day you are charging? I mean, you say 10 to 15 days job is there. So you mean to say that for doing 10 days or entire project, the entire project. So this is the kind of unfortunate. It's a global manufacturing appliances company. Refrigerators, air conditioners, manufacturing company. Their emissions are around 145 metric tons per month emissions. So you see how the one industry I'm talking about. So what I mean to say that we need to work from heart and soul, applying mind. If three are not connected in parallel, the things cannot move in forward direction. This is the fact, hard fact maybe. So now coming to the net zero emissions, we are talking on that. And I would like to quote some of the countries like Bhutan, Panama, Madagascar, Guyana. These are the countries achieved net zero. The logic behind that, you know that? Can anyone say one word? Okay. So first one is population. So we are 1.4 billion population, and there is no comparison. Another point is forestation. If we ignore this point, then there is no logic. Biodiversity and forestation are the backbone for the fundamentals of the ecosystem. So this is how the circular economy can be fit into that. We should not look into 2070 net zero emissions. Achieving is not the thing. How far we can sustain? What are the strategies to sustain for the next generations? So US has taken that by 2050 they are going to commit the net zero. European Union also committed for that. China committed for 2040 itself, but now again they change it to 2060. So we committed for 2070 and we are working on the 2050 or something. That's a good approach, But at the end of the day, we need to think into the circular economy, how it can be fit into that, each and every action plan. So National Climate Change Action Plan is there, also to be formulated. And there is another beauty of that. All these kind of technologies and innovation should fulfill the target of our SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals. Unless and until we not achieve these SDG goals, there is no point in achieving net zero by 2070 or 2050. So these are all some of the inputs how we can think in future generation. So like sir mentioned that very morning also one gentleman mentioned a very clear point that microgrids. These are the definitely it is the required at this moment. Everyone should not depend on the grid stabilization or southern grid or northern grid. That is also there, but at the end of the day we need to sustain ourselves. Another advantage value added to our Indian system is fortunately we are blessed with conservative in nature. So that is to be utilized to the maximum extent as possible.
Technological innovations is always arising out of the needs. So when we talk about net zero, so the innovations is very much necessary so that we can attain the net zero at the earliest. And for this achieving net zero, renewable energy segment is contributing a lot here. So in that, the solar has gained the popularity among these renewables, maybe hydro, wind. So because it's of the cost. How it is cost effective? It is only because of the technological innovations happening in solar segment. So when I joined this industry, so I was seeing the efficiencies of the solar modules somewhere around 12%, 13%, and hardly I could find around 100-watt module or 120-watt peak modules. Now today we stand at around 550-watt, which is more popular, and already we have entered into 630-watt, and somebody even talking about the 700-watt peak modules. So the innovations are happening, but so it needs to pick up, it needs to catch a pace. So this is my view on technological innovations how it is contributing to net zero.
I just want to add, we keep talking, we are 140 crore ki abadi and all that, and that is the reason why there is air quality is not good, there is pollution. But if you look at pollution density, look at the nation of Singapore. It has got an AQI, air quality index, of 30 or less than 30. Whereas here, often at times, you'll find Delhi around 400, average Indian cities around 100. Very few places where there's good air. Just giving a simple target that let's achieve AQI of 30 across India, you will find so many industries come up. Somewhere in the vision of the government, they came up with Swachh Bharat. There is a massive industry waiting to look at waste disposal, generating energy from waste. I know a lady, Charmaine Fernandez in Benoni. She's working on this, generating through pyrolysis, getting oil from solid waste, using it then to produce green hydrogen and carbon black by sequestering. And carbon black is a huge resource in the battery. So here. Next is clean water. If India gives a target to itself that let us address all pollution entering our water bodies, make it so good. Recently, I was in Switzerland, and you can drink water directly from any lake. Let's achieve a goal that we should be able to drink water directly from our rivers and lakes by capturing the pollution that comes, using it to generate energy, using it to generate products with the carbon that is there. You will find this industry will grow so very rapidly. So two things. One is grow renewable energy so that you address the energy required for all these sectors, but look at getting more efficient, polluting less, consuming less. Thank you.
I think very well point, I think everyone has shared. So what I understood for technological innovation, basically lots of things already happening. You have mentioned commercialization and business aspects also need to be looked into to scale up heating and cooling segment, which is lagging right now. Lots of things need to be done. So business innovation is needed into that. Heat pumps could be also looked into. Like so far in India, I think that is missing right now. On renewable energy side, solar, lots of every year innovation is happening, but everyone is saying, yeah, the efficiency wise, the number what we are getting on year basis, that is very, very less. So some drastic innovation is needed on material level. Yeah. Probably like rather than only relying on silicon, we should look for some other materials where efficiency can be drastically improved. Same for wind also, lots of innovation is happening. Earlier used to be 250 kilowatt turbine, now it has crossed 15 megawatt single turbine. So lots of innovation is happening onto that space as well. Onto energy efficiency side, still
things are happening, but yeah, there also, I believe, the scale at what it is needed, that is missing. So now, next thing I would just ask you, in terms of the gaps, what we are finding on technology side, which will help us to achieve net zero goal, because energy is a major contributor. Already we have discussed, almost for India it is almost 75% of emission coming out of energy usage. So if we tackle that particular segment, so probably we'll be able to achieve our 75% of goal very easily. So for that, what policy recommendation and collaboration is needed? One by one, you could share your thought. Yeah, over to you.
I'll leave the policy on the renewable to others. I think there is a blind spot in the policy circles related to electricity. Okay, if you see in the recent years, the peak electricity load these days is not at 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 11 p.m. in the night. 11 to 2. In fact, Ministry of Electricity of Kerala had gone on record saying, please don't use electricity between 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. Now, it doesn't take genius to figure this is nothing but residential air conditioning, because all other loads are not there really. Even PVR closes by 11, I guess, or at least by 12, I think. Okay. So this is at less than 10% of air conditioning adoption, right? So imagine what would happen. So I was referring to Singapore, and if we take Singapore as a role model, even in this, and everybody adopts air conditioning like Singapore, then your nighttime peak is going to like shoot up. It's nobody's business, 8 times or something. And this electricity usage, peak electricity usage at night is very difficult to decarbonize, because you would need to invest in expensive storage systems. Otherwise, you will have to continue to burn fossil fuels, right? So this is one area in the policy landscape, I think, using green energy. It is the nighttime International Energy Agency had collated for 65 countries. So when a population has a per capita income of less than 10,000 USD in PPP terms, the air conditioning adoption is less than 20%, which is where we fall, right? For tropical countries, by the way. The moment it goes about 20,000 USD, 10,000 USD we crossed last year. Maybe in next 5-7 years we'll cross 20,000 USD. It jumps suddenly to 80 to 100% air conditioning adoption. So there's going to be a hockey stick growth in your electricity demand in the night. Okay. So what do we do? What does government do? I think a lot of this subject comes also under urban local bodies in terms of what kind of permits it gives and all that. So I think as a first step, at least the Power Ministry needs to start working with urban local bodies to figure out a plan to curtail peak demand in the night. Otherwise, it is going to derail our entire plan that we have set out, roadmap we have set out for net zero. The other levers could be working, with the DISCOMs to introduce time of the day, even for residential sector. Because if that is responsible for your peak energy demand, where the DISCOMs are paying premium to satisfy the peak, then there should be a differential pricing, and that is for the state. It's a state subject, not a central subject. So again, work with the state DISCOMs to see if putting differential tariffs could help us abate or at least lower the curve. These are 2 suggestions I have. I'm sure the panel will have more.
So you are recommending time of day tariff is something which could, for residential sector, which will be helpful to reduce demand peak hour. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Right. Yeah, please.
So policy point of view from the government interventions, we discussed, renewable energy policy, hybrid energy policy, green hydrogen policies and all. And again, the point out of missing is inclusion of other departments, like energy policy. Suppose only energy department is the only responsible person. Not like that. It should be included with ULBs as well as Urban Development Authority. So inclusion of the team with the different departments. For example, pyrolysis of biomass is one of the upcoming technology, proven technology in most of the countries, in most of the developed countries, especially European countries. I read many reports on that. They are going to produce biochar. How many of you are aware of biochar and wood vinegar? Great. So biochar is one of the best settlement product for the carbon neutral. And second one, it enhances the soil enrichment. And again, it is a pesticide. It acts as a natural pesticide. So these are the biomasses available. Suppose any we are getting biomass from the municipal solid waste. From there, that means agricultural department should include this policy. Agricultural department should make it buyback agreement with farmers and supplying to the farmers for the growth of the crops. So that will address your two solutions. One is SDG goals of number 6, water, as well as food security, national food security. So it is a kind of cyclic loop. That means these are the latest kind of innovations where we need to adopt at time to time basis. So this is one kind of thing. When it comes to recently, I read one from the very good initiative from the Mumbai Municipal Corporation. They adopted a budget on climate change. They came up with a report of 60 pages report. Yes, it's a good step. At least they started that what is there to cover in that. Allocation, implementation, that is different. At least vision, they have that to make it implement. So that kind of vision document to be prepared for the achievement of our 2070. Not only renewable, solar energy, wind energy, hybrid energy, that is all okay. So innovation also we need to make it happen. And coming to that, if you see recent, I would like to give one point on that. Central Electricity Regulatory Commission has given recent report, 22-23 report. If you refer that report, the emissions generated from thermal power plant, I will give in a very simple way. 1 kilowatt hour, that means 1 unit, will generate around 824 grams of emissions. 824 grams mixed. That means mixed with grid and solar, solar and renewable and non-renewable. It is giving around 716 grams. Whereas solar is generating 10 grams per kilowatt hour. So that means we can imagine that if you save 1 kilowatt hour, you directly saved 826 grams or 716 grams of CO2 emissions, right? So this is the kind of, we need to inject the brains of the people. So that is also one capacity building program if we conduct, no? So we aware sessions. So these are the required from the government point of view to take care of that. And as industry associations also, we can contribute in that.
Yeah, so just what take I understood. So you are asking about looking whatever the energy we are generating, what is the carbon footprint of that aspect need to be looked into. For example, like for thermal power plant, it is average number is around 650 gram for 1 kilowatt hour of energy generation. For renewable, it is less than 30 gram for 1 kilowatt hour of energy generation. So something on those aspects need to be looked into, and for that capacity building is something, and training program is something which need to be promoted by the government.
With the association of industry bodies, as well as from the IITs and IIMs, IICs are there. So we have a lot of technologies are available. The only thing is how we can capture and how we can implement in a strategical way.
Right. For decarbonizing this energy generation, basically.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, over to you.
So let's look at what is the aim of net zero. We want to bring down the factor of global warming by 1.5 degrees. So let us look at what all is contributing to increase it by 1.5 degrees and start addressing those issues. We want an air quality index which is of a certain level. Let us look at what all is contributing towards air quality high scores and try and get it down. We want our water bodies to be such that we don't need to depend on, the water. We want to drink off our taps. We want to drink off our water bodies. And look at all the sources which are contributing that. So as a net zero think tank, Manoj, if we can work on, say, 30, 40 areas of research into each of these three fields and give it to the government and tell the government, we don't want rebates from you. You invest in R&D. We want government to invest in R&D and pass on technology to us. Because Indian industry is not yet mature enough to invest in R&D. We are not that rich. We don't have the culture of investing in R&D. So we need the government to start investing in R&D. Stop looking at giving rebates, viability cap funding and all that stuff. Invest in R&D. Give us cutting edge research so that industry can adopt it. Get its global temperature down, improve its air quality, improve its water quality.
So Manoj was asking about the policies and other things. Yes, policies are set, guidelines are set, but it has to be communicated to the root level people. So and the awareness has to be created at the root level, because a common man is aware about the policies, okay, about the carbon emissions or the net zero things. So he will try to imbibe in his daily life. So this kind of awareness has to be communicated at the root level. This is my view.
Okay, thank you. I think very insightful thoughts shared by you. So maybe a time of day tariff could be one, which you have recommended, which can be thought of at a state level and to implement at domestic as well segment. Second is decarbonization, energy generation and capacity building program for that. Third is investing in R&D. So that is also very much needed. I think these are the critical points which everyone should look into. And and 2050 is something which we can very much easily, if we start working from today, in next 25 years, lots of innovation can be done if we put investment in capacity building and R&D program. And by 2050, it's quite possible India can achieve, net zero emission goal. So thank you everyone. Thanks for your time. Yeah, so we'll be closing this session because already we have exceeded our time limit. So there is no further question answer. But anyone who is interested to talk, they can talk, at individual level.
And for our respected panelists and a wonderfully conducted session by the moderator, may I request Mr. Hari Bala, Business Development Director, to kindly join us here on the dais to present the mementos to our panelists. To Mr. Girish Habu. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. To Mr. Madhusudan. Dr. Satish Suri. Mr. Vijay. and to our moderator of the session, Mr. Manoj Singh. May I request you for a group picture? Group picture. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on further for the quiz. I would request the winner of the previous question that I asked. If I have Mr. Tarun here. Mr. Tarun, you guessed it right. And I would also request Mr. Sunil Shisat to kindly join us on the dais to present the gift. Meanwhile, we have the fifth question that I want to ask. Can we have that on the stage, please, on the screen? So the fifth question is, by which year India's electric vehicle financing industry is projected to be rupees 3,70,000 crores? You have to guess the year. Is it 2023, 2025, 2027, 2030? Send the right answer to again the same number. Moving ahead with the last session of the day. This session is going to be on the future of electric vehicles. I would like to request our respected panelists to kindly join us on the dais one by one. We have Mohammad Nasheem Akhtar, Director, Electric Vehicles Program and New Initiatives, Log Line Materials, to kindly join us on the dais. Mr. Sai Abhinay Chepuri, co-founder, Mr. Sai Abhinay Chepuri, co-founder, Alien Innovations, Government of Delhi, Mentor. Mr. Devender Reddy, founder and CEO, Erite E-Mobility Company. Mr. Praveen Upadhyay, Head Facilities and Sustainability, Hyderabad. Mr. Animesh Banerjee, Strategy Professional, IIMA and IIT Delhi. May I request our moderator of the session, Mr. Praveen Pothumahanti, to kindly join us here on the dais. May I request our moderator of the session, Mr. Praveen, to kindly take this forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Got some good news. We have two panelists missing, so I see a lot of tired faces. I promise you we'll try and close it quickly so that we can go have our chai and the goodies and move on. But jokes apart, I think thank you very much, everyone, for taking your time out and being here today, because the topics that are being discussed here are very, very relevant, not only for our generation, but also for the future generations to come. It is going to define how the future generations in this country called India, how is their thought process going to evolve, how is their quality of life going to evolve, how do we teach them about net zero, how do we teach them about carbon neutrality, about caring for the environment, preserving what we have got, and yet, having a very comfortable way of life. So that is a larger philosophical way of thinking about what is it that we are trying to achieve over here as a society, as people part of the government, as people part of the sector, public sector, and so on and so forth. With that, I've got an esteemed panel over here, and we will try to explore a few areas and topics related to electric mobility and how electric mobility is evolving and what is the future of electric mobility in India. Now, clearly, electric mobility is a very important step in our journey towards net zero, in our journey towards achieving carbon neutrality. And whenever that is going to happen, 2030, 2050, 2070, we will achieve different kinds of carbon neutrality depending upon how we define it and so on and so forth. But today we will try and touch upon some of the topics to understand, how these things are evolving and see where this is headed. Maybe if I can begin the discussion trying to understand from a vehicle perspective, from a three-wheeler perspective, because electrification in India is happening at a rapid pace, especially in the two-wheeler, three-wheeler industry, right? Maybe if I can ask Devendra to share your initial thoughts about how this is going on and what has your experience been in this journey, because I know you have a three-wheeler business and it's also into a very niche area in terms of the problem statement you're trying to solve. So if you kickstart the discussion with what your experience with electrification has been, and then we will reach out to the other analysts.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alwala Devendra Reddy. I own a company called E-Ride. We are into electric vehicles, battery-operated three-wheelers. We are already there on the roads in Hyderabad. And also we forayed into four-wheeler buggies. In fact, when I took plunge into this business, I didn't know A of automobile or E of EVs. I just accidentally landed in this industry. About 20 plus years in corporate experience with Xerox, Lexmark, and Metro Cash and Carry. I had a passion to start my own business. I was into green business. I was hearing on a lot of things on green business. And in one among a green business, accidentally, I got into this EV space. And touchwood, we are lucky enough. We are the first company from Hyderabad to back the first bulk order government of Telangana for 200 customized vehicles for Vijay Dairy. And then we started working with one segment where we are trying to find solution for their last mile connectivity. And apart from that, we are trying to figure out how we can help the micro entrepreneurs and startups from this city. And I can say that this journey is very good. It's promising, though there are many, many challenges in this industry. And I can see that, EV is the future. And coming to aspect of the market share, as you were mentioning, in India, if you look at the, we are talking promising of 2070 and all those things. But if you look back about 5, 6 years or 7 years, EV revolution started with three-wheelers in India. How it started? It started with journey of three-wheelers. Through three-wheelers, open passenger rickshaws, they were replacing the manual pulling rickshaws in cities like Calcutta and Delhi and all those places. Even today, there's a big challenge of pollution in Delhi, but these are legally acceptable vehicles in northern part of the country. And if you look at the market share today, for every 2 ICE engines, 1 E3-wheeler is sold in that market. So this is a phenomenal growth in terms of E3-wheeler, three-wheelers, and coming down south, the figures are not so rosy. The market penetration due to various parameters is only, I can say, 1% of the total share of ICE engines. But yes, we are working on this space. We are into L3, we are coming L5 vehicles, and also in four-wheeler space, we are working, trying to come with a loader on the streets. Okay, we are progressing step by step. We are not in a hurry. As we say, Rome was not built in one day. We are trying to get into this space in step by step. And we have MOUs with various state colleges, universities within the space of Telangana and commerce. Similarly, for other aspects of industry, we are working with academia very closely. So we were earlier given a lot of recommendation to government of Telangana how to penetrate into this segment so that we'll be closer to what at national level been signed pact for having those, the 2030 goals, the short-term and long-term goals. So these all are work in progress. Okay.
So thanks for the opening comments on the electric three-wheeler side of things. Now, one of the challenges with electric vehicles that we face, not just in India, but globally, is in terms of the, people call it range anxiety, in terms of how much kilometers you'll get, or whether my vehicle will make it to the end or not. And this is where I'd like to bring in Nashim, who's more from the battery industry, battery energy storage industry. What is your view in terms of how can battery innovation, and I think that is one thing where your company is working on, can help speeden up the EV adoption in India, right? What is your thought process in that, and how was your company and how are you kind of working to solve that problem in terms of reducing the range anxiety, any kind of application, or even in case of three-wheeler applications, right? What is it that you're kind of trying to do, and what's your take on this, Sanjay?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the opportunity. So for us at Log9, we have taken a very long. Am I audible?
Is he audible?
Yeah. Okay. So for us at Log9, and again, just to put it on some context, we have taken a very non-orthodox and a very long route to solve these kind of problems of EV adoption. So a bunch of us from different ITs came together and we decided we'll do only R&D. And we have taken a very approach which is at a fundamental of solving for chemistry. So in today's world, you'll see a lot of people talking about EV, battery, cells, prices coming down, but none of them will talk about chemistry. Chemistry of what goes into a cell. What is the fundamental reason why a battery gets charged faster, why a battery gets charged slower, and what are the reasons for it? So for us at Log9, we base our strategy on three broad things for EV adoption. One is batteries have to be charged super fast. And when we say super fast, it has to be very infra independent. So in today's context, you will see multiple solutions globally and in India where the major traction right now is to propose how fast you can charge a battery. You can charge in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. But that charging is happening at what cost is the major driver. So there are some solutions which happens on an infra level. Like you create an infra which is compatible with your battery and then you charge fast. There's some solution which is at a hardware level. That you put some hardware, you put some algorithm, and you put some design-related intervention which charges your battery fast. But we have taken a third approach, which is solving at the fundamental level of chemistry. So what we have done is we have actually adopted and tweaked certain chemistries in our cells and batteries, which have allowed us to fast charge our batteries without any dependence on creating new infra, creating new hardware, or just creating any new nuances in the value chain of how you design a battery. And that's where I think we take a lot of pride that we are coming up with a solution with a mindset that we want to leverage whatever is available rather than create a new value proposition. And that's why swapping and fast charging, we believe that fast charging will be an ultimate solution for this country rather than swapping, because still date is still an infra or a real estate business than a charging business at all. And think of it this way. Globally, there's only one CPO that is a charging provider organization, a charging company which is profitable. Everyone is loss-making globally. And when I say loss-making, they're like making losses by huge margins. Now, when you place a swapping business, swapping is basically creating 3 layers above a charging business. That you create a station, you create an infra, and then you station some manpower to handle that swapping. So when layer 1 of business is yet to prove his mettle in actually solving for a business or a profitability, how we creating 3 more layers and having a proposition around it is further going to delay it. So at Log9, we believe that adoption is dependent on fast charging. the shortest approach that a lot of people in the industry has taken is, when you can't solve for fast charging, pack the battery size in the vehicle. And again, which was in alignment with what FAME subsidy was, because FAME subsidy was created on a battery pack size level. So, so everyone just figured out a way of, packing the largest battery, get a maximum subsidy, and making a win-win situation out of it. What people ignored, that the fact that batteries are not supposed to, store energy in a vehicle. Batteries are supposed to, deliver energy at a very frugal level. And I think the long-term approach for EV adoption is, reduce the cost of ownership. That will happen by reducing cost of the battery. Maybe procurement prices can come down at the cell or battery level, but a fundamental level would be achieved when we actually reduce the size of the battery. And that will be done when we have an approach that, batteries are meant to, just absorb energy and deliver energy rather than store any energy. And that can be done by fast charging. And how we ensure that, fast charging doesn't degrade our battery is by working at a fundamental level, which is, again, as we say, we have taken a chemistry-dependent approach of working at cathode, anode, and electrodes to solve for this. So I think this is a very practical and a fundamental science-based approach that we have taken to.
I think I agree with you in the sense that you're tackling the problem at the most fundamental level, right? And using science and technology to solve it. Now, by going the fast charging route, automatically it reduces the range anxiety because you're not really worried about how much range I'm getting, because I can charge it up and when we talk about fast charging or ultra fast charging, we're talking of 10 minutes or 15 minutes kind of a time frame to charge up a battery pack. Maybe a couple of years ago, these things were probably difficult to imagine, but today I personally work with some companies who are capable of doing this, and this will definitely help accelerate EV adoption. In addition to that, I think a very important point he made is by going the fast charging route, the beauty of this idea is that you're reducing the size of the battery pack. Now, by reducing the size of the battery pack, two things are happening here. One is the cost of the vehicle is coming down, which means it will become more attractive for the end consumer to buy. Today, people don't want to buy EVs or cannot buy EVs because affordability is still an issue. Second, reduces it as a country's dependence on importing critical materials and critical minerals from outside of India. So today we are moving from a fossil fuel imports to, say, for example, lithium imports, right? So in both ways, fast charging makes sense, and then fast charging at a fundamental level, at a material science level, to be honest, is a really a step in the right direction. And I'm really glad that there are companies like Log9 coming out of the Indian ecosystem who are targeting a problem statement and trying to solve for that problem statement in the most cost-efficient way, essentially. So thank you for sharing your thoughts on that. Now, if we change gears, we talked about the product, we talked about the battery technology. I think it's also important to understand from an end consumer's perspective, right? We've got a very senior gentleman, Praveen, my namesake, from the industry, right? I think I'd like to understand your thoughts on the role, say, for example, large corporation in India can play in terms of helping the EV acceleration, right? It could be IT companies, it could be large conglomerates, large FMCG companies, industrial hubs, which have got these large campuses, for example, right? How do you see that? How do you see that role playing out in terms of the corporate sector in India, which is not in the automotive sector, other corporate sectors actually taking active part in helping push the electric vehicle agenda in India?
Yeah, see, I see the future of EV is poised to grow exponentially in the next decade. And as of now, what I can say is, as per my experience, because I had taken 5 electric vehicles in 2018 in our organization. I just wanted to test how it is going to work, because we were not sure on performance of EV. Because that time was like Mahindra was only the Verito, was only the
Verito in E2.
yeah, that was only the cab available. And that time that used to run in one charge 140 kilometers, that was the committed kilometers. But in actual it ran only for 90 to 100 kilometers, not more than that. But that was the time when we were switching from ICE vehicle to electric vehicles on experimental basis. And I was also cognizant of the fact like the cost also should not go up. So we had the vendor, the existing vendor, we had told them, okay, we want to have 5 vehicles and then we try. And over a period of time, we have realized because that we are evolving, India is evolving, the whole world is evolving in terms of EV. First, EV, Mahindra Verito was there, which was giving 140 kilometers range. After that, Tata came, 213 kilometers, then again some Ziptronics and 240 kilometers, and then, I mean, I'm talking about commercial. In private, you have many players. And that today we are running that Tata vehicle, so it is running good because any vehicle, if it is running, let's say for 24 hours, it will not cross 200 kilometers in a day while working in the city. For any organization, when they talk about, I'm from IT industry, so we use EV vehicles for our employee transportation. So there the vehicle is not crossing 200 kilometers, so the current vehicle model is making sense to us and we are using it. But yes, there are a lot of factors which I think we should see. If you ask me like EV is good for environment, right now it is not, because I was hearing gentlemen, our friends for net zero. So the GHG emission, when we manufacture EV vehicles currently, that is emitting 30% more GHG emission than ICE vehicle. But yes, the technology is available in the market. It is going to get implemented maybe in a couple of years. As you rightly mentioned, it is going to boost in late 20s. That technology is going to reduce the weight of the battery by 70%, and it will increase the life cycle of the vehicle to from 10 years. Right now it is 10 years. It will increase from 10 years to 30 years. That is one aspect. The second aspect on consumer. What is the behavior of the consumer? We have an habit of buying things every 3 years. We used to change the vehicle. So what are you doing actually? You are contributing to landfill, nothing else. Because you are generating the demand, but you are landfilling. So if you want to really contribute as a sustainability to the environmental aspect, I think we need to have a control on our desire that I need to have new vehicle in next 3 years, or next 5 years and all that. It is not going to work. Lately, we need to realize, because when the companies who are like Tesla and all bio companies are working on that, they are increasing the lifespan of vehicle. Where they are increasing? Because everybody is looking for sustainability.
Correct.
Sustainability is a vast subject actually, but if you look from climate change perspective, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Scope 3 consists 60% of our entire gamut.
Correct.
And this electric vehicle comes under scope 3.
Correct.
So we need to be very, very cautious while dealing with electric in today's scenario. Yes, it is helping us, and this is just a beginning. We need to see the world which is going to get running on electric. Now it is starting with cabs, three-wheelers. Our friend was talking about three-wheelers. E-rickshaws are there. I went to, 2 years back, I went to Amritsar. I saw that I went to Golden Temple, that the e-rickshaw was available.
Yes.
I do not see anywhere in Hyderabad. I don't know what is the...
No, you will see a lot of these e-rickshaws in the northern belts.
Correct.
Uttar Pradesh, Delhi,
In Delhi it is there.
Punjab, that belt you'll see. For some reason, that uptake hasn't happened.
It is, we got to...
It works both ways. While it helps the environment, they're also a bit of a traffic nuisance if you think about it that way. So it works both ways essentially. So just adding on to that point, in terms of using electric vehicles as part of your employee transportation and all, does that get reported as part of your ESG compliance, or how do you do that? Or is it just purely from a cost benefit that you've taken up this initiative within your organization? How does this work?
Good question. The organizations which are reporting to CDP, Carbon Disclosure Project, it helps them to report as a carbon emission.
Right.
It contributes to your carbon emission and your carbon reduction basically.
Correct.
But organizations which are not reporting anything, it is just for their desire.
Understood.
And they want to contribute to the environment as their bit. So they are thinking, okay, fine, why not to reduce the carbon footprint?
Got it.
So that is only the difference.
Understood.
But government, I think earlier they have started giving that carbon credits.
Carbon credits, yeah.
Now government has stopped.
Yep.
I came to know last week that government has stopped giving carbon credit.
They should trade them.
Yeah. So now we are looking like, okay, fine, how, I mean, the common man can be benefited. See, it is not like we should look for any benefit. We only say like we need to sustain ourselves. I see people saying, say like save planet, save earth. Who the hell are you to save planet or earth? You are too small. The nature itself is, they can take care of themselves very well. Because the COVID situation, nature has slapped on our face.
Correct.
And told very clearly, please mend your ways. Otherwise, we have our ways and means to mend you guys. So we are trying to save ourselves because we want to live. There is a Ridhima Pandey. She is an activist, climate activist. I met last Friday in Novotel, Shamshabad. There was a program on climate change. So there she is started as an activist at the age of 9.
Wow.
She is 16 now. For 7 years, she was talking, she was standing on the stage and she was asking to our generation, what you guys are doing, we will not be able to live our life properly.
Correct.
So there were so many questions raised at that level. She has gone to UN on so many places, and she has to the government also, central government. So, I mean, she's working on her own at her level. But the thing is like, this is the need of our. We need to think this is e-cab, electric vehicle is one of the aspect of energy.
Correct.
But there are more, I think we need to see on that.
Understood. Thanks for sharing your thought on that. So coming back to the three-wheeler story, how easy or difficult was it for you to convert people to adopt to your products? People might have had a lot of questions. What are some of the practical issues that you had to face to convince people to buy your product and then run them? And what was the kind of challenges you had when they bought the product and they were probably not happy? They came to you and said, I don't like it, this is this. Because this is a journey a lot of people face today. Making the sale is one point, but then following up that sale with also good feedback and product service, maintenance, and so on and so forth. So what has your experience been on that, Devendra?
Well, I'm a sales guy. As I told you earlier, I'm a sales guy. And when we started this journey, we know the challenges of this three-wheeler in terms of range anxiety, in terms of charging, and also in terms of payload. We are known for giving customized solutions. If you look at our South India, people will come to different parts of South India and even Western part to take the customized vehicles from us. The first challenge for them was they were trying to compare this product with existing ICE engines
Correct.
of the world, and in terms of delivery of payload and inclination and all the stuff. And then I used to tell them, fundamentally, you need to understand EV. If you understand EV, what is its role?
then use it accordingly so that you will get the return on investment within 8 months.
8 months.
8 months is the ROI. If you are using accordingly, any person, any micro entrepreneur, any startup in their products, if they're using the loader with a designed payload and as per the structure what we give to them, in terms of the dimensions of product, they'll get return on investment 8 months. Second part, I know that we are just a startup. We don't have that huge infrastructure of the IC engine guys. So what we have done is that, we have taken a smart move. I used to work in that company. We used to have key operator training, advanced operator training. Combined everything into main driver operator training program.
Nice.
So what this helped is that, was able to address their anxieties. With training program, every user will understand about 40% of the vehicle, what it is. Not only how to charge and all this, but also how to maintain if the vehicle is stuck on the road. This has enabled them. They never used to depend on if there are any crisis situations come. Because our range of customers, some guys works when sun rises or even before sun rises, early in the morning, who supplies the milk. Some customers work after sunset or into food deliveries, food trucks and all those things. So I don't have that gamut, but I cleverly brought those structure, made this training program happen and made them aware of what they are buying and why they are buying. Because, if you talk about swapping and all those things, it's Greek and lighting. Our budget is 1.5 lakh, about 2 lakhs higher, okay, and they're getting happily ROI and we are getting referrals from the same segment. And coming to L5, we are very clear when we are making our go-to-market strategy. L5 comes only in the OPEX model. All these e-com companies are asset-led companies.
Correct.
They don't want to own the risk of service. Correct. So they outsource these products. If you look at even entry of L5 itself, I said that. It will be completely an OPEX model. Whoever is going to support them, if you're burning your cash, because these e-com companies are also very smart, they're not giving contract for 3 years. They were giving for only 11 months.
1 year, yeah, 11 months.
Okay, 1 year, whatever it is. So we were very clear that, that is not our cup of tea because they're also not expecting, product performance when you look at it. It is not, we were in early stage, you cannot compare with any other engine. Like we used to have the printers for Soho group, we have mid-work group, high-end group. Same way we have these vehicles, L3 vehicles, L5, now we are talking about four-wheelers on the road. I even still believe that L5 are not a logical solution for the e-com guys. A four-wheeler loader will support them. In terms of payload, in terms of, you say that, volumetric space, both the ways.
I think it's a very important point that you bring about is one of the key aspects for EV adoption to increase in India is also the customer, you need to kind of enable the customer to giving them information about the product, right? The skilling of the customer. And a lot of people come with biases about how the ICE world works, how the internal combustion engine products work, vehicles work. So the expectations is also that the EVs will work in a similar way. So that expectation management in terms of educating your customer into how this product is supposed to work, what are the do's and don'ts, and what do you do if you're in a particular situation, that becomes a very, very important part of the selling process and also of building the EV business. So I think that's a very important point that Devendra has kind of addressed very early on in this business, and thank you for bringing that point out. Just staying on the point of startups, I know we've got 2 startups over here on the panel here, but Nasheen, if I may just ask you, how do you see the role of startups, at least in India, for example, in helping new technology businesses, in helping businesses like EVs, and what is the kind of support system that you have, either through the government or through some private partnerships, corporate partnerships, CSI funding and so on and so forth? How do you see the role of the startups in this particular area? And what is the kind of support system you have, or what is the kind of support system you think will enable more and more startups to help solve the problem faster, essentially?
So I think one of the biggest roles that startups has to play in the entire EV value chain is, is to keep pace with the innovation. I think that's the bare minimum that a startup is, that if you are a startup, you call yourself startup in the ecosystem, just keep pace with the innovation that's happening in China, innovation that's happening across the world, and relevant innovation, that what is required. And second is that what incremental innovation that you can do beyond the baseline level, because the only difference between a startup and an incumbent OEM, at least in the EV space, is your speed of innovation. That if you can think today, you can execute tomorrow, vis-a-vis. So if I take a very small, leaf from our journey, we were able to adopt a chemistry, that's LTO chemistry, within 3 months. We were able to customize it, homologate it, and again have a commercial plan around it in a span of 3 to 6 months, which compared to any incumbent OEM, take at least 1 to 2 years at bare minimum. Now, this was just getting a technology to India and making it relevant for the last mile ecosystem. Now there are a lot of new innovation that happened on top of it, which got adopted in the industry after us. So, for example, the smart BMS feature. So it's a BMS feature in which we actually account for the individual cell voltages. So the industry was actually, recording the maximum and minimum voltage of the cells in their BMS. We were the first company to record all the individual cell voltages because of some of the algorithm work that we were doing at the back end. So that was something that we, I won't say we developed it in-house, but again, we took a lot of inspiration globally and then we customized it as per the use case. Now what happens is that gave a spark in the industry for incumbent OEMs, for startups who are actually having aspiration to develop innovative health analytics or battery analytics tool, because now you have much more data points to look into a battery pack. So just getting a technology, innovating on the technology and proving this technology works is, I think, the biggest justice that a startup can do, given the fact that they have so much of support from the government, corporates, PEVC space, and a lot of other allied ecosystem around it. So I think if you're not doing this, if you're not getting new things to the market, if you're not executing things in new way, we are not doing justice in any way by calling ourselves a startup and enjoying whatever benefits that we have. Second, if I will very upfront about the kind of support, apart from all the venture money that we have, I think I want to mention two big organizations that, government-funded organizations who have helped us. One is DST, that is Department of Science and Technology, and another is SIDBI, Small Industries Development.
SIDBI,
yes.
okay.
So, because we are a research-heavy organization, in fact, I think a gentleman in the previous panel was saying that we should account 2 to 3% of our revenue in R&D. We actually account 22 to 25% of our revenue in our R&D, and we have been doing it consistently for the past 9 years. So, and there you will hear very less startup who have actually invested so much of money in R&D, setting up their own labs, because those labs are not available in the country. You cannot afford those equipments, but you need it because you want to test your hypothesis. So DST and SIDBI has been, very frugal and very open to, understand that what we want to do and supporting us with a lot of government aid, funding, and again, a lot of network that they helped us. Second, I think one big thank that we like to give is IITs. So, in fact, the core team of organization comes from 5 different IITs. So, we were very clear that, IITs are a gem of our resources in terms of the infra they possess. Apart from talent, the infra is something, and those are heavily underutilized infra. You take a nanotechnology lab, you take electronic lab, you take a mechatronic lab. There is very limited application of those labs beyond the standard classroom courses or, 1 or 2 PhD scholars working in it. So we were very fortunate pretty early in our journey that, the dean of all the IITs were supportive enough to, give their infra to us, invite us, give us space, place, and, dedicated time slots to test our infra, test our logic, test our thesis around it, and in fact help us in filing all the patents. So I think a good approach, which again would like to, share out here is, there is enough scope of R&D in the country. All we need is a pure intent and, and a very good articulation of what is exactly that we want to do in R&D. And by R&D, I mean it's not, people often confuse that R&D, what we say R&D in today's term is very loosely used with digitization. That, we have done a research, we have done a development, or we have digitized something. I think anything that qualifies for you, for oneself to, file a patent, IP, or a trademark, and that is something that we call an R&D, and that is something that contributes to the nation industry at large. So if we have an intent and if we have very articulated in what we want to do, I think there's enough government support and corporate support available to leverage upon.
Thanks, Sashim. So speed and innovation and investment into R&D, this is how the startup ecosystem is very crucial, or becomes a very crucial part of that entire value chain in helping drive the EV adoption essentially in this part of the world. Now, just staying EV adoption, and maybe Praveen, if I can ask for your insights in terms of, I know you've been the consumer of some of the EV products and you've had some experience and so on and so forth, but do you think the larger corporate ecosystem also be a part of, refining this and making the products better, and maybe, investing into some of these things, and you might have funds, you might have CSR funds available, and so on and so forth. What is the role you think some of these large corporate behemoths can actually play in taking an active role in building this EV ecosystem and thereby helping build the faster EV adoption in India, essentially?
See, from corporate perspective, companies are, they want to adopt, one is the renewable energy and the second is on EV. Two aspects are there. The EV, it is catching up, because now I see since earlier that Mahindra Verito was there, which was giving only 140 kilometers average. Now we have around 240, 250 kilometers. So now most, I know around 10, 12 organizations are there which are either they have switched over to EV or they are planning at the 50% they have done. They have already initiated. So those kind of initiatives I am able to see that in the market. Because this is not only from switching from ICE to EV, but that has become their statement also, like we are contributing to the environment. And another factor is employee satisfaction. Because employee also want to say like, yeah, this is what we are contributing to the environment. I am traveling in EV vehicle, not an ICE. Because ICE vehicle, if you say 10 kilometers of diesel burn is equivalent to 25 to 30 kgs of. So basically 1 liter is 2.5 kg. That is what you are burning today. So we want to be sustainable or want to do environment, contribute to environmental factor. So you need to be cognizant of the fact that this is what the damage we are doing right now.
Correct.
So, from that perspective, organizations are converting to EV. I see that many leaders, they are talking very pro to electric vehicles, and many companies are actually, they are converting their fleet from ICE vehicle to EV.
Understood.
I see that.
Okay, thank you. I think we probably have some more time left. If I may open up the floor to the audience, if there are any questions from the audience to our esteemed panelists here, maybe now is the time. Do we have someone who can pass on the mic to the audience here? I think I have one gentleman here with a question. Yeah.
Sir, this question to the panel, entire panel. I have one study on that. I would like to get clarification from your side also. EV is progressively adopting by each and every segment. And at the same time, hydrogen propulsion system, when it comes to operational kind of thing, maybe prototype and proof of concept is developed, and if it is proven that, how this, is there any, how you anticipate the clash or system? Because the transmission system is entirely different from IC, internal combustion engine, to EV system, and EV system to hydrogen. So how do you anticipate the future business prospective point of view? Please,
You want me to
please.
take? See, actually, hydrogen is going to be for heavy vehicles. EV is there for cabs, and lighter vehicles are there. Let's say like diesel engines are there, so that can be hydrogen. Your crews are there, that can be hydrogen. So there are both are different terminology, different technology actually. So hydrogen is going to be for the heavy vehicles actually. That's my.
After hearing your session, earlier session, I'll see this as a test understanding of your knowledge with us. See, as I said, that Rome was not built in one day. We are not looking for an ICE engine replacement with EV only with lead acid batteries or only with lithium batteries or hydrogen fuel cell. Okay, what we are looking as an alternative green solution vis-a-vis existing ICE or fossil fuel dependent transport system. Okay, if you look at government of India, they earmarked about 80,000 crores or 8,000 crores for R&D. Reliance has announced 60,000 crores for hydrogen fuel cells. If that comes in, okay, people will be very happy to work with the technology in terms of adapting it. Okay, and my friend was talking about swapping of batteries. You know, India has many Indias. We work in a different way. Okay, in Japan, 5 companies, 5 OEMs of two-wheeler came together in 2018 to have same standards of batteries. The OEMs of 5 different companies came together and started manufacturing this one. And what's going to see, you will be hearing about, say, sir was talking about 20 or 30 companies. There will be about more than 420 models which are going to hit the market in the next 2 to 3 years. Okay? We are talking about R&D here. By the time we'll go out, you'll be seeing somebody issuing some white paper on EVs or alternative transport system. It's not a replacement of fossil fuel. It's an alternative green fuel technology, what we are seeing, and it will be evolving by the time 2030, 2040, 2050 comes in. Okay? And then we are not seeing a replacement. Even consumers, even the citizens of this country or at global level, they need to look at mobility as service. You know, it's a crime to have 2 or 3 cars at home. You know, it's not that everybody can have it, but you know, it's more of a status symbol. Now today, scrapping policy has come in, where you can go for retrofitting. It was not there earlier. So as we progress, excuse me, hello, silence please. As we progress towards our journey, and as you know, as I said, you're saying, it's just not EV. EV plus RE is a solution for this planet. Okay, already we lost 20,000 species due to climate change. Entire Paris Summit Climate Pact is to comment on the climate change. Okay, the net zero goals are towards that only. The evolving of circular economy is towards that only. We are not going to end up with lithium batteries. Lead acid batteries, technologies, end of life in global market. But in India, you will see 20 to 30 lakhs of 3-wheelers or 4-wheelers within campus running with lead acid batteries. Okay? There's one gentleman, one startup from Pune, who started working on giving life back to lead acid technologies. Please note, they're not only used in our 3-wheelers, but also used in telecom industry. He got a big tender from Punjab, I think Himachal Pradesh, for giving back the life of those things. So work is in progress for alternative solutions. It will not end up with lithium. It will not end up with hydrogen fuel cell. As we meet again in the next seminar, we'll be discussing a new technology which is going to come up. Right?
No, I think to summarize, both these technologies will evolve and will coexist.
Yeah, everybody will coexist. Like we are seeing, you know, It's our example. We used to see pop-up on your Kirana stores, then your retail stores came in, then your
Commerce.
no. First this came, your B2C, B2C, your gains like Metro Cash and Carry, Walmart, then your e-com.
Yeah.
Today we have a challenge where we want to control the e-com.
True.
Okay?
True. Yeah. So I think the gentleman there also had a question. If you can please pass on the mic to him. Final question for the session, for the day.
Yeah, so see, I'll put it in different way. EV we are doing basically to combat climate change, reduce emissions. So that is the main prime objective of that. And for that we are building new vehicles. We are manufacturing new vehicles and all. Okay, it's good. We already have almost, including two-wheelers, I think more than 20 crores, vehicles which are already running across, and which are basically by IC engines, diesel and petrol. So why we should not focus to convert those existing vehicles, because this is creating another problem of traffic congestion also in many cities. So why we should not convert first those vehicles into either hybrid or with electric things, so that lots of problem what we are facing, that can be minimized. Because we are adding new vehicles which will create another problem. Already lots of mining is happening which is using conventional energy emitting pollutions. We are running EV with conventional grid, which is another issue which is right now coming up. Recently we have developed one, we have done one study, and we found currently means at present, for India, EV, going for EV is not the right time, especially for manufacturing, starting new manufacturing. We should look for other alternative, because we have to look into our condition as well. Like we are not a developed country, we cannot spend too much of money, and we can hold also emission keep on increasing. So we have to think from our perspective where flexi engines, hybrid may make better sense rather than expanding EV in big way, because we are using conventional fuel to run that. So what is your thought onto this? Maybe this question is a little bit off track, but very important questions.
Okay.
And that need to be addressed.
No, it's an important question. See, there's no point running EVs if the electricity that is used to run EVs is still being generated from coal, right? It doesn't really make sense. But having said that, maybe Naseem, you want to kind of, take this or
I just want to say, world is full of buffet. We need to see and choose what we want. For me, we forget about ICE vehicle or EV vehicle. Here you're talking about EV vehicle. You should buy the vehicle only when your running is 20,000 kilometers or more annually. Then only it is viable for you and cost effective. And ease of convenience. Not just because I have the money, so I should buy it. So I am just blocking the road, and single person going in a vehicle. So that's another mindset. I want to talk on that.
Yeah, sure. So
maybe final comments and wrap it up. Answering this question and final comments to wrap the session.
So I think I'll address the second one first. See, retrofitment looks like a very lucrative option. A lot of people have tried it. We ourselves have also tried it in some capacity. And the major challenges are there is no standardization again. Plus, the way you're saying that, selling an EV is adding one extra car on the road. Similarly, retrofitting a vehicle is also, producing one extra battery in the ecosystem, which is for sure going to be heavily underutilized, because, which car you're going to retrofit will be somehow approaching its end of life. Nobody is going to retrofit a 1 or 2 year old car. So when you are actually, it's better to add one new EV in the ecosystem than, adding one highly underutilized battery. in the ecosystem, and then living with that embodied emission across the time.
Yeah, just I'll add to that. So if we are adding only battery, so rest of the things, whatever is there, that can be utilized. So we are talking clarity here. Okay, we will be mining less, minerals to create new, metals which will be used in, creating new body for vehicles. Okay, so we are conserving resources.
Yeah,
okay.
I think
In fact, I'll tell you one thing, in nutshell, retrofitment is not at all viable.
Correct.
As per the ICAT approval, if I want to go for make a two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler, I cannot make any vehicle. If it has to come on the roads, it has to go through the homologation process. If I adhere to the homologation process, the cost of it is not going to fit for any retrofitment. Today, government has brought a scrapping policy. It depends on how lucrative it is for adjustment of finance. End of the day, I'll tell you one thing. Any customer, there are different segment of customers. The most of the customers in India, they'll see what is ROI when I'm going to get the ROI on this one. Particularly on two-wheeler segment, it will not at all fit. Forget about four-wheeler, passenger vehicles, which is Makkah, India's Makkah of the four-wheeler passenger vehicles. Maruti wala रहता ना कितना चला कितना देगा. It will not at all work out.
So basically, you are saying the ROI or cost competitiveness is needed. So if for making that, if we ask government to create some new scheme where if anyone is going for retrofitting, some sort of subsidy or incentive will be given.
I think, let me stop you there. Sorry, I think we have.
So that
No, we have. So I'll tell you out of my experience, retrofitment is definitely not the way to go from an EV point of view or even from a hydrogen point of view. It has to be ground up. The vehicle or the product needs to be developed ground up for the audience that it is going to. Retrofitment can be an interim solution. It's not cost effective. It's not efficient. It's not going to be energy efficient. So we may not be solving the problem. We are kicking it further down to the right. From that perspective, the industry has also learned that retrofitment is probably not the right way to go. If someone comes up with retrofitting things, maybe there might be an option open. But as of now, the economics don't work for it. All folks for today, thank you for the participation. I did not expect this much amount of engagement towards the fag end of the day. So thank you very much for giving us a patient listen and also for the insightful questions. I hope this discussion was useful. And have a nice evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful session. May I request our knowledge partner, Net Zero Think, Mr. Manoj Singh, to kindly join us here on the dais to present the mementos to our... to our presenters one by one. We have Mohammad Nasheem Akhtar. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here and taking your time out. Mr. Sai Abhinay. Oh, yes, sorry. Mr. Devendra Reddy.
Blanket statements keep you warm.
Mr. Praveen Upadhyay. And to our moderator of the session, Mr. Praveen. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we conclude our sessions and moving on to a very significant part of the event. But before that, may I request you for a group picture, please? Sure. Yeah. But before that, may I announce the winner of the 5th Q&A. And in between, I'm giving you, can I have the last Q&A question on the screen? I'm giving you last 20 seconds to quickly type so I can here and now announce the last Q&A winner. This is the sixth and the last question of the day. How much solar and wind installations would need to increase from current levels to 7,700 gigawatt to achieve net zero by 2070? Options are right here. Send it quickly and abhi ke abhi I will announce the winner. Okay, so the winner of the fifth Q&A, Dr. Madhu Chandrika. मैम का सबसे पहले रिप्लाई आया था, I know the time 3:48. Ma'am, please join us on the stage. May I request Mr. Girish Habu from Novasis Green Energy to kindly join us on the stage and present the gift to Dr. Madhu Chandrika. And in next 10 seconds, we are announcing the last question winner. And I have received the name of the last winner also. May I request Mr. Girish to kindly stay on stage, please, for the last also. We have Mr. Alok Kherner. He must be here. Mr. Alok. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards a very, very, very significant part of this event, which is award and recognition ceremony. But ऐसे तो हम नहीं करेंगे. So थोड़ा सा silence, please. अच्छा, आप सभी से मैं पूछना चाहूँगी, has anyone ever watched a Bollywood movie? Ever? We all have. So let's check the जोश. Okay? मैं आप सबसे पूछूंगी, how's the जोश? और आप क्या बोलना है? Yes. Very nice. Love it. Movie का name भी बता दीजिए. Uri, correct. So let's do it. One and all, females, males, everybody will participate. How's the Josh? Low, sir. Please, everyone, you have to participate. Come, we are moving towards the end of the event. How's the Josh? नहीं, मजा नहीं आया. Especially जो पीछे बैठे हैं ना, जो सिर्फ मेरे को सुंदर सुंदर से अपने 32 teeth दिखा रहे हैं. चलो, how's the Josh? नहीं, we'll do it 3 times. Higher, higher, higher. How's the Josh? Ma'am, मैं ही हूँ यहाँ पे. Come on. How's the Josh? How's the Josh? How's the Josh? Wonderful. अब आया ना मजा. Okay. These are not just awards that we are talking about. These are the token of appreciation, your hard work, your unwavering support, and your drive that you carry for passion. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we move ahead for the awards, may I request Mr. Ajay Mishra, retired IAS, our guest of honor, to kindly join us here on the stage to present the awards. Okay, how many of you here, present here, know Punjabi? I know बहुत लंबा तीर है, वो भी हैदराबाद में. But how many of you here know Punjabi? I know, sir. Yes, I know. Anybody else? Punjabi, थोड़ी सी टूटी फूटी. No, no one. Okay, I'll come back to this. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards the awards. The very first category we have is Sustainability Champion of the Year. In the recognition of your unwavering commitment to sustainable practices and innovative solutions that drive a positive environmental impact, your dedication to integrating sustainability into core business strategies has set an inspiring example for the industry and beyond. May I request, any guesses? May I request, this award is being presented to Vika Instruments India Private Limited. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. And from Vika, we have Mr. Gagan Singh, General Manager, Quality. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have the mic also, please, quickly? Hello. Mr. Gagan, please. Sir, please join us on the stage. Mic, volume. I want to ask you something. What does this award means to you personally, and what do you want to say as a vote of thanks?
First of all, thank you for inviting us here. It was a wonderful session, and we could see a lot of technical insights coming in. So right on to your question, it feels inspiring because when you get appreciation for all the efforts and recognition what you are doing for the sustainability, you get inspired, and we need to do more now. And just to give you insight, what we have been doing, we have been installing a lot of solar panels into our factories, and we are short of the rooftops now. So we have adopted a few of the underprivileged schools, and we are donating these solar panels to them. And we have also alternative solutions to the packaging. We have pulp storage now, which is alternative to the cardboard packaging solutions. So this is what we are doing as of now, and we thank you all for recognizing our efforts and appreciating our efforts. Thank you.
Sir, I wanted to ask you one thing. When I asked who knows Punjabi, you were the one who raised your hand. Please come here. So just एक ही बारी बोलेंगे, and I'm sure you will be able to say it. दविंदर दी दादी दे दो दंद दुख दे, दिल्ली वाला डॉक्टर दविंदर दी दादी दे दंदा दी दवाई दे देंदा. Very simple.
Very simple. So please repeat for me once again.
दविंदर दी दादी दे दो दंद दुख दे, दिल्ली वाला डॉक्टर दविंदर दी दादी दे. Okay, let's do it together.
दविंदर दे दादी दे दो दंद थक दे
दुख दे
दुख दे,
दिल्ली वाला डॉक्टर दविंदर दी दादी दे दंदा दी दवाई दे दिंदा. For those, thank you so much, sir. Wonderful. For those who don't know, dand means teeth. Okay. Moving ahead for the second award, ladies and gentlemen, for the best corporate net zero strategy. In recognition of your comprehensive and visionary approach towards achieving net zero goals through innovative practices, sustainable operations, and a commitment to reducing carbon footprints, you have set a benchmark for corporate responsibility and environmental stewardship in this industry. Ladies and gentlemen, for the best corporate net zero strategy, any guesses? This award is presented to the Singareni Collieries Company Limited. May I request Mr. Satyanarayana Rao, Director E&M, to join us on the dais to receive the award. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Sir, I would like to request you on the dais. May I ask you what is your next plan? What is your next goal? And how do you feel as you receive this recognition?
Thank you, madam. On behalf of Singarana Galleries, myself and our solar team, renewable energy team, we feel proud of getting this award. Actually, our company is a coal mining company of 129 years old. 1889 it started. And in 2016, we were into the thermal power, and 2020, we were into the solar power. Actually, we are, as per Ministry of Coal guidelines, we are already into the net zero journey of our company. 300 megawatts out of 300, we have in stage 1, we have installed 250, already commissioned, and so far 1000 plus million units we have exported the grids, and with this around 10 lakh metric tons of the CO2 has been saved. And in stage 2 also, we are already 232 megawatts. Net zero means actually the terms of this thing, we are consuming around 750 million units of power for our complete industrial and domestic usage. And with this 532 megawatt solar plant, we are going to generate 800 million units. With this, we are achieving the net zero. And our journey is not ending here. And we are planning to scale it up from 530 to almost 3 gigawatt by December ending. This is our December ending or coming 2 years. And we are also into the wind energy, pump storage, and in green hydrogen also we are working with this T-Hub, RICH reach in the Telangana government also. And in geothermal energy also we have recently signed MOU with ONGC and TG Redco. And we are working in all the forms of renewable energy, and we are in the journey of, and here I would like to mention one more thing also. Singareni has planted in the last 10 years around 7.32 crores of plantation. With this, our company is already in the net positive only. So if you calculate in that way. Anyhow, thank you very much for recognizing us and encouraging us with this award, Net Zero Award. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the third category, Best Land Aggregator Award in recognition of your exceptional expertise in facilitating strategic land acquisitions for energy projects. Your innovative approach and commitment to delivering value have set a new benchmark in the land aggregation sector. This award is presented to Empire Energy Systems Private Limited. May I request Mr. Sheikh Mehboob Asha, Managing Director, Empire Energy Systems, to kindly join us here on the dais. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Mr. Sheikh Mehboob Asha, many congratulations, sir. How do you feel as you receive this award? कैसा लग रहा है आपको, please?
Thank you. Thank you. The main thing is today I have achieved this award belongs to all solar companies. First of all, they have provided me and appointed as a land aggregator. After that, I have achieved this award today. This all thanks I will give to all solar company, group of company, MDs and staff. And second thing, I have started my company 2015 and I have achieved 5 gigawatt projects land for solar and wind. I have really, submitted all the lands to as a in time. And the commissioning is also success with 5 gigawatts land for all the solar companies in India. We are doing projects in Pan India. Second, within 2 years or not 3 years, we are planning for delivery the land nearly 10 gigawatts. Already our pipeline We have signed 3 gigawatts land in South India. We are planning for next 2 years, 10 gigawatts. And again, I am saying thanks for all solar company, industries, and managing directors and staff. Thank you.
Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to the next category, India's best solar and EV business franchise provider. In recognition of your outstanding leadership and excellence in providing scalable, sustainable, and profitable franchise option in the solar and electric vehicle sectors, your commitment to advancing green energy solutions, empowering entrepreneurs, has set a new standard in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, the award goes to MFin Services Private Limited. May I request Mr. Santosh Gupta, CEO and Director, to kindly join us here on the dais. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, everybody. एक बार जोरदार तालियां. Let's join our hands together and congratulate MFin Services Private Limited for their excellence and their hard work. Many congratulations to Mr. Santosh Gupta. I have a question for you. And I also request all the award winners to kindly stay here for a group picture. I have a question for you, Mr. Santosh Gupta. After this achievement, what is that one milestone that you are looking forward to next?
Thank you. This award means a lot for our company. From last 15 years, we are doing deadly, hardly, and very inspiringly, we are getting maximum things to be done. On perfect side, we have tried for solar, hydrogen, a lot of companies we have tied up, and we have created a franchisee model for the entire thing, and now we have already introduced around 5,000 retail franchisees we have who get orders from the market for us. And our vision is to get around 10,000 franchisee outlet in next 2 years. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next category, Advanced Power Quality Management Award, in recognition of your cutting-edge solutions and expertise in advanced power quality management, your innovative technologies and commitment to enhancing energy efficiency and reliability have set a new standard in this industry. Empowering businesses to achieve optimal power performance and sustainability goals, this category award goes to Janitsa Electronics. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. May I request Mr. Hari Bala, Business Development Director from Janitsa Electronics, for the category Advanced Power Quality Management Award. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Many congratulations to you, sir. Many congratulations to you, sir. I have a question for you. What message do you want to share to others who are looking forward to achieve this achievement? Any message for us?
Thank you for this award. It was a bit of a surprise for me. I should say that we always say India is falling behind the world for quite many aspects. And I thought with these kind of product support, and India should come up very quickly in line with, in par with the world in various, in following various standards and practices. That would be my way. Thank you.
For the next category, ladies and gentlemen, advanced solar module manufacturing excellence. In recognition of your expertise and innovation in producing advanced solar modules, your dedication to quality, precision, and sustainable practices has set new benchmarks in the industry, empowering the growth of renewable energy solutions and contributing to cleaner environment. This award for the advanced solar module manufacturing excellence is presented to Novasis Green Energy Private Limited. Mr. Girish Habu, GM Sales, is here with us. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen, as Novasis Green Energy Private Limited wins this award. I have a question for you, sir. How do you feel as you receive this award? Many, many congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you. I'm deeply honored with this award, and I thank Industrial Outlook team for this consideration. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead for the next category, Best Energy Auditing Company Telangana, is for your expertise and leadership in delivering top-tier energy auditing services in Telangana and your commitment to enhancing energy efficiency and sustainable solution. This award is being presented to Green Path Energy and Sustainability Services. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. We have Dr. Satish Suri, Managing Director. Many, many congratulations to you, sir. Would you like to share a few words with us?
Good evening to everyone. So we are very happy to receive this award, and we are very grateful to Outlook, Industrial Outlook team for considering our nomination and getting this award. And we have done more than 300 plus energy audits, and we would like to make 500 touch by next 1 year. That is our target. And we are into complete energy, environment, and sustainability audits and solutioning. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next category, Excellence in Solar Module Manufacturing, in recognition of your outstanding achievements in delivering high-quality solar modules with exceptional performance and reliability, your commitment to innovation, precision, engineering, and sustainable practices has made you a leader in the solar manufacturing industry, driving progress towards a greener future. Ladies and gentlemen, the award for the excellence in solar module manufacturing goes to Gotham Solar Private Limited. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. With this, I request Mr. Shivam Tyagi, Marketing Manager from Gotham Solar Private Limited. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Shivam Tyagi, would you like to say something? I hope this is actually a collective reward of your team, right? Would you like to say something for it?
Thank you everyone for giving this opportunity, and thank you Industrial Outlook for giving this award. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Moving ahead for the Rooftop Solar Company of the Year. For your outstanding contribution to the rooftop solar industry and your commitment to delivering reliable, sustainable solutions that drive clean energy adoption, this award goes to Sri Balaji Solar Energies. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. May I request Mr. Ganesh Reddy, Managing Director from Sri Balaji Solar Energies. years of hard work and unwavering dedication. Sir, would you like to say something, please? Many, many congratulations to you, sir.
Good evening to everyone. I especially thanks to Industrial Outlook organizers for giving this opportunity. This moment is very exciting moment to me. Why? Because Ajay Mishra sir is my one of role model person in the administration. This is very, very exciting moment to me. Taking this award from Ajay Mishra sir, and also I express my entire SBSC team for getting this award. Thanks to everyone and thanks to organizers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you much, sir. With this, I request all the awardees to kindly join us here on the stage. All the award receivers with your awards, please join us here on the stage quickly. With a big smile. Okay, one with the award. Yeah. Can we all lift our award up? Hip hip! Alright? Let's all say it together, everybody, all the awardees. Come on. Can we एक बारी देख लेते हैं उनकी तरफ. Let's lift the award as we say hip hip! With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, hip hip! Hip hip! Wonderful. Many, many congratulations. Thank you so much, sir. May I request Mr. Sunil from Industrial Outlook to kindly join us here on the dais for the vote of thanks.
हो गई ओके
नमस्ते तेलंगाना हेलो 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 मैडम ने बहुत जोश लाने की कोशिश की एक बार मैं कोशिश करता हूं हेलो हाँ ये वही आवाज एक बार हम सब लोग लास्ट तक रुके ले इसलिए हम सब लोगों के लिए एक बार जोरदार ताली होनी चाहिए जोरदार ताली काफी जोर से वेरी गुड अभी मैं कुछ बात कहूंगा मीरू अंडरू एला अनरू समझे वेरी गुड इसका मतलब है हाउ आर यू राइट ये EPS बिजनेस मीट एला उंडी एक्सेलेंट आपको EPS बिजनेस मीट कैसा लगा मुझे इतनी ही आती है इससे ज़्यादा आती नहीं है क्योंकि मैं ट्रांसफर करके लेके आया हूँ इतना ही और कुछ ज़्यादा बोलूँगा तो मैं परेशान हो जाऊँगा ठीक है लास्ट मोमेंट मेरे पास में आता है कि हमेशा थैंक्स गिवन के लिए EPS बिजनेस मीट 7 एडिशन तेलंगाना इससे पहले हमने चेक कर चुके हैं यह 7वां एडिशन है तेलंगाना में आपके हैदराबाद में और मैं सुनील शिरसाट जनरल मैनेजर EPS बिजनेस मीट आप सभी तेलंगाना के प्यारे प्यारे लोगों को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आप सभी लोगों के इतना वक्त निकाल के हमारे साथ में आप यहाँ पर रह गए, इसके लिए मैं आपके लिए एक शेर बोलना चाहता हूं। इशाद, थैंक यू। एक शेर मैं आपके लिए बोलना चाहता है, सुनिए गौर से। चांद की चकोरी से, चांद की चकोरी से कभी बात ना होती, चांद की चकोरी से कभी बात ना होती, गर तुमसे हमारी ये मुलाकात ना होती, गर तुमसे हमारी ये मुलाकात ना होती। इस तेलंगाना के लोगों में कुछ तो बात है यारो, इस तेलंगाना के लोगों में कुछ तो बात है यारो, वरना तो ये कभी इतनी हंसी शाम न होती, इतनी हंसी शाम न होती। सभी के लिए धन्यवाद, सभी के लिए थैंक्स। ईपीएस बिजनेस मीट को सपोर्ट करने वाले आप सभी प्यारे प्यारे हमारे जो स्पॉन्सर है, पहले तो जो पूरे स्पॉन्सर है हमारे, इनके लिए मैं आपके लिए धन्यवाद कहना चाहता हूं। जितने भी स्टॉल है और आप सब लोगों ने देखा कि यहाँ पे अवार्ड लेके गए, इनके लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं और इनके लिए एक बार जोरदार ताली भी होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ये लोग हमें सपोर्ट करते हैं, इसलिए इसके लिए हम यहाँ पर आते हैं और आपके साथ हमारा मिलना जुलना चालू हो जाता है। इनके लिए भी एक शायरी होना चाहिए, क्या नहीं है? आवाज नहीं आ रही है? इनके लिए भी एक शायरी होना चाहिए, सुनिए गौर से। मिलते तो बहुत लोग हैं, मिलते तो बहुत लोग हैं जिंदगी की राहों में, मिलते तो बहुत लोग हैं जिंदगी की राहों में, मगर हर किसी में आप जैसी बात न होती, आप जैसी बात न होती। अरे इतना लाखों का शेर मैंने फुकट में सुनाया, अरे थोड़ा तो ताली बजाओ यार, ये लाखों का शेर मैं सुना रहा हूं आपको। थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू। इसके बाद है जो हमारे बड़े बड़े स्पीकर यहाँ पे आ चुके हैं और हमारे जो गवर्नमेंट सपोर्टर है, उनके लिए भी एक धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने अपना बहुमूल्य वक्त निकाल के हमारे साथ में यहाँ पे उन्होंने अपने अनुभव यहाँ पे पेश किए, उनका नॉलेज यहाँ पे पेश किया, उसी वजह से हमें भी काफ़ी नॉलेज मिली हुई है। इन सभी स्पीकरों के लिए और जो गवर्नमेंट सपोर्टर है, हमारे सर भी यहाँ पर आ चुके हैं, तो इनके लिए एक जोरदार ताली भी होनी चाहिए। जोरदार ताली के साथ में इनके लिए एक शेर भी बनता है ना, बनता है कि नहीं? इनके लिए एक शेर बनता है, सुनिए। पधारे स्पीकर इस मंच पर, पधारे स्पीकर इस मंच पर, चारों ओर उनकी विचारों का उजाला है, चारों ओर उनकी विचारों का उजाला है। जरा जोरदार तालियां मेरे दोस्तों इन सभी स्पीकरों के लिए, एक जोरदार तालियां इन स्पीकरों के लिए, सबके लिए धन्यवाद। इसके बाद मैं थैंक्स देना चाहूंगा ये पूरे बिजनेस मीट को सक्सेस करने के लिए। हमारे विजय भाई यहाँ पर है, विजय भाई यहाँ पर है और उनके साथ में रमेश भाई भी है यहाँ पे, रमेश भाई भी है यहाँ पर। इनके वजह से ये पूरा इवेंट आज हम यहाँ पे आराम से बैठे हुए हैं। पूरी रात भर इन्होंने मेहनत की है और जब ये पूरी रात भर मेहनत करते हैं, यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं होता है, पूरा टीवी लग जाता है, सेट लग जाता है, बैनर लग जाते, चेयर लग जाते हैं, स्टॉल लग जाते हैं, लेकिन हम शांति से रात में सोते रहते हैं और इनकी वजह से ये पूरा सक्सेस होता है। इनके लिए मैं 2 शेर बताने वाला हूं। पहला शेर ऐसा है, सुनिए। जो इंसान पानी से नहाता है, समझे, जो इंसान पानी से नहाता है वो सिर्फ लिबास बदलता है, जो इंसान पानी से नहाता है वो सिर्फ लिबास बदलता है, पर जो इंसान पसीने से नहाता है वो इतिहास बनाता है। इनका पसीना ही है, एक दिन इनका इतिहास जरूर बनेगा, एक दिन इनका इतिहास जरूर बनेगा। ये पूरा सिस्टम जो है, रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर लगाना है, एलईडी टीवी लगाना है, सेट करना है, कैमरा है, उसके बाद में पूरे स्टॉल लगाना है, फोटो निकालना है, ये पूरी अरेंजमेंट वो करते हैं। और मैंने देखा यहाँ पर हमारे विजय भाई है, कौन सा ऐसा काम नहीं कि ये काम मेरा नहीं है। यहाँ पर मैंने देखा जब भी कि उनको एक चेयर लानी थी, उन्होंने खुद उठा के चेयर यहाँ पे ला के दी। यहाँ तक ये लोग काम करते हैं, इसके लिए इनका मैं सच्चे दिल से शुक्रगुजार हूँ। मैं आपका धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। इनके लिए और एक शेर बन रहा है, सुनिए। जिंदगी का शौक पाला नहीं जाता, जिंदगी का शौक पाला नहीं जाता, शीशे का प्याला कभी उछाला नहीं जाता, शीशे का प्याला कभी उछाला नहीं जाता। मेहनत से सवर जाती है जिंदगी दोस्त, मेहनत से सवर जाती है जिंदगी, हर काम तकदीर पर डाला नहीं जाता, हर काम तकदीर पर डाला नहीं जाता। इसके बाद ये पूरा जो होटल मैनेजमेंट है, इस होटल मैनेजमेंट में हमको काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया है। इस वजह से वो पूरा होटल मैनेजमेंट, उनका स्टाफ, पूरा जो फूड काउंटर है, वो जो पूरे लोग हैं, उनके लिए भी मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। और सबसे आखिर में हमारे मैडम के लिए आ गई एंकरिंग मैडम, अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुआ, थोड़ी देर, इनके लिए एक धन्यवाद। इन्होंने पूरी तरीके से अपने खूबसूरत अंदाज से हम सभी लोगों को यहाँ पे एक बांध के रख दिया था। काफ़ी अच्छी तरीके से इन्होंने यहाँ पे एंकरिंग की हुई है, पूरे इवेंट को वहाँ पे यहाँ पर चलाया है। इसके लिए मैडम के लिए भी एक जोरदार ताली होनी चाहिए। धन्यवाद। अभी मैडम के लिए तो एक भी शेयर तो बनता है ना, लास्ट में जाते जाते एक शेयर तो बनता है। मैडम सुनिए, कैसे धन्यवाद करें आपका, कैसे धन्यवाद करें आपका, अल्फाज नहीं मिलते, कैसे धन्यवाद करें आपका, अल्फाज नहीं मिलते। जिंदगी इतनी खूबसूरत ना होती, जिंदगी इतनी खूबसूरत ना होती, आप जैसे एंकरिंग मैडम हमें नहीं मिलती, आप जैसे एंकरिंग मैडम हमें नहीं मिलती। थैंक यू मैडम, आपने काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से यहाँ पे सपोर्ट किया। आप सभी लोगों का धन्यवाद, थैंक यू। और जाते जाते एक आखिरी शेर बोल के खत्म करूंगा, सुन के जाइए। उजाले अपने यादों के हमारे साथ रहने दो, उजाले अपने यादों के हमारे साथ रहने दो, फिर दूर तक रात ही रात होगी, फिर दूर तक रात ही रात होगी। मुसाफिर हो तुम भी, मुसाफिर हो हम भी, किसी ना किसी मोड़ पर मुलाकात होती रहेगी, किसी ना किसी मोड़ पर मुलाकात होती रहेगी। फिर मिलेंगे, फिर मिलेंगे, फिर मिलेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच। एक बार ठीक, हम सब लोग स्टेज पे आएंगे, जितने भी यहाँ पर है, एक ग्रुप फोटो हम लेना चाहते हैं। थैंक यू।
आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, प्लीज आप स्टेज पे आ जाएं। एवरीवन, ऑल ऑफ यू, those who are present here, please join us here on the stage for a group picture. All of you, please come.
Blanket statements keep you warm.
Miss Rupal.
You never think about their harm. I'm sure your success is all from lack of conscience. 'Cause it's never meant a thing to you. You do exactly what you want to do, and the guilt will fall away.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. With this, we conclude the day, we conclude the event. This is Reet Kaur signing off.